And a good morning to you, rugby fans. Welcome to the Big Easy. We're in Nola. We are in New Orleans for the Collegiate Rugby Championships of the Gold Mine on Airline. This is John Broker with Olympic captain Abby Gustaitis, bringing you a men's round 2 action in the pool here. Great day of rugby yesterday, Abby. A lot to go today.
Thank you, John. It is so exciting. This is day 2 of a huge weekend, May Madness as they're calling it. We jump into the men's pool rounds, and then we see men's quarterfinals and the women's semifinals and championship. Remember, this is single elimination, so it is all to play for.
Up first, we have AIC taking on Indiana. You see Indiana there in the white, coached by David Fee. AIC coached by T. Fletcher, doing a wonderful job up there in Springfield, Massachusetts. This should be a good one. AIC consistently growing program. Indiana, full-time coaching, full-time setup, lots of great players building as well in that great school. Tyler Ciccarella, the referee, gets us underway. He's going to be joined by William Nelson and Akira Doe as his assistant referees. We're going to come back immediately for a penalty.
Early error seen by Indiana, and AIC is on the attack. We see a little kick through. Good chase back, but is the bounce good? Has AIC opened this up right away? The ref will take a look.
That's Juan Pablo Barzi. They call him Juanpi. He thinks he scored, but of course he thinks he scored. We're going to see what referee Ciccarella and the assistant referees have to say.
That shows you just how dangerous those restart errors are. AIC awarded the first try. It is 5-0 within 30 seconds, John.
We have had a lot of kickoff early tries this weekend, Abby.
Have a look there, the awareness, the quick tap. It's that transition defense that Indiana tried. Number 7, Noah Brown, did so well to try and get back, unable to hold on to it. And just that awareness, that heads-up play by number 23 to tap it down into the try zone. Look at the celebrations.
And that kick is no good. We're at the Shrine on Airline. It is 5-0, AIC in the lead. Both these teams love to have a run. Good, speedy players across the board. Plenty more rugby to go at just 1 minute gone.
It'll be interesting here to see Indiana first go at having this ball. And another error, 2 restart errors in a row. Let's see if Indiana can be as dangerous as AIC.
Early morning mistakes for these teams here. Beautiful morning in the Big Easy. Indiana gonna take a little bit more time to set up here.
Set piece play from the middle.
Little attempt either way. The ball doesn't go to hand. Referee whistles. Just some errors coming in for both these teams. Key moments, somebody's got to settle in.
Like you said, a few errors creeping in. It could be first time playing, big stage, also that single elimination in the back of their minds. They know if they don't come out on top of this match that they're done for the tournament. However, thinking about the outcome, they need to focus on what they can control in each moment, and it's just that pass or that catch.
Barzi's been critical for them. We're at number 23. He's going to get us going here. Chevalier on the other side, looking at him. Ball comes across. Turned over by Indiana. Good aggressive work of the breakdown there by Chevalier. He's a key player for this team. Now they move the ball out. Fleck gets it out into the middle of the field to Burcham. Burcham over the 40-meter line. Aggressive from AIC, but too early. Not rolling away from that tackle.
Another error there by AIC, but I loved that turnover from Indiana. It was a strong, low chop tackle, and then his teammate was jackling right over that ball. That is how you get those turnovers and you get that ball back.
Nice little offload there. A hole opens up. No invitation needed. There goes Noah Brown. Noah Brown has Juanpi, that man Barziana, but he's able to get across the line. And Noah Brown, the junior from South Bend, Indiana, touches down for 5 points, levels the score.
Noah Brown has been instrumental for this squad. I watched them play 2 weeks ago. Between number 10 and number 7, I love this interplay. Number 12 carries it up. The great support. You can see in shot, there's 3 or 4 Indiana players. They know that they have to support one another because AIC's strong. They're going to make their tackles. Then they need to recycle that ball, and they had a nice interplay there to get their first try.
Well, he had to convert the key player for this team. Off the post with that one, the junior from Naperville, Illinois. Management major at Indiana. Just can't hit that one. We are all tied up here 4 minutes into this first half of day 2 here at the Shrine on Airline. National Collegiate Rugby brings you the Collegiate Rugby Championships. May Madness, MayMadness7s.com. You can follow along online. Down to the 22, AIC. Little show of the ball there from Macklin. Macklin around the outside. He's got some speed, has to cut back in. Ball down by Burcham. Able to move this one away. That was Fatai. Back across field they go. Bit of a bobbled ball in the midfield, but he's always ready to make up for it. And that's Barzy. Great work by Indiana, big turnover.
Another turnover, again that low chop tackle, getting AIC down quickly, and then they decide to play quickly, getting well up the field.
Good defense there, a wall of defenders by AIC. Indiana's gonna have a bit to work with, a little wraparound pass there. Sometimes they go to hand, sometimes they don't. We're gonna come back for the high tackle. Player was coming down, nothing egregious, but a referee decides on a yellow card nonetheless.
Direct contact to the neck or head. He's gonna get that card 99% of the time. Unfortunate for number 7 as the Indiana player was ducking down. However, for safety of the game, player welfare, you have to put each player's safety above the cards. What I also love about this Indiana side is you can hear the communication through over top of us, really. You can hear them saying early, the space is out wide, that calms. That means they're playing together. They're all on the same page. Even if they decide to go another route, they know what their teammates want, and if they deliver that, they can support them.
With the penalty, they elect to go for the scrum, does Indiana. Fleck moves that ball across field. Brown, key midfield player, shows a little step, barrels his way into the AIC defense, was drifting across, ball out to Yeoman. Yeoman thinks better of that side and goes it back. Valier, ball in hand, gets to Fleck. Fleck to the ground. Loose ball, penalty against Indiana this time for not releasing. Both teams aggressive at the breakdown.
A little disappointed in that play by Indiana. They have the power play right now. They have 7 on the pitch against AIC's 6. They chose to take it into contact instead of just using the width. Force AIC to move side to side. With 6 players, they're not going to be able to defend it the entire time.
Ball does not make touch. Barzy, an uncharacteristic mistake for the Argentinian-born player. Played soccer at AIC as well. Brought the better of it and came to this fine game. Little space down the side, kick back into the center of the field. It is anybody's game. We're going to come back for an off-the-ball tackle for obstruction. The penalty here by referee Ciccarella. And now he doesn't like what he sees with Barzy back there, so even better for Indiana.
A lot of piggyback penalties there. That's just marching Indiana up the field, and they still have that player advantage. They need to use the space, and they have done so. Indiana in for their second, the first during the sin bin offense.
Johnny Leffel takes advantage of that extra player out there wide. Leffel touches that one down. Just had to walk right into the junior management major. Played for Royal Irish Rugby in high school. Now plying his trade here at Indiana.
Again, you see their ball in 2 hands by number 4, Zach Marsh. He's a big player for them, using his physicality. But that time, all he did was draw in that winger, open up the space on the outside for Leffel.
Chevalier to add the extras. Unsuccessful. 10-5 at the end of the first half. 5 points in it. 2 running and gunning teams. We're going to be in that second half, 7 minutes. In just a few minutes. Stay with us. Thank you.
Let's go.
You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Welcome back. You take a look at AIC. Just scored upon. We're 10-5. Indiana, the Hoosiers. The Yellow Jackets of AIC here in the Big Easy. Shrine on Airline, Day 2. Collegiate Rugby Championships. John Brooke with Abby Gustitis in black. Kicking off is AIC. Indiana still a man advantage, and a nice break there from Burcham. Marsh tried to put that out wide, but it just didn't quite open up. Reset here on the left-hand side of the field. There's not, well, there we go, a little bit of go forward. Another little kick here. Indiana employing the kick more than other teams probably would. Ball went back, but comes up into the hands of Indiana. That one's going to be a useful one. Yeoman. Ball shown to the outside there. Ball to the outside there. Big run coming from Leffel. He's got 2. Johnny Leffel, 15-5, Indiana.
Great result there for Indiana, as AIC is actually back to their full complement. So 77, they threw in a little kick right to the middle of the pitch. Not necessarily the best tactic, however, the little bobble of the ball from AIC and Indiana end up with it. They sucked in the AIC defense. They had space out wide, and again, an easy trot in for Leffel.
Chevalier. That one is good. Off the post and in. You're at 17-5.
Maybe Mark Cuban, as an Indiana man, is watching, cheering on his squad as they take this lead 2 tries up to AIC.
Chevalier's second conversion for the weekend. He just had 1 yesterday, so hasn't been completely on there. Conversion leader is Barzy for AIC. Ball down to AIC at their own 22. Popped up in the air. Tyler Cathers takes it to ground. Penalty advantage to AIC. Happy to go for a run, however, just 2 minutes gone in this second half. This one to the outside into the hands of Macklin. Macklin cannot get up the head of steam to beat that defense. Big poach coming in. Not releasing AIC. It's going to be Indiana ball. Referee Ciccarella just telling everybody to calm down around that.
Something we've seen Indiana do so well throughout this game, and it is partially why they are up. They are isolating those AIC defenders and getting those poaches. Their transition attack has been really strong. This time they opt for the scrum. We've seen them go quickly. We've seen them set up tap play. They're very well-rounded in these penalty options.
by 12 on their own 22. Owning the space between those two defenders. Good work. Get the ball to Yeoman. Yeoman's got to deal with Fafatai, and he steps by him, and Yeoman is headed for the try zone. And Gabe Yeoman from Osceola, Indiana. A senior touches down.
Well-worked try. I think he wants a sub. What a run he just had. It all started from that scrum. I loved what Noah Brown did inside as the center, held that ball in two hands, and then that little stutter coming from Yeoman, and then he has the wheels to outlast his opponent down that touch side.
Conversion from Chevalier. No good. Just still 2 on the weekend. Leffel will be working his way up the try-scoring ladder, but that one there by that young man. Yeoman scoring. Doesn't get his substitution. Indiana to kick off. Certainly going to take their time about this as we're just under 3 minutes to play in this second half. 22-5. AIC going to need to dig deep here, the Yellow Jackets.
I think AIC need to hold on to this ball. They need to build phases and increase their support. But with great kickoffs like that, Indiana are so dangerous. Those high-hanging restarts, maintaining, getting the ball back for their team.
Bit of a messy ball, gets knocked forward. Talking about those kickoffs and what we saw yesterday on day one in all divisions, Abby, I think you can speak to this, is some teams take that set-piece kickoff very critically. Some teams didn't seem to be that concerned about it, just sort of seeing what would happen with the kickoff. It's such a great place to attack in sevens.
It's where the game has gone. Sevens, the restarts are everything now. The game's continuing to evolve and grow, and those top-level teams, it's all about regaining your restarts. Whoever ends up with the most possession is most likely going to score the most tries and be on top at the end of the game.
You heard it there. Restarts, critical importance. Needs to be one of the things teams practice, but that man, Barzy, glides through the Indiana defense, and Pablo Barzy is going to look to convert his own kick and just says no thank you. They know they have a minute and a half. He was right there, should have taken it.
You have to take that. It takes 8 seconds to just drop kick the ball, but really brilliant individual effort here. Ball in two hands the entire time. He turns the Indiana defense in and out, and no one willing to step up and put a shoulder in. So he gets those 5 points. And agreed, time is running out. However, right in front of the posts, try the conversion.
1 minute to go. Yeoman a bit trapped.
Pinged there for not releasing. So as soon as that Indiana player touches down with his knees, the AIC player has to let go because the referee deemed him holding on. That's that long arm penalty to Indiana. And they're going to look to slow the game down. There's about 30 seconds left, kill the clock, go out with this win.
Let's see Indiana's body language taking their time here. AIC, the same pretty much, knowing that ship has sailed. Will slide down in division, and still in the Premier Cup Championship hunt will be the Hoosiers of Indiana. Indiana. The Hooter sound, referee spots. An infraction there. It's back.
Like you said, we heard the Hooter go, so Indiana now, they can tap the ball, kick it straight out, and they will proceed on into this tournament, still hunting for that championship match.
Indiana kicks that one out. And they will play the winner of our next game, Dartmouth versus Notre Dame College. We're going to bring that to you right after these messages. We're in the Big Easy. Stay with us.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
CRCs, we're in men's round 2. Some big hits from yesterday. Abby Gustitis.
John, there have been some massive collisions across the weekend. We see several here from yesterday, and today there are bound to be tons more as we continue with the action.
A lot of physicality here in the Big Easy, as you see. The big green of Dartmouth, easy to spot. Large letter D on the front of their jerseys, and the blue and gold is going to be Notre Dame College, the Falcons, coached by Jason Fox and Hugh Johnston. Dartmouth coached by Kyle Sumption and Shane Dempsey. Great matchup coming here. Winner of this game will play Indiana in the next round of Premier Rugby play.
Exciting matchup here. Notre Dame College, super strong in this blue. Keep an eye out on Hugh Johnston. And then Dartmouth, always strong. Produced several legends, including Olympic captain Madison Hughes. It's going to be a great matchup here.
First ball down to Dartmouth. Tishev takes that. Big fella stepping from the middle of the field across the 22. Ball gets it jarred away. Winds up in the hands of Herbst. Quick attacking opportunity for Mutuku. Mutuku puts it to the wing, and that ball just slips out of Mushanga's hands.
Mushanga was dangerous yesterday, scoring 2 tries for them. Just ball out in front a little bit. Maybe needs to put both hands up, try and snag that, getting that early possession in this first half.
Dartmouth player there just went on a little venture across the front of his support players and wound up turning that over. Need a little more direct play there. He's going to look at Mike Weir to put this one in. Doylestown Rugby product.
Dartmouth deep in their own half. Be interesting tactic to see what they choose here.
Just not sure Dartmouth has the overall speed to come from inside their 22 against Notre Dame College. They may prove me wrong quite quickly. We shall see, but Dartmouth inside their own 22 looking for an opportunity. That one is to the wing. Speedster for them. Froelich turns that one over. Mutuku on the spot. Jeff Mutuku in the number 4. Brother Mark wearing number 1. Seniors at Notre Dame College. Get back to reset inside their own zone. Find some attacking space. A good attack by Herbst. He's a power player. Brought down by Weir. Mutuku out to the wing. Space opens up, a little attempt, ball was swatted away, yellow card maybe on its way, and it is. We have a Dartmouth player who's gonna spend 2 minutes in the bin.
Intentional knock-on seen by Dartmouth. You cannot put your hand up. It has to be an intentional attempt to catch that ball, and because he only put one hand out, that's gonna be a yellow card every single time. Just inexperience showing there.
Bit of a soccer game breaks out there. Dartmouth kicking it backwards and forwards with Notre Dame College. It's going to come to a scrum here for Dartmouth as you see Malcolm Robinson head off the field.
Both teams playing a little too loose for my liking right now. They need to maintain that ball, set the ruck. They're throwing these 50-50 offloads and no-look passes. That's not going to get them out of their half, especially Dartmouth now playing with just 6 men.
Referee Alexis Alfaro, with Brian Hall and Alex Hedquist, the assistant referees for this one. Dartmouth, 6 players inside their 22. Fairly tight. Weir looking for a runner, finds him around the outside in Froelich. Froelich, good day yesterday. Froelich has to just take that one into contact. Hannon can't get in there quickly enough for NDC, and Dartmouth working the short side of the field, looking for a little bobble ball, slips forward. We're going to come back for the advantage scrum here to NDC.
You can see Jasper Green there just getting a bit animated with his side, saying, come on, guys. Needing that support. He ran, he had a great line, a little half mini line break, but there was no support. However, he needs to just tuck that ball in, set the ruck, buy time for his teammates if they're not there right away.
Just under 4 minutes gone in this first half of action. Tuku moves that one out to the midfield to Hannon. He gets the ball out to Mushanga. Mushanga, we know, is dangerous and well marked by the Dartmouth defense. I'm sure Kyle Sumption, the coach, pointed out Mushanga is somebody to keep an eye on. A little attempted a kick pass over the top, looking for Mark Mutuku. And Mark Mutuku gets it, but spills it forward there. Almost brilliant, winds up being a turnover to Dartmouth. That should be the end of their sin bin period.
I have multiple things to say about the kick option. I'm deciding which one is best. But if you have a person up, unless you're 99% sure you are scoring a try off that kick, maintain possession. Use the one-person overlap. All you have to do is move the ball side to side, maybe 2 or 3 phases before you'll find gaps with only 6 people defending.
It's one of those things, if it worked out, he'd be brilliant, but now he's going to have to listen to Jason Fox, probably relaying the exact same message you did, made him better to stay ball in hand while you have the player advantage, but Dartmouth should be back to their full complement. We haven't seen the player, or indeed out there, a little wraparound on their own zone. Clear runner out there. He's got a couple of defenders to beat. He's not going to get by. It was slipped by Mushanga, taken down by 2 NDC defenders. On their feet quickly. They've got some space out wide. That's a little bit of a looper. Gives the defense some time to set. Ball back to Meyer. Hear them yelling Rhino. Means they're just going to take that into contact and reset it. They've got some room on this side. Nice vision there from Jasper Green. Jasper Green, can he get downfield? He's at the 22. Good movement there. Malcolm Robinson, this is a tense one here. We're almost at 6 minutes. No scores yet on the prowl. One of the first times inside the Notre Dame College zone, frankly. There's a patient Dartmouth team, and they have a penalty.
Very impressed by this Dartmouth side the last minute. As soon as they found that full complement, it is side-to-side rugby, and they have moved from just 10 meters outside their own try line to 10 meters from their opponents, and it is team effort all the way. A well-worked set piece from the scrum, and now just some great team effort and continuity showing.
Back across field, trying to draw this defense. Nice break up the middle. That's Chuidian. Headed right through, and at Dartmouth is going to get our first points. Where? First points of this game. Jamie Chuidian from the Philippines touches down for the Big Green. 5-0, almost the end of the half.
Taking a look here, for me, that started from the set piece all the way back, side-to-side rugby, but see how long those passes are. That is a skill that not many people have. They're throwing 15 to 20-meter passes, and that is going to stretch that Notre Dame College defense. And then it's just a little step, and he is in under the sticks to open up this match. Finally, some points on the board.
And that's the end of our half. After spending the whole time in the Dartmouth zone, Dartmouth ends up 7-0 off a good break. We're going to bring you second half action right after this.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
For all your rugby needs, visit usa.rhinorugby.com for custom teamwear, apparel, balls, and innovative field and training equipment. Rhino Rugby, the best in the business. We're back for second half action at the Shrine on Airline. Dartmouth took the lead 7-0 at the end of the first half. Mike Weir, a key player there to kick off. And Notre Dame College, the Falcons, are looking to come back. Interesting first half, late change of favor there, Abby Gustitis.
John, it was a back and forth match with Notre Dame having most of the possession. Dartmouth getting that late try. I think they finally found their form, and I expect them to build on that momentum as they get that early turnover just now.
Penalty against Notre Dame College. Dartmouth, Weir, field general for this team, is going to put it to the corner, take away a little time off the clock, as well as give his team a great attacking position in there. It's just that Dartmouth methodical game against the Notre Dame College with just some great breakout players.
They are an Ivy League school, so we know they have the smarts, and now showing it on the field as well. Great attacking platform here, the line out, because Notre Dame is 10 additional meters back.
Yep, line out, a little bit of a miscue there. Penalty against Dartmouth this time. Bit of a mistake. We'll see what the Falcons decide to do here.
A little bit of an overthrow in that line out. Maybe a miscommunication between thrower and jumper. Notre Dame probably kicking here to get out of their own 22 and have their shot at a line out.
Line out here inside their own half, but attacking opportunity for the Falcons. We're the U20 All-American you saw there. Notre Dame comes down with their own ball. Across field they come. Little bobble. They go to the boot. Interesting tactic there. The ball rolls in a touch, and it's going to be Dartmouth ball this time.
Assistant ref right there with the flag up. He's saying that that ball must have touched in and then bounced out. That's going to be Dartmouth ball there. Had it gone straight out, it would have gone all the way back to where they kicked.
Clean ball that time for Weir, the U20 All-American, puts that one out in the middle of the field. Jasper Green, everybody going for those fancy-looking passes, not always hitting their target. Replacement on the field, Abraham Kamara right there. Kamara gets a bouncing ball from Weir. He was trying to pass it, went on the ground. Kamara hands off a second one. Great evasive work there to keep it alive. Across the field they come. They've got a little bit of a territory on the outside. Get the ball there. Did it go forward? It did not. Going to keep running, and that's the try scorer, but he is held that time. Is Chuidian.
Dartmouth will be frustrated with that result. Going into touch is such inexperience showing. You need to cut back in, especially when you're going up against someone that has that physicality over you. Cutting back in, making sure you can secure that ruck, because anytime you go into touch, you're simply turning that ball over to your opposition.
Seems to be a Dartmouth player, just needs a little attention here is Weir.
No one quite getting the motion going here in this second half. Few errors creeping in again. Notre Dame still 0 points on the board. I believe it will be their line out in their own half. I hope that they keep the ball, maintain possession, just work the phases, build some momentum, and get down the field.
It's just a contact change here. Mike Weir wants to be able to see properly. Some hair on these boys meeting the New Orleans humidity this morning.
It's still early in the morning there. However, it is warm. That always plays a factor as we get into the final quarter of this match. Fatigue starts to set in. We see a few more errors. However, it is all to play for. 7 points is nothing in the game of sevens.
Clean from the Falcons, inside their own 22. Mushanga looking for the corner on his own. Mushanga isn't going to be able to do it on his own. Runs into two defenders there and ripped away by Jasper Green. When it's needed, Jasper Green puts his hand up, makes a big physical play. Weir, the playmaker, chips that one through, taken out. We're going to see a card here without a doubt. We'll see where the penalty is going to come. Notre Dame player off the field. Big moment there, silly error.
Matt Johnston, he knows what he did. He changed his running line. You can see he makes for the exact line that Mike Weir was running, and because that wasn't his initial line and he turns, he bumps his shoulder, that's a card every time. And it's Dartmouth ball, a huge 2 minutes, a power play here, 7 versus 6.
Weir, contact and a bloody nose. Pretty physical player as a playmaker in fly half in their 15s team. Physical there as well. Saw him play for the Northeast in the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Championships down in Houston a few months ago. Critical part of that team as well, and he breaks off the left-hand side by himself. Just saw that gap was open and took it, and Weir slides in for a try. Mike Weir, 5 points. Dartmouth looking strong.
The result Dartmouth would have wanted off that scrum. You pull in so many players. You're condensing 8 players from the pitch, and especially when you have that player overlap. You see the Dartmouth fans there, super exciting as well. So Notre Dame chose not to put a scrum half there, so they're not marking that short side channel. A little inexperience again, because scrum halves are some of the smartest on the pitch. They know they have that short side channel, and Dartmouth fans are pleased as they go up 12-0.
Just the awareness of Weir. You never saw his body language. You never saw motion. You saw his eyes glance towards that open side, but he knew it was there. Went and took it, converts his own. It's 14-0. Dartmouth over Notre Dame College. Just over 2 minutes to play. Hill getting a little higher for the Falcons to climb.
Huge conversion, really impressive from the touch line, converting his own try. And that's the damage when a yellow card comes into play. You have that overlap, and now they still have a man in the sin bin for Notre Dame. Oh, just as I say that, you see Johnston
right back out.
Charge right onto the field. So we are back to the full complement of 7. However, is it too little, too late? It is 7s. Anything can happen, but Dartmouth are looking strong.
Ball rolls in touch. Be a line out here for the Falcons. That will certainly make Dartmouth happy. I don't know if it was intentional from Weir, but that just buys them some time there.
It's a great option to pin your opposition down in their own half. First, they have to get the line out right. Then they have to go 80 meters to get to the try zone.
Dartmouth takes that one away. Ball's into the middle of the field. Nice pass. Straight through goes Jasper Green. He's at the 22. Keeps alive, looking for somebody to get it to. Gets it to Locasio. Locasio on an angled run. That ball, the whistle goes. The referee whistles us for the end of our game, and Dartmouth moves on to play Indiana in the premier round next game. What a matchup there. We're going to be right back with Mount St. Mary's versus Cal Maritime. Stick with us. We'll be here.
Playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Trusted by sports therapists, Wintergreen products help you prepare to win before, during, and after performance. Visit wintergreensport.com to perform at your best. Welcome back to NOLA, the Big Easy. It is the Collegiate Rugby Championships May Madness Sevens here at the Shrine on Airline. John Broker, I'm joined by rugby analyst Brianna Kim for the next couple of games. Right now we have Mount St. Mary's, and they're going to take on Cal Maritime. The Keel Haulers, winner of this, will play the winner of the next game, Iona versus West Point. Great rugby action here. Brianna, day two heating up already.
Central Region semifinal. Mount St. Mary's, of course, the #1 in the Central Region. They beat 8 seed Westchester yesterday, 19-5. And then you have 4 seed in Central, Cal Maritime. They beat the 5 seed Minnesota, 24-12. Both teams clearly proving they can put tries up on the board, and we will see what a physical battle we have
Referee
today.
Cisco Lopez getting it started. Pablo Garibay and Mike Lawrenson, his assistants. Well experienced and vaunted referee is Cisco Lopez. Advantage quickly to Mount St. Mary's. Mount St. Mary's on the move. Shamar Lewis brings it out wide. They've got 4 players in there. Van Street is still in. He went off with a little injury yesterday, and he is a key player. Lots of fun to watch as well for the Mountaineers. Ball in hand right now. Keel Haulers at their own 22. Coached by Steve Hyatt, the Keel Haulers, with Edward Roberts and Dave Bucky. Big step back in from Cornelius Nagby. Nagby is just about 8 meters out. Damon James comes in after that one. hockey fight breaks out. Player with a jersey pulled up over his head there. Gonna come back, we're gonna have a scrum here, according to referee Lopez. Uses a spot with that new dye job there.
And Mount St. Mary's doing a good job of stretching the field, clearly calm and composed, coached by Tyler Miles, and his dad, of course, Jay Miles, is the director of rugby. But Cal Maritime being very aggressive in defense. They're disappointed they're not getting that turnover there, but they are being very physical in the breakdown, as we just saw. Expect them to do that the rest of the game.
Mount St. Mary's gets the ball in. Cleland was a key player yesterday for this team. Played for Doylestown, as did the fly half Mike Weir for Dartmouth in the game we just watched. Lots of great players out of the program here this weekend. Keep an eye on them. First try of the game coming from Mount St. Mary's. Cornelius Nagby, the junior from Dover, Delaware. Great outside try. Good teamwork to open up that space for him.
And that all came from the scrum here. Was able to get that ball out pretty cleanly, and all they had to do, I like this point here, you can see the Mount St. Mary's player drags his defense, takes a step in, which allows the defense to pause, and then Nagby still has to do a little bit of work on the outside, but really understanding the strengths of each player in this squad, and that's why they're up right now.
Nagby went to high school at Our Lady of Good Counsel. Played his rugby there. Now playing with Mount St. Mary's, the Mountaineers up 5-0 over the Keel Haulers to play Iona or Army. And next game, that a little bobbler from the Keel Haulers. Switch back in, working across by former Eagle Steve Hyatt. He knows his rugby very well. Wonderful human being as well. Side is closing down for the Keel Haulers. Ball held in, didn't go forward according to referee Lopez. Good little duck in and out for Savinta. Savinta looking at the line, and the Keel Haulers are gonna tie it up through Andrew Savinta.
And Savinta with that bright neon green cap really just taking the extra energy and mustering through. As you can see, he's just waiting on the outside here for teammate Jenkins to give him that offload, really just dancing next to the sideline. Has to do a lot of work to get through and score. Valiant effort by Mount St. Mary's.
Savinta, the senior from Arcata High School, Arcata, California. That kick is good. The Keel Haulers take the lead here. Just under 4 minutes gone in this first half. Mount St. Mary's to receive this one.
And the coaching staff of Cal Maritime, you know, Coach Hyatt, Roberts, and Bucky, they've been there for such a long time, and then you contrast that with Mount St. Mary's. You know, Tyler Miles played fly half for Old Glory a few years ago. He's obviously got a very attacking mindset in front of him as we see them start to break.
Mount St. Mary's big break there from Damon James. Defender was just sliding out to the outside. He saw that gap open up. He got through it, and the big man is able to head his way all the way down the field, rumbling down. Damon James, a junior from Boiling Springs High School, touches down, and little celebration after.
And you see teammate Gavin Murray hyping him up. He is ready to play. Look, he's just got lots of space out here, and he knows exactly what he's doing. He is very decisive with this ball. He knows he's going to take this run. He's got a lot of size on him. He's also a Disney AAU Gold All-American wrestler. Physical guy who's also spent some time in the Old Glory U23 Academy, was also nominated for the top 100 D1 players. This guy means business.
Wow, impressive a resume for this young man. Cleland gets us underway, 12-7. Mount St. Mary's lead changes on the offing here at Keel Haulers. Ball gets knocked by one of the Mount St. Mary's players there. Maybe a yellow card. And indeed it is. Mount St. Mary's will be down to 6 for a couple minutes. Just an intentional knock on there. Unallowed in this sport of sevens.
Cal Maritime is going to want to take advantage of this. Now, if you are on the Mount St. Mary's team, you need to be lockstep with each other in the defensive line. You need to be tight and compressed and just be disciplined. Really kill these 2 minutes before you're back to full strength.
Keel haulers waste no time taking that ball upfield. Player to the ground, not held. He's going to get back up, looking for their offload. Finally finds one. A lot of ill-advised offloads this weekend from a lot of these teams. Going for fancy as opposed to effective. Little switch back in, gets into the hand of Nate Bond. Spilled forward. Mount St. Mary's has a hold of it. Across the 22 they go. Just have to push that ball away. They're down to 6. Comes up to a keel hauler. He just whips it out, but he's got a player there. And Andrew Savinta, man on the spot, is going to get his second. Another lead change possible here. What a game we have in our hands, Rihanna.
And just what you were talking about earlier, John, sometimes we just need to take the ball and settle it. A great turnover here by Mount St. Mary's, and then not being able to clean it up in the breakdown and just set a nice platform creates a ball skirting loose, and then Cal Maritime able to take advantage and Savinta go in for the try. Certainly not what Mount St. Mary's had in mind there. They did a great job on defense of turning that ball over. And so, you know, as you're saying, maybe we want to take more phases in. I know, you know, players typically don't really like to set for that breakdown. They want to play that kind of exciting highlight reel, you know, open phase play. But sometimes you just need to settle it down and get composed, especially when you're trying to kill time before your man comes back on.
Ball tied up at 12. Ball dribbled forward. Is it going to make 10? Mount St. Mary's. Mount St. Mary's gets it to the outside. A little show to the outside. Coming back across. Nagby. Then to the try zone already in this one. They get it out wide. Axel Arias. Switch back in. Good movement here from the Mountaineers. Coming across as Arias, gets it back to Vanstry. Errant pass. Vanstry's going to have to reset. Vanstry taken down, has a few defenders with him. Keep that one alive. A couple of players thought it might have gone forward. Vanstry still at 6 players. Turning that one over, just letting it go as the Mountaineers. Bit of a strange play. Mountaineers, time done in this first half. Opportunity to take the lead before they go in, and they will be happy to. Savinta, the danger man, doesn't get that one. It's taken in by Jonah Wolf. Jonah Wolf shows a little inside pass, takes it on his own, and Jonah Wolf, the senior from Sacramento, gets 5 points and another lead change for the keel haulers.
And here we see Cal Maritime just taking advantage of turnover ball. Right now, I think Mount St. Mary's just not able to adjust tactically since their man went off. You notice that even with 6 players, they were trying to play wide, expansive ball. Sometimes that works, but sometimes you need to adjust and maybe just take it in for a few more phases, or at least take a step in, knowing that you have an extra man on defense that you are going up against, something that hopefully they will be able to do in the next half.
And that's the end of our first half. We're going to bring you second half action of this exciting matchup right after this.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Rugby Foundation's mission is to grow the game of rugby in America by providing grants to support youth development, health and safety, coaching, refereeing, and pathways to future excellence. To show your support, visit usrugbyfoundation.org and don't forget to donate. Welcome back to the second half here. Game number 3, Mount St. Mary's taking on Cal Maritime. The Keel Haulers taking a late lead, taking advantage of a one-player-up power play situation. John Broker, Brianna Kim. Mount St. Mary's has to string together a few good phases in the second half.
They can't have much time left on the yellow card, so they'll be looking to get back to full strength. But again, Cal Maritime just taking advantage of the unforced errors by Mount St. Mary's. They will want to clean it up here in this first opportunity.
Big pressure down their own end. Mount St. Mary's having to fight from their own 5-meter line. Keel Haulers know that this is an important passage of play. Vanstry has the ball. Vanstry looking to leg it out. Vanstry has a player to beat. He's going to try to sneak by him. Heads to the ground, goes in a touch. A little mistake there from Vanstry. It's going to be Keel Haulers' ball. But penalty against the Keel Haulers. Getting the back 10. Vanstry has a hold of it. Didn't see what that was for. Wide pass out. Nagby looking to get around the corner. Has to just whip that one back in. Interesting tactic of just diving to the ground there for Mount St. Mary's. Mountaineers. Vanstry, is that hole going to open up for him? Sorry, not Vanstry, Nagby. That hole just opens up for him, no problem. And that junior from Our Lady of Good Counsel, the computer science major, touches down another try. It's all tied up again.
And that's the second one for Nagby. And at first, I didn't think he saw that hole right next to the ruck. Looked like he was going to spin it out. But again, he keeps it inbounds. That's the first of his efforts in this play. And then as they decide to take it in, rightfully so, Nagby spots that the Maritime defender is too busy looking out wide, decides to take that hole himself. Good ID from him. It looks like Mount St. Mary's is back to full strength now. 7 on the pitch. Should be enjoying the momentum they have right now.
They certainly will be. They're up by 2. 2 minutes gone in this second half. Mount St. Mary's, good work there. Cleland puts that one up, takes a look at it, but that coach killer. Great play to score a try and then not getting the kickoff 10, giving the opportunity back to the Keel Haulers, and they will be happy to take it.
Looked very close there, and we got a good shot of Cleland just really eyeing to see if it went 10, but now Cal Maritime has a great opportunity in front of them. We'll see what they can do on this possession. Haven't really seen much of their attack as they've really taken advantage of errors, as we said, from Mount St. Mary's in the first half.
Good pressure defense, Keel Haulers. Going errant, passing behind, are able to fire the way up. There's the multiple try scorer, Savinta. Mount St. Mary's trying to dig that one away. Referee Lopez happy with what's going on at that breakdown. Nice step away from Jenkins. Jenkins towards the line. We have another lead change, folks. And that is Jacob Jenkins, the senior from Vallejo, California.
And Jenkins just backing himself here. Ball gets spilled. At first, it looks like Mount St. Mary's might have turned that ball over, but Cal Maritime able to clean it up. And what Jenkins does well is he sees the Mount St. Mary's defender, cheats over, sees there's no one on the short side. That's a mark of experience. He's an NCR All-American this year. He's had plenty of NSCRO accolades in the last few years as well. Someone who you want leading your team to get to that next knockout stage.
Kick is good, 26-19. The Keel Haulers over Mount St. Mary's. Move on in this game. This is an exciting one. It is everything to play for. Playing the winner of Iona Army, of course. The game after this, the winner will do. Here's Mount St. Mary's inside their own 22. Keel Haulers looking to ramp up this defensive pressure. Savinta putting the pressure on. Ball comes down. Winds up in the Keel Haulers' hands, but knocked forward. It's going to be scrum here for Mount St. Mary's. 3 minutes to go. Bit of work to do here for the Mountaineers inside their own zone. they certainly have the speed to do it if they can get the ball out there.
Yeah, Mount St. Mary's getting a bit lucky there. Their handling looks to be a little bit off. A lot of these passes, instead of going across the horizontal, they're taking a nice kind of arc up and then down, which loses a lot of speed on the pass, which makes it easier for the defense to shift. So here they're going to want to clean it up. Maybe if they don't think the passes can get there, maybe their receivers need to take a step in, or maybe they just need to take a deep breath and reset themselves.
Good advice from Brianna Kim. Will they take it? Cleland digging that one out. They come across, looking to the wing. Good held pass to get the ball out with some speed, but Savinta scoring tries, saving tries, taking people in a touch. What work from that young man.
And that was Gavin Schisler tackled out of bounds there. And Savinta, you are seeing a lot of work from this man on the field. But unfortunately, again, we've talked about this coach killer all weekend. You cannot get tackled out of bounds. In sevens, possession is everything, and you immediately turn that over. That is not what you want. It's 90 seconds.
Nice break here from Keel Haulers. They are gaining in confidence as well as this game goes on. Replacement in there, that's Josh Bates. Bates hands the ball off to a big unit, Jerry McLarnon. McLarnon is going to take 3 defenders with him. They try to work him into touch, but can't happen. Keel Haulers, just over a minute to go, a shooting defender comes out of line, able to evade them. Handoff there. Big wrestle for the ball. Jacob Jenkins, he's going to get in for a second, and Jacob Jenkins may have just sealed it for the Keel Haulers to move on to the next round. Steve Hyatt must be very pleased.
And we'll take a look here, shooting defense from Mount St. Mary's, and you see yet again another shooter. He steps on his inside shoulder, which allows for Jenkins to take that step out and shake off that tackle. Certainly momentum has shifted in their favor after getting possession back from getting tackling out of bounds.
Jonah Wolf takes the time, gets that one over.
And now in these last 30 seconds, you're up by 12. When you're doing this restart, you need to make sure it is perfect. You do not want to give Mount St. Mary's a free kick at the 50. Either boot it deep and pin Mount St. Mary's back in their own half and make them make a mistake, or do a nice high and 10 to recover that ball.
Back to the 22, Mount St. Mary's. The horn has gone for the end of the game. They'll be moving down and back of the Keel Haulers. Moving up. Are continuing on in Premier. Cleland, ball in behind them there. Pouncing on it are the Keel Haulers. Mount St. Mary's want to finish this game strong inside their 22. A little disjointed. But away they come. Ball back in to Chris Cleland. Cleland is going to come across the 22. Keel Hauler defender, no need to work that hard when you move out to the next Premier round. However, still chases them down. Cleland gets across the try line, narrows the score, and we are not going to have another kickoff. This should be the final kick of this game. Coming up next is going to be Iona versus Army. The winner of that will play the winner of this one. We'll play the Keel Haulers from Cal Maritime in the next round. That is it for our game. You see Cleland needing to be picked up. We're going to come back with an Iona Army game in just a second. Stay with us.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Hello. Yeah. I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome back to the Shrine on Airline. What an exciting matchup we just had. John Broker with Brianna Kim. This is going to be Army West Point versus the Gales of Iona. Big game coming up. The winner of this plays the keel holders of Cal Maritime. This should be a fun one. These teams know each other well.
They will take on Cal Maritime in the Elite Eight in the Central Final as we progress through the knockout rounds of this men's premier tournament. 3-seed Iona eked out a close one versus 6-seed Iowa CCC yesterday, 29-26, and 2-seed Army beat 7-seed Air Force in a battle of the military academies, 34-7.
Iona, great team. The Gales and building. As I said, these teams are both from a relatively close area, played in the same leagues for a long time, know each other quite well. We get a look at Viliami Hapoy there, key player, high school All-American, now playing in New Rochelle, the city of Huguenots, Brianna, in just outside of New York City.
And on the other side for Army, make sure you keep an eye on number 2, Patrick Oglesby. He had 2 tries yesterday, 3 tackles, and really led the team in their victory.
West Point gets us underway. Good high-hanging kick, Coach Matt Sherman. Really well drilled his team, and here comes Iona. Viliami Hapoy to Buckley. Move it to the corner. Looking to string the phases together quickly. Coached by Andrew Britt is this Iona team. Viliami Hapoy, a good stepper. Hapoy switches that one back in. Buckley coming across field. Ball back, gets it to Husher, Bobby Husher. Pass creeps just forward from the Durham, Connecticut native.
And Army there just playing very calm, patient defense. They did a good job of identifying when to try and engage in the breakdown and when to stay out and spread their defensive line. And they're looking very calm and composed, just waiting for Iona to make a mistake, and now they get possession.
Shot of Husher, try scored yesterday. Son of New Haven rugby legend Bob Husher. The Crushers, as they call them.
And Army will just take their time here, setting up some sort of set move, looking to quick tap here.
Army West Point, good first real possession of the ball here. Iona defense shooting up, trying to put some pressure. They know this team can be dangerous. Connor Fay gets in between a couple defenders. Support arrives quickly. Cross field comes Army, outside defender trying to hold this down. Has done a good job. Gerald Lanning for Iona wearing the number 13. Got a room outside here. Sweeper coming across. Work to do for this Iona defense. Dominic Tianga puts that one out, and Connor Fay is going to head towards the try zone. He's got one to beat. Connor Fay is going to touch down for Army West Point, and the junior from Westport, Connecticut, gets the first points of this one. 5-0 Army over Iona.
Coach Matt Sherman will be very pleased. Of course, we are just seeing the end of that play. Tianga giving his teammate Faye the ball, but it was really end-to-end, sideline to sideline stuff for Army, just knowing when the Iona defense is shooting up versus staying back and just being very faithful in their handling, just really crisp passes. Great try from their team.
That one is good, 7-0. Iona opportunity to respond over this kickoff, but very well contested restart from Army West Point just before. His team know where he's going to put this ball. Haley. Players seem to be just a touch in front of him. The referee for this one, Ian Seaton, joined by Pierce Mara. Gray. Contest coming for the ball. Husher moves to Hapoy. Hapoy to Buckley. Giorgio. Sorry, that was Antonelli out in the middle of the field. This is DeGiorgio. Giorgio using some strength, giving his team time to get there. Buckley, older brother, plays for Rugby New York. Husher pushes it across field. Good here, Gerald Lanning. Lanning gets to Connor Byrne. Midfield to Hapoy. Hapoy, no stranger to that midfield. Great footwork, gets it to Buckley on a good line. Buckley, 5 meters out, trying to get in there. Did that West Point player release. Has not, penalty. Little over eager. One of these West Point players. Opportunity here for Iona. This is going to be a strong defense. They're going to have to play this smart. So they put that one into DeGiorgio. He hit a good line between there. And that one's going to be no problem for Anthony. Antonelli is going to touch it down. The junior from Warwick, Rhode Island.
And for me, the guy pulling the strings behind that play was Hapoy. You see him right here, but actually did a really good job setting it up just before, able to create some sort of gaps in the Army defense that have been very strong just for the last 4 minutes or so. But phase after phase, they're going to wear them. You're going to wear them down if you can start to maneuver them, start to manipulate them as they do here.
Ball pushed to the left there, so 7-5, 5 minutes gone in this first half. Army leads Iona.
It's interesting, John, you look at their game yesterday for Iona College. 5 tries scored, but it was spread out across the board. And as you watch their attack, they were trying to go width to width, maybe having advantage in speed last game. Army's not going to give them that easy out, so they've got to find other ways to do that. And Hapoy leading by example, trying to probe the defense and create those gaps for his teammates.
Power coming from Army. Penalty against Iona, or penalty against West Point, sorry, saw that the wrong way. So inside the 22, another opportunity. Hapoy again, just holds that ball, gets it to Husher. Husher gonna be a senior, his younger brother Jack will be a freshman at Iona next year. Lots of families, the Buckleys, the Hushers. Iona, a destination for a lot of good rugby families these days. Penalty this time against the Gales. Black Knights will have an opportunity as they come across the 22, wasting no time. Outside pass, inside pass. I thought that ball got pulled back by Buckley, but he is going to get a yellow card. Trouble here for the Gales. 2 minutes with a player off the field.
Yeah, referee doesn't see it the same way you do, John. And Haley here just looking for that inside ball to his teammate. There's surely a gap there. And if you're Army, you're happy with this momentum and seeing what kind of possession you can take with this 1-man advantage.
Again, winner of this plays the Keel Haulers in that round of 8. Room on the outside for Army, well disciplined, well drilled. Nobody back there. Dominic Tianga headed towards the line, and Tianga, the sophomore from Florida, was a US U18, and Tianga at the whistle is going to touch down another 5 points. Army puts it to 12, kick to come.
And that's exactly how Army wants to finish the half, with that momentum. As you can see here after the quick tap, a little bit of misdirection with a dummy runner, and then just sets Tianga free. Tianga even had one more teammate outside of him. Looked like there was one more, but he did not need the help. And Iona just trying to find some answers in their defense here.
That's halftime. 14-5, Army leads Iona. We'll be back with second half action in just a second.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Endicott College, located in Beverly, Massachusetts, offers undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs designed to help you attain your goals. Visit endicott.edu to learn more. Welcome back to May Madness Sevens 2022 here at the Shrine on Airline. 14-5. Army leads Iona. The Gales some work to do here. Exciting game. Both teams are ready to run. Viliami Hapoi to get us going here. 23 for Iona. Ian Seaton, the referee, whistles the game started. John Broker with Brianna Kim and a mistake right off the kickoff from Hapoi. And this dangerous, disciplined Army team opportunity to attack here right away.
Yeah, not the way Iona wanted to start. Perhaps Hapoi was looking for a high and 10 to his teammate, but wasn't able to strike it correctly, and now they find themselves sitting for another 60 to 90 seconds, a man down.
Buckley, the influential player in the bin. Big hit from Iona. They need that. The ball went forward. The referee, Seaton, going to bring us back. Good for Iona, allowed to kill a little bit of time here.
Army will have the scrum to Iona.
Looked like there were some miscues on that set move for Army. Trying to work out, you know, it never goes the same way as it does in practice. Again, this is only the second game for these teams this weekend, still trying out new things in the face of new competition.
Husher, the mid-state high school product from Connecticut, puts that one in, illegally taken by Army West Point. Some illegal moves at that scrum. So we're going to have a penalty for Iona. Ball to Hapoi. Hapoi, there's a gap if he can find it. Wraps around his player. No obstruction according to the referee. Unloads that one. That's Lanning. Lanning gets hauled down by an Army defender. Penalty against not releasing right inside the zone. Good defensive pressure. Good scramble defense from Army.
Yeah, and that was a quick whistle by that ref there. Army painting the exact picture that the ref wanted to see. Unfortunate for Iona, as that dummy runner allowed for Hapoi to break through. Army getting the benefits there, and now they're going to look to open up a gap here. It's a nice offload. Unfortunately, doesn't go to the right hands, goes to the other team.
Taken away by Iona. Buckley moves it back crossfield to Hapoi, the danger man. Husher hit in the midfield. They've got another player out wide if they can get it there. DiGiorgio just launches it over Need some magic here, and here is where it starts for Iona. That gap opens up. Too many people looking the other direction. Connor Byrne gets it to 10 for the Gales. 4 points in it right under the post. 4 minutes to go. Excitement.
Yeah, and it all starts from this turnover here with Army. Trying to do too many offloads. Gets in the hands of Brendan Buckley. And then you see, Iona knows they have one more player out there. This volleyball lob to the last player. Army maybe thinking he was going to go try and turn the corner, but Connor Byrne says, no thanks, I'll take it up the middle and get those extra 2 points from my
Buckley,
team.
a Xavier High School product there, getting that started. Just good presence of mind there to move that ball away.
Just like that, momentum was all in Army's favor. And now a few minutes into the second half, we've got a close match. Unfortunately, a very dangerous kickoff receipt here. And now there's a yellow card.
An Army player is going to take a seat for just a bit.
It's on number 8, Benjamin Kelly.
Opportunity here for Iona with one extra player. Offload there, gets into the hands of Lanning. Lanning gets it back in. Gonna have to recycle, still driving forward, get the ball down. Hapoy, there was some space open for him and his footwork, but he gets it out to Lanning. Lanning now at the try-zone. Lead change imminent. Should they hold on this ball? Power from Hapoy, and Viliami Hapoy puts Iona over the line, and the Gales take the lead. 3 minutes to go in this second half. Army down a player. Big moment for these men from New Rochelle.
John, huge momentum shift here as Iona is knocking on the doors, and then the leader of them all, Hapoy, says, I am going to come barreling through and get those points. What a tale of two halves we have. Thinking, starting the second half, that Army was feeling pretty good, and now they are a man down. Iona taking full advantage of this.
Hapoy, the danger man there. Iona, this is just a very big game for teams like Iona as well. Army has set the standard for rugby in the Northeast for so many years. Such a great, classy program. Other programs building and building. Iona beat them in 15s a few years ago, so it's always a big moment to play against Army for these teams.
Absolutely.
Iona, just a little extra added impetus there. Army, of course, legendary team, legendary alumni to this program. They have the goods to make this happen, the discipline, the fitness, wrap around. Army looking to take that lead back, put in a long one, a little pass back in. Good work, ball is in Connor Fay's hands. Coach Sherman looking on with intent as his team seeking to change that lead once again. We're just over a minute to play. These tackles have to go to ground. That offload comes in. Max Sackett puts it into the hands of Dutoy. Dutoy to the 40. It's knocked back by an Iona player. Just over a minute to go. Iona needs to be secure with this ball. Get the ball down to Reedy. Reedy gets the ball away. Dangerous passer to Lanning, but can Lanning get through this? Lanning can get that ball up in the air, and that's Cam DeGiorgio. DeGiorgio across the line, and Cam DeGiorgio for the Iona Gales extends the lead under a minute to play.
Outstanding stuff from Iona, and that all came from their defensive stand. Here we say they've already turned it over. A little offload that goes right underneath the Army's arm, and just constant support for DiGiorgio to take it home. But that all started from the defense in their own end. They did such a good job of making and sticking to all of their tackles, even though Army was trying to play such wide ball, and they just stayed calm and composed until Army made a mistake. Forward pass, Iona takes the ball and stretches the field, and now they are up 22-14.
Still time for the kick. More than a converted try ahead are the Iona Gales. They would move on to play the keel haulers of Cal Maritime. There's the whistle. Iona just wants to avoid any silly mistakes here. Shooters coming up. Army staying alive through it. Delay. Haven't seen much of Delay this game. Taking the outside across to Giorgio. Big breakaway. Army to put a late one in here. May not make a difference. But that is Coy Nelligan touches that one down. 5 points there for Army.
Yeah, and with the conversion, likely we'll see that through. That scoreline is going to be very fitting for this game, John. Back and forth between these two competitive teams. Momentum changes from the first half in Army and the second half to Iona. And unfortunately, that last try by Coy Nelligan just isn't enough. Iona able to really finish it through, and it will be Iona through to the Central Final.
And you can hear the excitement as Iona overcomes Army West Point. Big moment for them. They're going to play at Cal Maritime in that round of 8. Coming up next is Kutztown, Iona State. Stay tuned for that one.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Let's go! You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
Welcome back. May Madness 7s. The CRC continues here on the Rugby Network from New Orleans. Dan Power to you alongside former USA Eagle James Patterson. JP, day 2, the attrition begins. How do you recover? How'd you sleep last night? Were you thinking of things that you did wrong? Are you lucky to be alive, or is it all positive? We've got this. We're going to win the whole shebang-a-bang.
I think it's kind of unique. How many sevens tournaments do you play one game on the first day?
This one, James. CRC.
Obviously, CRC. So usually you're coming off 2 games. It's really difficult, although they're going to be very fresh. And as we know, this single elimination format, every game is your final. And this should be a cracker with Kutztown putting on a very good performance yesterday. 5 tries.
We are underway here. Kutztown kicking off. Iowa State, the Cyclones will receive. They cannot handle the kickoff as it spills backwards. The Bears will have the first use of this ball. Kuwait Goes wide, picks up one of his stronger runners there, and Buckman, didn't see a lot of him yesterday, but now take a look at Buckman. His first touch in this one is an absolute golden one. 5 points on the board for the Bears. What a way to start your Sunday morning, James Patterson.
Couldn't ask for a better start. Yesterday, they were so powerful through contact. And you're going to see that again today. They've got this strong, upright running style in the sevens. You've got an option. Do you go for the legs and wrap up the ball? Because these guys are great at offloading. And they're picking up right where they left off yesterday. 5 tries again. And there's some players to watch. Mate Kvirikashvili, he scored 3 tries in the game yesterday. He's going to be a big player to watch. It's Buckman on the board early on.
Early on, look at the Iowa State Cyclones fan. And the flag flies high still. They need a bit of Ted Lasso, believe, strapped across that one here after that start. 7 points to 0. Kutztown up. Now scoreboard the wrong way around there. Iowa State fans, sorry if you're just tuning in. You're actually losing 7 points to 0. But you've got the ball now with a chance to even the score up. Here we go. The Cyclones from inside their own half. It'll start with Collins as he moves it wide. No clear release at the breakdown there. Yeah, Kvirikashvili, 3 tries yesterday against Maryland, James. Impressive performance from him. He'll look to continue that. That one may have drifted forward. Play on. As now the Cyclones look this one wide. Player down. I don't think he was aware that one of his players was down. There was a big space in between support and ball, and it lands into the waiting arms. Thurtell, Cameron Thurtell. He got a try yesterday as well. Adds another to his tally. And you can see just one player gets hurt here, and it makes all the difference.
I think he was expecting him to be up on the line, and no one there. Anyway, good support play on defence, and I mean, they're very impressive, this Kutztown time. We talked about them coming into the tournament as being one of these forces, and it's hard because you go through pool play and sometimes you get slight mismatches. Who impressed you the most yesterday?
Just the games that I did, I'd have to say Kutztown actually impressed me quite a bit. The Bears, they look good. Kvirikashvili, he's a gamer. He can run, he can move. Obviously, your powerhouses. I was a little shocked at that last result, Iona Army. I thought Army looked good yesterday, fit, riding that wave of momentum, James, but not enough to get them through. And Iona, just quietly, up-and-coming program. They've done really well. St. Bonnie's, I really like Tui Osborne's team up there.
They look great.
This day could be a little bit of a dark horse as well. They're built well for sevens. So, what about you? What are you thinking?
I think Bonnie looked good yesterday. Iona, they were impressive, yeah, but I thought there was an upset this morning. I thought Army had more than enough to get it done.
Here we go, Cyclones fans. Iowa State with a little bit of space down the middle of the field. Defense is coming across. Does well to corral him just outside his 22 and brings him down as Collins moves his ball to his left. Picks up Huffman. Huffman now brings it down. And Huffman comes in, secures after his pass on that breakdown, straight off the feet against Kutztown. Again, just small little handling errors starting to creep in, trying to work out the lactic acid, not only mentally, but physically as well. It's tough first thing in the morning, James.
It is, although, judging by yesterday's conditions in the afternoon, I think I'd want a morning kickoff from you. It was very humid yesterday.
Yeah, you do want a morning kickoff.
Looking at this, though, if you watch Kutztown's defense, it's quite intimidating. You see defenses that often come up, and Iowa State's, they're often looking for a player to drop in, and they're carrying across the line. There's no one shooting out, so there's none of those seams that you might find that they saw yesterday in their match. So they're going to have to make some adjustments and probably be a little more direct against Kutztown.
Nice bumping on there from Kutztown. Stinson does well with the ball. Not rolling away. Iowa State player just laying in the ruck. Will always get pinged. Good little interchange of passing here from Kutztown, and it'll result in yet another try for them as O'Reilly is pulled down just short. Well, that's good scramble from the Cyclones. Yet another penalty. Referee, you'd have to think, is going to reach for a card here. One more penalty. One pass will do it. There it is. O'Connell gets the try. O'Reilly all the lead-up work. Kutztown, their third of this game. 5 minutes gone.
Looking Fairly ominous and powerful, this performance from Kutztown. We just see this is the end here. Tries to run over the top of them, but again, Kutztown just far too much support there. They give away the penalty, and from this stage, impossible. You've got players walking back with their backs to the line on Iowa State, and again, it was, you know, watching them run down the field. There's always a man in support, inside, outside. Those are the better teams in sevens. You see that. They've got that feel for each other. They understand space. And when teams get it right, it's really, really nice to watch.
Conversion unsuccessful. 19 points to 0. Rowan Collins there at the end. He did everything from the side, off his feet. He's just like anything to stop a try. Saved them one phase, but good lesson for Iowa State as they are building their program. Like you said, just small little things. I think you get an opportunity not only to play in a tournament like this, James, but then you've got the film too. You've got like all this here to go back and watch, and you can dissect it and use it as a vehicle to build not only your core competencies, but the team competencies you mentioned about. Hey, always be pushing forward. Like, push forward. There's always opportunities if you stay moving forward with the ball. Don't sit back and watch, which I did a great job of.
And it's an opportunity to test yourself against teams that have stronger schedules. You look at Iowa State, they're in the Midwest. They don't have the strength of schedule that someone like Kutztown would have. So you want to set that barometer.
Well, you mentioned yesterday that Iowa, another try coming in here for the Bears. He has been really good playing the scrum half role here for the Bears this weekend, and nice try from him.
Yeah, very aggressive. You know, you watch him at the back of these scrums, and you watch him, his head's always up, analysing the defence, talking about numbers. He recognises on the blind side there, the marker's not in position, and he knows he's got that first step. That first step gets in the separation. He's a class player.
I think Iowa may be the most represented state across the men's and women's here. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking.
I think you might be right.
There's quite a few Iowa teams here, which is, again, a testament to what they're doing with the game in the great state of Iowa. Here we go, Collins. Can he make up that indiscretion on the try line moments ago? He shouldn't have to make up for it. He's been their best player, Collins. This one goes in the middle of the field off Huffmon. Sits down there. Kutztown happy to take this to the break off the boot of PJ O'Reilly. 7 minutes in the books, so it's all Kutztown. 26 points to 0. They are in the lead when we return. The second half action continues right here on the Rugby Network. You're watching the CRC's May Madness Sevens.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Experience the most electric sport in America with Premier Rugby Sevens, America's first professional women's and men's Rugby Sevens League. Visit pr7s.com for tickets and information.
There you go, more sevens. A good pathway for some of these players who are looking at a career after college in professional rugby. You have the PR7s, Major League Rugby as options now. Times have changed for the better.
Can you remember back when we were playing? What sevens events there were other than the National Championship for club rugby?
I think games were in black and white when I was playing, James. My memory's a little foggy, but...
We certainly didn't look like some of these collegiate players. The conditioning of these players has been impressive to watch.
It has. New Orleans in May. That's a test in itself. We're about to get going here. Iowa State to kick off the boot of Nick Baines. Deep to the 22. Still haven't seen Kvirikashvili yet. They will probably stash him away for the entirety of this game. If things continue to go the same way, as that one comes down to O'Connell. Now wide, looking for some speed with Tuxen. Juggle there from Tuxen, showing his skills as he bats that one back and loops around. Good work from Tuxen. That's really good play from Tuxen, and the footwork as well. Cannot give that young man enough praise there. He says he's a mama's boy. Mama Tuxen is going to be proud of that effort because he has done it all there himself. Beautiful sevens. This is going to look good in the replay. I can't wait for you to dissect this one, James. Take it away.
Working off the left foot, a little bit of an interchange, and he's got the presence of mind to get it. But watch what he does here. Immediately talking to the player, getting in there, those second touches, and the class finish. The teams that go towards the end, you watch. How many second touches do they get in games? That's a great barometer of the work rate that you have on and off the ball. That was just a good individual effort. All arms and legs, confusing the defender on sweeper there.
He came on in yesterday's game. You can just tell when players move the way they move. He's just a natural runner. He glides across the ground. Like he could run across fresh snow and not leave footprints. That kind of runner. And I'm like, just see him getting a little open space. And now I've seen it. Lived up to the expectations that I had for him. Good work, Tuxen. Good work, Kutztown. Looking strong here. He just sets up some really good battles coming through in this men's premier division for a national championship at the end of tomorrow. Kutztown, you'd have to think after this performance, they want to be there. Reaches over, dots it over for another one. Yeah, no celebration, all business, all business.
And it came from the kickoff. You watch, good sides off the kickoff. They know it's an attacking platform for them. And what they're able to do is they put those high kicks up and they have immediately the tackler and the poach player. And Iowa State had no chance in getting it over the ball. Enforcing the penalty from that stage is that old tripod on attack. There's definitely support players left and right anytime someone carries to the line. Off the uprights.
38 points to 0. And shame on me, I don't have that young man on my roster. I have no number 8 unless there's been a jersey change.
I mean, New Orleans has got a lot of talent. Do you think they pulled in someone? Are you allowed to do that in tournaments?
Is that Cam Dolan? They've shrunk Cam Dolan. Restart goes into the 22 here. Iowa State staring down the barrel of a shutout. Good contact comes in there. It's a strong tackle. Turned over for the Cyclones. Now a chance to attack. Well, I've seen some attacking options. The old was that Ronaldo or Ronaldinho? Who was the air kicking one? That used the bicycle kick.
Ronaldinho.
He started it. Danny Rojo from Ted Lasso. He got the bicycle kick. Sorry for the Ted Lasso reference. I just listen. I'm a late adopter. I just started watching it. So Danny just killed Earl. For those wanting to know, that's a dog. So don't write in for watching terrible shows. What a good show. Cyclones now back on the attack. They could use a little lasso magic. The lasso special maybe here to get themselves on the board. We don't not need the lasso special. Got the Baines special. They come wide, that ball sits up. Now with Schmidt. Schmidt down to Grubb. Grubb looking for the one-hander over the top. He finds it in Harris. Harris. Can he break free of the tackle? He's pirouetting. Finally brought down just inside the Kutztown half. Low pass doesn't go to hand on the bounce. Loop in. That's my favourite guy, Andrew Hemsworth. Gwyn. Little kick through doesn't work as we hear another blow of the referee's whistle. It'll be a scrum here for Kutztown. Just 2 minutes left to play, James. 38 points to 0. What's the highest points you've had in a game thus far this weekend?
This has to be close to it.
I think this is mine too, 38. I've had a couple in the 30s. Even with the changes, result stays the same here as Aiden Smith brings this one around. Another try here for the Bears, 43 points to 0. What a performance.
Unbelievable. If you watch here, just being able to, instead of, you know, as the scrum half, you're looking to either apply pressure or drop into the boot, and there was no communication there. Who's in behind the scrum? No talk. And we've seen that happen twice in this game. Kikoa Kawi earlier in the match, and then now again. But just a very composed performance from Kutztown.
Can they get 50? That's the question now. Can they get 50? Just under a minute to play. They'll have a shot off this kickoff. You see the Old Glory on the sleeve, Shuhi Auto on the front. Old Glory, Major League Rugby getting behind some Collegiate Rugby here, which is great. Just have to make sure that there's no draft violations from Paul and the Old Glory side, huh? Keep an eye on that. We're watching you guys.
So they'll have to finish one man down. So deemed that he didn't wrap in the tackle.
Here he is. Come on, baby Hemsworth. Gwyn, he's just outside. Penalty goes here to Iowa State. Come on, the Cyclones. Let's finish this with a try. There's some space. The Cyclones, which is obviously a hurricane in the southern hemisphere because they spin the other way, are trying to go the other way here, all the way down to the end. Did you think you were going to get a little lesson in meteorology today?
I did not.
You did.
I had no idea.
You did. And then Kutztown, they've given a lesson in sevens rugby here this morning. 43 points to 0. Whew. What a performance that was. We will take a short break here. When we return, the action continues in the second round of the Men's Premier Division. Northeastern taking on the Nittany Lions of Penn State.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
3, 2, let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Changing the way America views rugby, Next Level Rugby brings you the best in college, high school, and professional rugby. Always innovative, Next Level Rugby is taking rugby to the next level.
Welcome back. May Madness Sevens here for the CRC in New Orleans, the 2022 Collegiate Championship on the line as we continue in the men's premier division. Northeastern, Penn State coming up. For JP, we take a look at the bracket. A lot to look forward to.
Speaking of brackets and speaking of competition, let's talk about the bracket challenge here. We have, is it like March Madness, May Madness brackets, and we've got some leaders early on, some commanding leaders. Let's talk about them. In the men's tournament, old JZ1, username JZ1, 495 points, he's well ahead. And on the women's tournament, Bearcat Bracket 1, Angry Gregory 8. Angry Gregory is in the lead at 720 points.
Well, Gregory won't be that angry if he wins this whole thing. And Jay-Z, him and Beyonce, huge Iona fans, I hear. Love Iona fans. They get out to every game they can when they get out of Manhattan there. B in particular loves her rugby. She can't get enough. She's waned a little bit since she retired. She hasn't watched as much, but she said she's coming back around.
I mean, it's only getting better.
Speaking of getting better, James, here we go. Second round of the Premier Division for the men's. Penn State, Northeastern. Northeastern wearing the red, Penn State in the white. And it's Northeastern with the ball now. There's Hudson. Shifts this ball wide into the hands of Urea. Early card. What was that for, JP?
Tap down.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. There's the signal. Just had to wait 5 seconds. They come wide here. Copes. Inside, he goes to Jackson. Jackson under the pressure there. Little handling error both ways. First one coming against Northeastern. It'll be a scrum here for the Nittany Lions right on the halfway line.
Tough way to start the game, being down a man. But if you look at this Northeastern side yesterday, Sam Moyle, an absolute flyer, 3 tries, but for me it was Alvaro Borrego. He was the magician in the middle of the field. They'll look to use him. Great player, ball out in front. He was really the cog in their attacking wheel.
Go Penn State, coached by old teammate Justin Hunley, old Pep. That's Lord Hunley and the fellowship of the Nittany Lions now. As Musselman takes this one back to halfway. Picks up Stella. He goes wide now. The Lions looking to use the length of the field. I always get corrected when I call them the Lions. They're the Nittany Lions. Pete Steinberg, coached there for years, and he always corrects me. It's not the Lions, the Nittany Lions.
The Nittany Lions.
The Nittany Lions. I've got to be careful with that. I'm not saying they're like a secret society, but the alumni there, all powerful. Be careful, especially in rugby. A lot of Nittany Lions in the rugby landscape and in business around the world. Good school. Check that. Great school.
Great school.
Free kick goes. Uria. Quick tap. Oh, just took a little peek up there. That pass out in front. Couldn't wrap the hands around it. But now Penn State with this scrum. They've lost about 20 yards going back from the previous scrum, but they have possession.
And they will be back to a full complement again, so they were able to survive that yellow card.
pressure. That one comes back into the waiting hands of Russell. Russell with some space. Russell with some time. He exploits both. Russell. Cover defense is good though. Uria comes across before finally Connolly with the intercept. And now the penalty here for Northeastern. Uria, quick tap. Jackson. They continue to push this ball to the right-hand side. Into the waiting hands of Borrego. Jackson to his left, Uria. Ball sits down now. Continues to push forward with Connolly. Connolly, Uria. Steps. Connolly back on his feet. Connolly with the fend. Connolly with the transfer. Connolly with the try. And Northeastern opened up the scoring 5 points to 0.
What a nice facet of play there. Some beautiful things. Watching that interplay, and it came from a great turnover at the breakdown. Able to get in the way of that pass was Connolly to begin with. And then from here, it was just nice interplay. Little offload, he gets back to his feet in this position here. Straight back up on his feet, not waiting and receiving back the pass. Nice fend, able to extend and score. That's just good work rate, Dan.
It's great work rate. Straight up, 4.5 minutes gone, 7 points to 0. Northeastern looking to knock off one of the bigger names here this weekend. Deep kick, maybe a touch too big. This field does run small in goals. It'll come all the way back to the halfway line.
You can already see the field starting to, there's a lot of grass, a little sand base there. So it's going to be a little bit trickier underfoot as the tournament goes on.
Miscommunication, towed through. Parsiak with the pickup. Needs some support. That one spilt forward. No, knocked out, says the referee. The hand goes out. I'm not sure which direction it went. We're coming back now. We're coming back now. Hang on a second. Knocked down. Another one. Second yellow for the same offence.
Looks like he was trying to wrap up in the tackle there. And game of sevens. It's a pretty clear-cut line. Anytime that ball's tapped down by your hand, you're going to spend a little bit of time on the sideline. Now, can Penn State get anything going on attack?
Minute and a half left to play here in the first half. Down by 7. They would love a shot to score some points. Tough pass. Really not even catchable out there to Brian Stella as that goes over the sideline. Bumpernick, he's not happy with himself. Shake of the head there. Knows he's better than that. Get a look at Matt Copes there. Big number 7. Connolly with the take up high. Great take. As they come down now into Hudson's hands. Hudson finds a waiting Borrego. Uria short side. Parsiak. Goosey. Parsiak with the fend. That one knocked forward. Yep, there's the whistle. And there is the siren. Half-time brings us to a close here. 7 points to 0. Northeastern. They are in the lead over the Nittany Lions after 7. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the second half is coming up as the second round of the Men's Premier Division continues here at the 2002 CRCs.
Let's go! You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
We are back. The 2022 CRCs continue from New Orleans. It's Northeastern in the lead, 7 points to 0 over the Nittany Lions of Penn State. We are in the second round of the men's premier division. The winner will move on. The loser drops down. They continue to play, but it's a one and done elimination format. Every game counts. So it is genuinely like your March Madness.
It is.
Yeah, you start with 64 and you work your way down.
All of those finals give them an opportunity to showcase themselves on the big stage.
Look at this. This is the start. Where was this in the first half from the Nittany Lions? Great run there from Capriotti. Capriotti will not only take it from the shadows of his own goalpost the length of the field, but he'll also give his side a chance to level things up here. A brilliant start. Justin Hunley, he has fired some rockets at halftime, and his team have responded.
Responded well. And what a just a gliding runner, Capriotti. Didn't look like he was moving that fast. Everybody else looked in slow motion. He wasn't in slow motion, and just the quick transfer of hands. This is one of the first times in the game using the ball in two hands, and at this stage he says, I'm going to round the corner. And that's on Sam Moyle. We know Sam Moyle is very quick. He's not as quick as Capriotti. What a great individual effort.
Question for you here, James. Boyle there squared his hips up on the back pedal. You never want to square your hips up on a back pedal, do you? Because once you do, you're a statue. You're in concrete. And that's what, as soon as Capriotti saw that, he knew I can take him on the outside. He can't turn his hips quick enough and get me.
And Capriotti, oh, here we go again. It's all going right. Brian Stella. All right, the halftime words from Hunley. Much better work from Penn State. The Nittany Lions are coming alight in the second half.
Conversion unsuccessful. Score remains 10 points to 7, but what a quick turnaround here.
It was a great chase on the kick, just hanging up there and floating straight into the arms of Capriotti. You won't get any easier than that.
See if they go back to the same recipe here. Musselman with the restart. They go exactly the same way. Sun playing havoc with Jackson. Stella now showing he can get it done both sides of the ball. Great tackle from him. Forces a turnover. Now Musselman with the ball for the Nittany Lions. Sits down into the hands of Bumbernick. Stella is exhausted. He's exhausted. He's scoring tries. He's making tackles. Northeastern breathe a sigh of relief, and there you go. Oh, look at that. Hundley straight away. Grabs him. Oh, no, he's still on. He's still on. You don't replace Stella.
No, you've got to put him in the playmaker role.
Free kick goes away, Northeastern. Uria with the quick tap. Just judging the body language, Northeastern just look flabbergasted here. They look like they're down and out. They're down by 3. One pushed out. Parsiak deemed forward though. Another opportunity here for Penn State. Inside the 22, they'll have to scrum.
They made an adjustment on defense as well. They're not applying as much pressure. They're keeping that wall together. And that's what you want to do. Eliminate your options. They forced them back to the blind side there. And that's when you're in that man-up position that you do apply line speed. As we see some substitutions coming onto the field. Charlie Overton comes on for Northeastern. They're bringing on Houghton.
Some fresh legs here for both these sides. Like the size of Overton, big boy there, nearest to your screen in the scrum. There's Bumbernick down the short side. Bumbernick beats one, beats a second, races to the corner. William Bumbernick.
What a try there, and the Lions extend their Nittany Lions. Oh my God, I did it again. 15 points to 7.
It's like a complete role reversal of the first half. It has been all Lions. Another good heads-up play. We've seen a few of them today. Scrum half sizes up his options. He still had plenty to do.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Penn State are the James Patterson of this tournament. You just don't know who you're going to get on any given day. There's happy panda, sad panda. One half they can't play, the next half they're world beaters.
Speaking of happy panda, here's Bumpernick. He's bumping off players as he runs and scores a great individual try. So if you're Northeastern, you've got to secure this kickoff. They've been great kicks from Musselman. Another great kick.
Yeah, these restarts have been absolutely key here in the second half. It's Musselman, the man, making things happen with his boot. Now looking to make it happen with his feet as he dances through the line. Quick interchange, picks up the replacement in Overton. Overton. He takes up to the 22. Good turnover there from Borrega. Uria finds a looping Borrega, but lets him go. Quick hands, pressure comes up from Penn State, but they have a number on the outside here, Northeastern. Now they have some space. Do they have the speed to finish? The Goosey comes in. Connolly. That one to Uria, deemed backwards. He'll have options out wide. Borrega. One more pass as they go wide to Yo. Over the head, no looker. Finds no one except the sideline. And this will take some time with the clock. Penn State just need to slow things down here. No need to rush.
What a try-saving tackle. Musselman just able to get enough of him to put him to deck. And at that stage, they really were in a good position, Northeastern. They just forced that last pass. Could have gone to the ground and popped it. There was a number of players there. Penn State was out of position, so rightfully so, they're taking their time on this.
Big Aiden King there, makes his way off the field. Quick ball in and out, pressure. Musselman, oh, the Falcon. I've waited all weekend and it's delivered at last. That was one of the best Falcons you ever see too, right in the mush.
Again, applying pressure at the back here, good work. Urea, Musselman has nothing. Straight, oh, I think that may be a finger to it. So is
watch the replay.
Is that a full Falcon?
Not a full Falcon, it's got to be a partial Falcon. Oh, no, Falcon. What have I done? What have I done? I've messed this up. It's come off the arm. He's protected the face at all costs. Smart play there as Penn State will look to close this game out with another try. Uria, though, does well. The whistle blows, and that should signal an end here to this game. 15 points to 7. It was a second half surge from the Nittany Lions that got it done. They will move on. Northeastern drop down. The action continues as we return from the break. It will be the University of Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, taking on the powerhouses, Lindenwood University. That and more coming up after the break.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Rhino Rugby for all your rugby needs. Visit usa.rhinorugby.com for custom teamwear, apparel, balls, and innovative field and training equipment. Rhino Rugby, the best in the business.
Welcome back to the 2022 CRCs here from New Orleans as action continues in the men's premier round 2. Lindenwood, who would have to come into this as the favourites, take on the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. James, how do you see this one playing out?
It's going to be very different for Notre Dame. Very difficult for Notre Dame, sorry. Yesterday, Lindenwood, I mean, they don't pick off where they left off. They're always a very strong side, and they looked the team to beat on the basis of late performance yesterday. Just littered with talent. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. If you read the honors column on their player chart, they've run out of room. They get the pick of the litter.
They have become synonymous with championships at the University of Lindenwood. The women's program, the men's program. Josh Macy and his crew up there have done an amazing job developing, recruiting young talent. But the pride of South Bend, Indiana, the Fighting Irish, will look for the upset here. Over the sideline they go early though. Good defense on McKenzie as Lindenwood will attack quickly. Firstly, Moylett as he drifts across field and straightens. Back to the right. Penalty goes to Notre Dame. If they're going to cause an upset today,
the 1%ers have to be perfect. Little mistakes like that just give Lindenwood the chance to come back into this. And
well, McKay had done everything right. And then just the fundamentals. He put himself in a great position over the top of the ball, able to enforce the turnover, wanted to play quickly.
Ball to back here. Conlon. So they come to the left. Hardrick looking to go on the outside. Hardrick, oh, what a pass on the inside from Hardrick. Finds the waiting hands. Right there, but not releasing. Penalty goes to Notre Dame.
He thought he just slipped out of that tackle and wanted to have a second go. He needed to release the ball before he got back on his feet again.
Tap here from Notre Dame. They shift this ball wide. Ball pops up into the waiting hands there. It's Fangmeyer. He was good yesterday, Fangmeyer. They're going to need a big game from him here today. Nate comes wide. Now a little bit of space. Just looking for him to come back on the inside there. Packard is rounded up. You know, strong tackle there from Moylett. Now continues here through Nay. O'Hara comes in to secure the breakdown. Notre Dame again will shift this to the left before straightening the attack with Moran. Dragged down. Did a good job holding onto the ball there, but just weren't able to find any opportunities in this Lindenwood defence. It's very staunch, James.
Very organised, but if you're going to beat Lindenwood, you've got to maintain possession. And so far, they've had the lion's share of it.
Hardrick, and that is the power of the Lindenwood Lions. They defend staunchly for 2 minutes. Soon as they get the ball, Hardrick, he goes on the outside. And Nick Hardrick, the second, he gets his first. 5 points to 0 for Lindenwood.
And it's the small things. You look at these situations on the outside, ball's always out in front of the player. They're coming onto the ball, and this is good individual effort. He checks the defender up once, he checks him up twice. He knows he's got the power and the pace to get around him. And Hardrick able to put it on the board.
7 points to 0, Lindenwood over Notre Dame here. Do you remember the numbers for 7 restart, what they mean? What's a 5 mean?
High.
What's a 2 mean?
High.
Well said, James. Well said. Penalty here. Goes to Notre Dame. Good work at the breakdown there. In particular, Sean Moran, who was able to get over the top of that ball.
Good option here.
Does he find the line, though?
It's a very good kick. Pushes him right up towards halfway. And again, just keeping the ball away from them. If they can build some phases, what they're going to have to do is they need to get to be able to commit more than one Lindenwood defender to create any mismatches on the outside. So far, Lindenwood's defense one-on-one has been excellent.
And again, even at the line out defensively, they're strong. Handling error from the Fighting Irish at the line out. There'll be a scrum here for Lindenwood. You always get the feeling Lindenwood's just pacing themselves here. They know they're in a marathon this weekend, doing enough, maybe working on some of their things that they've identified and opponents they could potentially be playing later. They want to get dialed in. Hardrick, 1 try already for him. Come down the short side, little knock on and over the sideline. Check out the frosty tips on Cisco Lopez there. Look at Cisco. Who's got it better than Cisco Lopez this weekend? Look at that. He's had a great run too, Cisco. He's been called up, some international stuff. There he's have a look at that. Rocking the purple and green. Mr. New Orleans, I love it.
He is a great man off the field too.
Who's got it better than Notre Dame right now? As they have the ball and they're on the attack through Luke McKay. Now it comes down to Fangmeyer. Fangmeyer beats one, beats a second. Fangmeyer still on his feet, will need support. Outside the 22, they've come to life here, the Fighting Irish, as they go wide. Packard chips over the top, needs a bounce. Packard gets the bounce. It's a dream bounce for Packard, and he brings it around towards the post, and we may have a tied ball game here. Complacency sneaking into Lindenwood could cost them dearly.
The Fighting Irish. How about that? And we spoke about it earlier. They needed to create a situation where they're able to break a one-on-one tackle, and if anyone was going to do it, it's going to be number 5, Fangmeyer. Fangmeyer, he put his hand up yesterday, and it was his break in the middle that created the opportunity on the outside.
Conversion is good.
It's a brilliant little chip and chase on the outside here, heading towards the line. Packard off the right foot, fortuitous bounce, gets it back and scores. And if you're Notre Dame, you are very happy right now.
We are at the halftime break, 7 points apiece. When we come back, the second half continues. All to play for here in the knockout of the men's Premier Division. It's May Madness 2022, right here on the Rugby Network.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Welcome back, and we have a game on our hands, folks. 7 points apiece. Lindenwood and Notre Dame at the break. And James, Lindenwood really felt like they were in control there, but that last couple of minutes, Notre Dame get the try, convert it, and now we have a tied ball game.
A couple of unforced errors too from this Lindenwood University side. You don't typically see it, but we have a ball game. Who needs coffee when you've got some Fighting Irish in the morning?
This man, Fangmeyer, he was a big part of that late try. Packard ended up scoring it, and individual brilliance from Packard got it done. Also a man with a try to his name right here, Nick Hardrick, as they come wide. Ball sits down with Conlon. Conlon, this is a different Lindenwood, isn't it? Come out in the second half. Taken down inside the 22 already for Notre Dame. Wide shift. Al-Jabori, well contained. Penalty though for a high shot. They tap quickly. They've got massive numbers here. Hands should do it. They won't even need their hands. Dugandy, he'll put it down next to the post. As Shivan Dugandy, he scores the try to get things started here in the second half. An injury concern to Evan Conlon though, as he remains on the turf.
Be a big loss for them. He's a key cog in their attacking wheel. That's exactly what you're used to seeing from Lindenwood. Ball out in front, shifting the ball nicely, recycling. And in the end, there's too many Lindenwood players on their feet.
Appears to be grabbing at the ribs there. See what happens. There's Conlon with the ball here. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. Good driving tackle. Like you said, the ground here not as forgiving as you would think. Heavy sand base because of all the rain that comes down in New Orleans. They need it to keep the water off the field, but when it gets dry, it gets hard.
Very hard. It's a great venue. I mean, going down there, some of the MLR games down there when they get the crowd packed out for the Nola Gold. It's a good venue, and you mentioned yesterday they've got big plans for development. They've really done a lot when you look at the youth level rugby, all MLR teams. It's great to see the pathway, and it's an investment you don't typically see come back at the beginning, but the foundation that they're laying for the future means we're going to get more and more players coming through competing at the highest level, and it starts at the collegiate level with all the youth rugby that they're doing.
See Conlon get to his feet, still grasping at those ribs.
There's the party shack.
You been in there?
I have.
Yeah. What's your go-to in the party shack? Do you do the po' boy? Do you do the... What's the other big one down there? The gumbo?
The jambalaya or gumbo?
Jambalaya. Never had jambalaya.
You never had jambalaya?
No, I got spooked because of Any Given Sunday. Al Pacino's character cooked it for Jamie Foxx's character, and he said that's why he's been throwing up every game, is because of the jambalaya was so bad. So I've never had jambalaya. (14-7) Lindenwood. Will we see the Lindenwood we thought we were going to see come out in this second half? As Denver earns a penalty for his side. They'll tap quickly. Williams dummies once, twice, fends. Williams gets the ball over the line. A couple of high energy touches as soon as he's on the field for Evan Williams, and he gets 5 points for his name.
He's a fun player to watch. He's springy off the ground, and he, uses the ball well. I love, I harp on a little bit about it, probably a little too much, but I love players that play with the ball in two hand and shift defenders.
See Packard, the try scorer from Notre Dame, making his way off the field. Conversion successful. 21-7. Let's take another look at this one, JP. Let's watch two in hands.
Good heads-up play, ball in two hands, steps off the right foot, ball's still there, using the ball as a wand. Knows he's got what it takes to get across the line, and this is the strength of Lindenwood too. I can count down their roster 15 players. You can play any one of those players at any moment, and they're just going to bring another level of injection and enthusiasm onto the pitch.
Warren with the ball now. Offloads. See high tackle, yep. Little seatbelt action over the top there. Oh, Packard's still on the field. One of the worst tap restarts I've ever seen from Packard. He almost rolled an ankle on that ball, but he's all good. Warren. Long looping pass comes wide now to Nay. Now he looks to bulldoze his way through the defence. Fangmeyer shifts that wide into the waiting hands of O'Hara. Wide again here, McKenzie looks to charge his way through, off the feet against Lindenwood, penalty. Down 2 converted tries, probably want to get things moving a little quicker. Fangmeyer organising the troops with this kick down to the 22.
Since the halftime break, this is actually the first time they've had possession as well, and they look good when they're able to string together phases. They went, 5, 6 plus phases in the first half several times.
Played that quick. Let's see what the whistle was for. Line out woes continue for the Fighting Irish. Someone spilt forward off a hand of one of the Notre Dame players. It'll be a scrum for Lindenwood.
Perhaps just a little too complicated in the line out there. Often the simple executed option is the best option.
You need a scrum cap. You need a scrum cap when you're rocking that too. I'm just jealous. Follically challenged. It's not fair. Yeah, that'll be a penalty. Williams, ball in two hands again. Look at this, always in two hands. Just crafting. Hardrick with space. Wants to, oh, come back on the inside. Come back on the inside. What's going on there? Leibenberg runs a 10-5 for the 100. Why would you not come back on the inside of a 10-5? As Alberts dots this one down, it doesn't matter. It's all elementary at the end. For the Lindenwood Lions as they get another one and extend their lead 26 points to 7 with a kick to come. Look at this switch. Look at this, begging him.
Could have driven a bus on the backside there. And then here it is, just straightening up. Plenty of players in support. In and out. Good support play by Alberts. And again, it starts, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but the ability for Williams to be able to, first receiver, here's that little check. He checks up the defense, and it just freezes the defensive line from sliding. And the good sides that you see, that playmaker being able to have that little step, execute a pass, it takes the defense a couple steps off of their progression when they're coming to bumping out or sliding towards the outside. And it gives the players on the outside a lot more room to execute.
Restart here from Williams. Not going 10. Free kick for Notre Dame. Let's see if they can finish on a high here. Fangmeyer with the tap. Loops a long pass wide. And Lindenwood, you can hear them say, just let them score. They don't want anything to do with it. Don't want to risk an injury. They've got this game locked up. Single elimination. Why do anything silly? It's not a bad little option there from Lindenwood as a consolation try comes in for the Fighting Irish, 26 points to 12.
I'm not sure Jamie Warren knew what was going on there for a minute. That has to be, you talk about the fastest try of the tournament, this was the easiest try of the tournament.
I think you're right. Where was the let him score when I was playing that? I never heard that. Fangmeyer from the sideline. It's a great strike off the upright. Unsuccessful. 26 points to 12. Lindenwood move on when we return from the break. The action in the men's premier. Second round continues. It's Wheeling Jesuit taking on St. Bonnie's. All that and more coming up after the break.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God. And you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Trusted by sports therapists, Wintergreen products help you prepare to win before, during, and after performance. Visit wintergreensport.com to perform at your best.
Welcome back to May Madness Sevens. We're in New Orleans. We're in the Big Easy. It is the Collegiate Rugby Championships brought to you by National Collegiate Rugby. John Broker with James Patterson bringing you the final game of round 2. Men's pool action in the black is St. Bonaventure and the Wheeling Cardinals in white. James, great one coming up.
Yeah, if you look at this, either one of these sides, if you looked yesterday, you felt like they could push through the tournament. But pushing through this game, you're pushing into probably the hardest, in fact, the hardest team to go through, who we just saw with a comprehensive performance, Lindenwood.
Yeah, winner of this does play Lindenwood, and these are two great teams. Either of these teams could potentially be a finalist. They have that quality of player, quality of program. And there is Chief Chip Fumbu, key player for the Wheeling Cardinals, wheeling in the white jerseys.
The other side of the ball yesterday for the Bonnies. Look at the Villani brothers. They were excellent with ball in hand. And Alton Horrigan picking up a couple tries yesterday. So we've seen a lot of scoring action. There's been a lot of great rugby, and it only gets more exciting moving forward.
Wheeling will be going from left to right on your screen. Pierce Mara from a good rugby family. The Mara's father, Noel, also a referee. Brother Dom, high-level sevens player, taking control of this one. And we are underway in this final game. Winner plays Lindenwood. Keelan Coyle takes it down. Tui Osborne, coach for this Bonnie's team. He, former Eagles sevens player and 15s player. Very knowledgeable. Mike Geibel, coaching Wheeling University, putting together a tremendous program in West Virginia. A lot of international flair and flavor. We'll talk about. Bonnie's has it as well. First knock on comes from St. Bonnie's.
Looks like there was a penalty as he's trying to reach through there. He got taken high, so they'll have the recipient of a penalty. And a good opportunity to attack. They showed a lot of prowess on attack yesterday. They're a very patient side.
The Bonnies put this one down into the 22 of Wheeling. Great attacking position here for them. Sebastiano Villani coming to put one in. She said one of the Villani brothers played for Greenwich High School. Joe Kelly, Steve Lapham, original coach. Joe Kelly bringing that program a long way. Mike Fina now taking over. A lot of Greenwich players in this stadium today. Bonnie's come down on that one. It slips forward from Coyle, but referee Mara sees a penalty. It's going to be Wheeling ball at their own 22. Opportunity to push this one downfield.
Knocking the ball forward into one of his own players in an offside position there.
They're going to take this one quick. They know they have the runners. Ball coming across field. Blankenship puts it out. They go wide immediately, put a long one up there. Chip Fumbu is trailing Alec Thomas. Alec Thomas bundled into touch. Can't let that happen in these sevens games, James.
Oh, we've seen too many instances of that. As Dan Power rightfully says, the sideline's 100% on its tackle accuracy, and it claims another victim there. But it was Villani coming against Lorenzo. Good cover defense. A great attacking opportunity.
Bonnies try to go short with that one, and it is taken by Keelan Coyle. Keelan Coyle, the junior from Derry, Ireland. Referee Mara spots a penalty. They're going to go quick. Big run on by Villani. The player's not back 10. They will have to move back 10. And this time, little stop and start to get this one going, James.
We've seen that in the game so far. The first halves have kind of been a little bit sleepy, but they've come alight in the second half.
Set move here coming from Coach Osborne's men. Lonnie moving it around. Ball comes back to Alex Chura. Moving it out to the wing, playing in the tight corners, looking for it. Puts it right back in to Mike Mulea. The referee spotted the player in touch. Possession for Wheeling one way or the other. but it could have been a dangerous play. They have some speed out wide to these Cardinals.
Yeah, they did, and they showed a lot of patience on defense there. They were just shadowing the Bonnies across field, force them into a tight channel, and what's one of the difficult things, the way Sevens defenses are coached, when you get to the sideline, they start closing the gate. So they're coming upfield and cutting off all your inside options, and that forced the initial intercept.
Ball up to Mulea. They move it to Chipfumbu. Chipfumbu, trademark footwork. Can't get through that one. Little tussle for the ball. Ball goes back. Referee spots an infraction. This is going to be a scrum for the Bonnies right in front of the post of the Wheeling Cardinals. Wheeling University backs to the wall.
And this is the most difficult position to defend in Sevens. When you have a scrum this close to the line, it's good because you can bring your sweeper up into the line, but still, the opportunity to create any misdirection on here makes it very difficult.
Add to that just the pure power and intelligence of these Bonnies players, and that ball goes wide. They're looking for an early score. Lorenzo Villani and the American flag scrum cap looking for it. Penalty again against Wheeling University, and here comes the Bonnies. Bonnies move it wide. Alton Horrigan, and Alton Horrigan is going to pile over that first one. Alton Horrigan gets 5 points on the board for this team.
He'll add to the 2 that he got in yesterday's match, but if you just look at it, it came from good patience and awareness here, and at this stage, just disorganized defense because they took it quickly. Good option, sizing up, sees the defender slide to the outside as he shows the ball, and able to get on the ball early. But what's been most important, we're 5 minutes into the game. Have we seen Wheeling attack yet?
We haven't seen Wheeling with the ball or in the Bonnies' end at this point. They're going to need to get down, play some territory, move down the other end. That one is good. We're at 7-0. Bonnies over Wheeling. Just a minute and a half in it here. Alton Horrigan try. He is a junior, went to Georgetown Prep, played a bit of sevens with Atlantis, that legendary program at Mel Cygnus started. Bonnies to kick off. And the coach killer is in. Score a great try, muff the kickoff opportunity for the Wheeling University Cardinals.
That looked like it actually did the old boomerang over the 10 meters. What happens if it goes over 10 and then comes back?
That's a good question. We'll have to ask our refereeing staff.
Can we go to New York? To the
possibly
officials representative?
Wheeling finally on the attack. Mulea, big unit, piles across the 40-meter line, takes 2 to get him down. Blankenship moves it out, keeping it in the midfield. Mulea, ball back in hand, a little bunched. The Cardinals finally get one out to, that is Joseph gets it out to the corner. Mohamed Hadar, he is a capped player for Morocco. Fight for the ball. Let's see what referee's going to say. There is some contact going on in here. They are playing aggressively, going to come back to the Cardinals, but not after some work. Mulea coming back across field. Gets it to Chipfumbu. Let's see what the footwork looks like for Chipfumbu. Chipfumbu chips it ahead. It rolls through the back of the try, rolls into the try zone after us on the back, and great try there. Wheeling University, what an intelligent player is Chipfumbu, and Stanley Gianni gets the rewards.
That was a good heads-up play on the outside. It looked like it was a little slow motion in it on the inside, but they were able to spread the ball wide. As we take a look here, just shifting the ball early. When you're on the outside, you want the ball early to have a shot. Looks like you want to have a go last minute. The awareness, the touch on the ball, and the support play.
Gianni, the South African, scores on a chip ahead from Chipfumbu, the Zimbabwe native. 7-5. We're going into halftime. Everything to play for. Winner plays Lindenwood. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Madness Sevens final men's pool round 2 game. Slight lead here. It is St. Bonnie's, St. Bonaventure Bonnie's 7, Wheeling University Cardinals 5. A lot to play for. 1 possession of the ball, really, for Wheeling, able to score. Bonnie's to kick this one off. Great second half coming. James Patterson.
Yeah, and Bonnie's controlled possession very well in the first half as they make a initial error, and that's what they want to do in the second half, because this Wheeling side, they just have so much flair. Chip Fumbu, every time he touches the ball, something's happening.
He's just, it's fun. He is a fun player. And that's 2 kickoffs in a row not working for the Bonnies. Coach Osborne, I'm sure, frustrated. Ball to Blankenship. There's Chip Fumbu. He can put in that pass. He's an electric player, but he's a very team player, Chip Fumbu. He watches the field, knows where to play. Meanwhile, Joseph I rumbles his way to the 5-meter line. Referee Mara right on the spot. They're going for the power. They're over, and that's Josh Blankenship, the sophomore from Las Vegas. Gets 5 points for the Cardinals.
I mean, that was always going to happen. When it takes 5 of your 7 players to tackle one guy. Watch this carry on the outside. Unbelievable strength and power. Heading down the sideline, that was I. At the end here, yeah, you see 4 or 5 players in there, but just the ability to stay on your feet, keep driving. From there, a try was inevitable.
I think there was some pretty clear messaging from Coach Geibel at halftime what his team needed to do, and that kick is good. Assistant referee McCroskey says so, and there's I. Lead taken by Wheeling, 12-7. The Cardinals over the Bonnies. Minute and a half into the second half here at May Madness. Bonnies, National Collegiate Rugby's 15s Division I championship. Champions beat Penn State last fall, and now in 7s. Would love to come out on top of this one as well. Again, the winner of this has to play Lindenwood. Little swerving runs from Villani. Villani ready to take his team forward. They made a couple little errors, but they're ready to go. Ball knocked. Scrum here coming to Wheeling. All that good work by Villani. Lorenzo, born in Parma, Italy, grew up in Greenwich, goes to Naught.
Yeah, if you look at that run, though, he did a good job jinking and jiving upfield, but it's the players outside. They needed to react to him. Just all stayed. There was 3 players in that wide channel. Someone needed to drop off and fill that inside support. He tried to get back, but that wasn't his ball to take on the inside pass.
Heard it there. Support play critical here in the heat and humidity of the Big Easy. Little room for Hadar down that side. Mohamed Hadar, the Moroccan 7s player across the 22. And Hadar dives into the corner, and another 5-pointer for the Cardinals.
Goes back to his teammates there. That was the called play. You could see it, and it's just the ability. It's those first 2 steps. When that scrum half decides to jink down the blind side, he creates separation, and at that stage, it's very difficult because the sweeper can't get across. In this position, the sweeper's playing, favoring that side of the field, and here he goes, he drowned, and at this stage, just too much pace.
From Marrakesh, teammates call him Simo.
I want to see some more of him.
Didn't even realize I was feeding you that one up on a tray. Kick is no good. We're at 17-7. 3 minutes and a little bit to go. Ayub Jali, another Moroccan 7s player, gets us started again. Ball bounces, and both teams infected by the restart issue. Going way behind his 50 are the Bonnies. Bonnies trying to get back into this. Sebastiano Villani, Chip Fumbu around the contact area. Ball gets moved quickly from Otineru. Penalty not releasing against St. Bonaventure, and wheeling in their own end after a restart mistake. Opportunity to push this downfield or take a quick one.
I think they'll just bang it downfield and take some time off the clock.
Find some good distance on that one to do the Cardinals at the 40-meter line of the Bonnies. Quick ball to the middle, well taken. Karamazando playing in the scrum half roll. Tackle gets knocked back. Little push there on Thomas. Villani at the 22 steps. Villani looking for the try line. It's just in front of him. Big attack coming on here. Important for the Bonnies to keep moving forward. And they have Will Hogan is going to touch down. And back to life just like that. St. Bonaventure.
Take this kick quickly, but it was crucial. They made that first attempt earlier on. Just put them in a position here with plenty of time on the clock. We've seen teams score 3 tries yesterday. I think it was Iowa Central. Scored 3 tries in the last minute and a half of the game. And the kick's good, so the importance of the kick. But it came from a big hit on the inside. I think it was Chura. Delivered the hit, and this man here, Villani, we've seen him in everything. Couldn't get quite to the line, but it's that extra movement on the ground to get the ball back. But again, making mistakes at kickoff. Both sides have been guilty of this.
It's just, they were on the field yesterday. They played a game. There's no real excuse for this. Actually, a little safer. Willing to take their time, of course. There's about 30 seconds to play here. Anything can happen in sevens. This game lives on a knife's edge. Switch back in to the big unit. Intelligent player gets it to the ground, gets back up with it. We're going to see what the call is for against St. Bonnie's. So you can see them take their time. Referee Mara, there's a bit back chat. He's going to move the Bonnies back inside their 22.
They'll probably bang this to the sideline. Nope, decide to play it.
Opting to give Coach Geibel a little bit more of a heart attack. But the boys want to have some fun, and it's out to I is at the 5-meter line. I hands it off to Alec Thomas, and Alec Thomas will have the final word. Alec Thomas, the freshman from Kalispell, Montana, went to Glacier High School, touches down for Wheeling. Wheeling looking as if they're going to play Lindenwood in the next round.
And if they show that power and aggression, he was the difference maker in this game, because he was, every time he took the ball in, it took 2 or 3 Bonnies players to resource him, and it was just too much, left too many players on their feet. Excellent stuff.
Waiting for the kick here. This was our final men's pool round 2 game. We are going to move into D1 Women's Club semifinals after this. Wheeling moves ahead to play Lindenwood in the next round. St. Bonnie's unlucky for Tui Osborne and his boys. Good look at Chief Chip Fumbu there. We're going to be right back with Grand Valley State versus University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. Coming up after this.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
If it's
Welcome back. Collegiate Rugby Championships, May Madness, and we are into the semi-final stages. The Women's Club D1 semi-final brings us Grand Valley State University, University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire.
University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire versus Grand Valley State. Good play on day one, brings you into the stadium for day two. We'll bring you the finals later on today. That is going to be an exciting matchup. That
This
one will
tournament,
be at 6 o'clock Eastern, sorry.
This tournament just keeps going from strength to strength. We've seen some good rugby on day two, and the opportunity for these women to come in to the stadium and show what they have in front of the fans that are coming in to watch some excellent rugby.
With more white there, you see Grand Valley State. The white with the blue stripes in the arm, and the more solid blue and the gold, or the blue golds of Eau Claire.
The Lakers.
The Lakers, I like it.
The Lakers against the Blue Golds. So 14 minutes to play to decide who advances into the final. And an opportunity to bring back some silverware. Referee Pablo Garibay in the middle. Conditions are perfect for rugby on day two. All smiles.
Players in the big stage, they got to be excited for this one.
Blue Golds to receive. Uncontested kick, but a strong early carry on the outside. That's number 15, Izzy Curry.
Grand Valley leaves that outside open early on, James. Eau Claire happy to try to take that space, but winds up in touch. Good early foray out there, showing some intent on playing wide.
Yeah, you always want to test sides on the outside, and that's what they did early. Both sides will be filling out, and the big football toss in the middle. Referee says play on. Let's come back to Grand Valley. Just trying to get around the outside. Little lateral. Looked like it went forward there slightly, but referee's playing on. Ball was held on the ground, so that will be a penalty to the Blue Golds.
Blue Golds of Eau Claire. First penalty here. See if they decide to quick tap it, and they will.
Let's see what they do here. Maybe a little more direct this time. Good strong carry, looking to straighten and free the arms. Moving the ball outside was Kubacki coming back on the inside. And it's a strong carry from Kazbak. They've got numbers. Defense is bunched, and they've got an offside position, so they are going to have a penalty advantage as Lawston heads up the field and going around the corner. Chamberlain. Chloe Chamberlain with the first score.
The freshman from Gaze Mills, Wisconsin. Went to North Crawford High School, gets the first 7-pointer for the Blue Golds. Good moment for them. Certainly love to push it towards that finals. Winner will play the winner of Roger Williams versus the University of Texas.
Speaking of tees, tanning is up front today. Good weather the boys are enjoying. Cheering on in the stands.
Another look at Chloe around the outside. Chloe Chamberlain just sees that space. They went the other side earlier on. Now they went here. Chamberlain, keep an eye on her. She can make the break around those corners and get to the 5-point reward.
Coach Derek Wagner will be happy with what he's seeing. At the beginning, they tested them wide, then they came back into the middle. They were very direct. See, long kick down into the Lakers' arms, and a good strong carry initially. Finding a little half gap and just trying to free the arms there at the last minute. It was great work in carrying up the field.
Good break there, looking to make the offload, as you said, getting the arms free, but sometimes it's just not the right choice. Sometimes you just have to reset, let your support get there. People may not be with you on the break, and that's what happened there. Just got those arms free, turned into a bit of a mistake in the favor of the...
So good attacking opportunity for the Blue Golds as we see a good shot of that scrum. It'll be Kazbrzak looking to move the ball through the hands of Lawson. Lawson just going a little bit sideways here. And a good straighten is what they need, and straightening is what they get. There's plenty of support on the inside from Jacobs. Jacobs back into the hand of Red. Red taking in a good tackle.
Ball spilled forward. She tried to get it back and fool the referee. Not happening. Garibay on the spot for that one. Another little mistake creeping in here. So this time Grand Valley State gets the opportunity to open up the field. See here, good tackle by Kenzie the Hammer Kane wearing number 1. And Series Rid just spilled that one forward.
Plenty of pressure at the scrum here. It does spit out the side, so it is 1 against the feed. And there goes Lawson again, carrying strong. There's a little 2-on-1 on the outside if they need it. Chamberlain, she scored earlier. Able to free the ball. Is she able to get the ball back? Oh! Anyway, we're going to keep going. The ball has been taken. Advantage with the Lakers. And they will come back for that knock-on.
Little knock on there. Chamberlain thought she was going in for her second, extend this lead to 10, but unlucky. But Grand Valley State here really camped in their own half for this first 5 minutes of the game. To get down the other end of the field and threaten line for a bit.
We've seen already Chloe Chamberlain. She's been heavily involved for the Blue Golds. Let's see what happens here. Move the ball out. She is. To straighten, just feeding and offloading, trying to find support to be able to slip a tackle. And slipping tackles is number 15, Izzy Curry. Not rolling away, so they have the penalty advantage. They look to go quickly. Lawson finding support. There's Curry over the head and able to score.
It doesn't matter how pretty or not pretty it is. If you touch that ball down in the try zone, it's worth 5 points, and the wherewithal just to touch it back overhead, make sure it hit the ground. Effective in the end of the day there.
They've just got a little more punch coming onto the ball with their attack.
Look there, you're going to see Izzy Curry. Izzy Curry on the ground, on her back, just pops it over it. The sophomore from Waterford Union High.
Conversion is unsuccessful. So far, all of the territory and possession has been with the Blue Golds. They're choosing to kick deep. This time they want to have something, the Lakers, as they go straight carry on the outside. Good interplay into the hands of Wilkie. Wilkie needs to find some support. Still available, a little bit flat. Lateral running here, just trying to find any seam on the outside is Harstang.
You run lateral like that, you just bring defenders with you sometimes, and just really helped the Blue Golds to set up a good defensive line.
Coming back into play is Wilkie. Wilkie tries to get the fend out, needs to stay in field. Finding support, a little bit messy, and it looks like it's come back to the Blue Golds, so they're in trouble here. Turnover possession, just looking to move the ball. 2 quick passes. They've got a 2-on-1 on the outside. Can they execute? Just taking the ball in. Not held, so we're still playing here.
Need some friends to join the party there. Nobody even close to that ruck. And the Hammer
as we go. Now there's a foot race towards the goal line. It's gone against the runner play. Lauren Wilkie will score. I think so. Yep.
Referee agrees. Again, as long as it touches the ground, it's good. Doesn't have to be champagne rugby, as long as it gets there. Good work by Grand Valley State to get closer here at the end of the first half. It's a bit of a tussle around the ball. Kane jumps on that one, offloads that ball, and a nice run here from Lauren Wilkie. Lauren Wilkie eventually gets it down. The first-year biomedical science student from Granville, Michigan.
That will be it for the first half. We'll be right back with second half action.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Welcome back to the second half of the Women's Club D1 semi-final. University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire taking on Grand Valley State University, and the Blue Golds have had the run of play in the first half.
Blue Golds up by 3. Converted try for Grand Valley State. A lot to play for here. Players across the field who can just break it open.
Would it be considered the Battle of the Bay since the lake separates them?
Very well could be.
Across the lake. Anyway, rugby's building bridges today as they take, the Lakers take possession, heading towards the sideline, running towards the sideline, and there's the try score from the first half. Wilkie just looking to flip the ball up, still there and available. They got the penalty advantage here, so let's see what they can do, just running across field. And now the foot race is on the outside. Defense is very good from Emma Hamilton, forcing the knock on.
They squandered that penalty advantage there, and at the end just threw a little forward pass. Trouble here for Grand Valley State. Eau Claire, opportunity to attack inside this Grand Valley end.
It's the issues when you run laterally is you end up running away from your support, and it's an eliminating options. They just need someone to straighten. So, Mustang to feed. Messi out the back. It is a penalty advantage.
Sides against Grand Valley. Opportunity here for Eau Claire. We'll see what they decide to do. They can move back to a set penalty. Derek Wagner, I am sure, has set this up. Grand Valley State, Darian Whipple, the coach.
Look at Messi at the back. They're going to have to clean up here. Coming over the top is Sin. Wow, there's trouble out here. Lawson's been good early on. She's a powerful runner, able to free to the outside and just needs to go to hand. Emma Hamilton had a free run to the line on the outside.
I think Emma Hamilton was in the try zone before that ball was caught. Trouble for her. See that ball just slip over there.
Take a look at the Blue Golds. So Grand Valley State, that try just before halftime, converted try, put them in a good position, but they have to score. This one goes against the head, and now we're moving the ball. The Blue Golds, a good straightening carry. Ball's still there and available, running a little laterally on the outside is Sin. But has support from Curry. Just building phases nicely here, the Blue Golds. And getting the penalty advantage.
Blue Golds just camped down in this end. This is good for them a couple of minutes into this. Points have to come eventually.
Show and go and strong carry up the middle from Jacobs. Jacobs frees the ball off to Lawston. Lawston has been all over the field, and she adds to the tally of the Blue Golds with a critical try after halftime.
Lauren Lawston, the junior from Rushford, Minnesota. Rushford Peterson High School, studying communications at Eau Claire. Adds 5 points to their tally, and you can see the Eau Claire fans very happy.
Conversion attempt is unsuccessful.
See the heat coming on in the morning. Most of the fans are camping in shady spots. See how that plays a factor as the day goes on. Teams not quite used to this heat and humidity, James. Michigan and Wisconsin.
This time of year. So, will they kick deep? It's been a strategy to camp them deep in their own territory, and that's a great deep driving kick inside the 22. Coming back with the try score. Earlier on, that was Wilkie. Just trying to find some support. There's Eckel. Wilkie's over the top of the ball. Swarming defense from the Blue Golds. They're able to free it out. There's trouble on the outside here. Good straightening carry, but forcing the turnover again is the Blue Golds. This aggressive defensive line they have.
Doing a great job, the Blue Golds. Player from the Lakers, a little injured there. So they're one player down at the moment.
Here's trouble. It's try score. Walston. Back into her hands again. Going back, but taken in a high tackle there from Morales.
No card coming for that high tackle, but certainly worth the penalty there inside the zone that can warrant a bigger infraction or a bigger penalty. Just cover the penalty here. Good for Eau Claire again. Just eating some time off that clock. Winner of this plays Roger Williams versus Texas winner later this afternoon.
Unforced error there, so if you're the Lakers, you're gonna have to pounce immediately to get back into this game. There's still time, and it looks like they're gonna want to use Wilkie. I mean, Wilkie, she's looked like the danger woman when she had the ball in hand.
She has been the danger runner out there for them, certainly. Number 8, Anna Tater-Corrigan, a good setup player, able to make some distance. She can set up Wilkie, they'll be well.
And here she is. Can she get around the corner? Just trying, but find support on the inside. This is good interplay. Much better interplay from the Lakers. And there's Wilkie again. We just talked about her. Does she have enough pace? She's trying to run away from Curry. And she's going to get away from Curry. Individual brilliance from Wilkie.
The footwork was on. The foot race was on. Wilkie winds up on top. Just 3 points in it right now. 2 will bring it with 1 point. The run here from Wilkie. Wilkie headed, you see her just glance up there. A big video board, not found at many rugby fields. She's watching herself to watch where the defender is behind her. Very intelligent move there. Video board never lies, James. She was winning that foot race.
And it was her involvement. It was 1, 2, 3 touches in that facet of play. She's really been the injection, and she's getting a breather under the misters.
Yes. A very well-deserved breather under the misters, I would say.
So, closing in, there's about 10 seconds left, and that's a good kick. Challenge kick. There's plenty of time here. If they can get the ball back, they need to get the ball back in the next few seconds. The Lakers, and they force the turnover.
Involvement of Anna Tater-Corrigan there, but back to Eau Claire.
Good injection of pace from Kazbarak. Kazbazak, sorry.
Ball stolen by Grand Valley.
Trouble here, looking for some support. There's nowhere there. Just going to tuck and run is Hamilton. This is it.
They can kick this one into touch and be done with this game. We'll see what they decide to do. The Blue Golds.
Great counter ruck. It's all on here. The Lakers trying to come in the final stages. Oh, it's going back and forth. I think if you're the Blue Golds, you just need to hoof this ball into touch and you win the game.
And they just keep passing this ball. I am not sure why. Just get that ball into touch and you're going to the finals. Just playing with fire here.
Isolated on the outside of the Blue Golds. Trying to call in some support here. Now's the call. They're going to run it wide. They're going for it here. 2-on-1 on the outside.
The endeavor is amazing, and it's going to pay off.
Emma Hamilton. I think if you're the coach on the sideline, Derek Wagner, heart and mouth stuff there as they're flinging the ball around. They'd already won the game.
Derek Wagner must have been really, really watching that, saying, oh my goodness, we got to do something here. But Eau Claire is going to move on. They'll play the winner of the next game, which is Texas. University of Texas versus Roger Williams from the Northeast.
We'll be right back. Going to take a look at this kick first. The Blue Golds, a good performance. There were some strong performances there. Laura Lawston, conversion attempt is unsuccessful. That will be it. They will advance to the final. University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
And welcome back to New Orleans, the big, easy home of the 2022 Collegiate Rugby Championships. We are on day 2. This is the last day for the women's tournament. Lots of great play from day 1. And here we are looking at the Division I semifinals. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some great play from yesterday. This is the premier bracket. And some great stuff, Abby, on display.
Incredible start to the weekend yesterday. We saw dominant performances from Life, Lindenwood, the heavy hitters, but Penn State came up looking super strong and excited to see some matchups today. We saw some great try celebrations, as you see there, but we are back for Our next game, University of Texas at Austin versus Roger Williams.
You see UT Austin just kicking off in orange on your right, and receiving the ball in the light blue is Roger Williams University from Bristol, Rhode Island. And we are underway here with a quick line break, getting some speed here, seeing what she can do. And that is number 15, Stephanie McLeod, breaks that tackle. And she's got enough to dot it down. That's the first points on the board, goes to Roger Williams.
What a result for Roger Williams. That is what they are after. They have come to play. This is a national semifinal in the Women's Division I club bracket. These ladies are up for the challenge. And Stephanie McLeod, she just powers through. The sweeper does well to come across. However, too strong, too powerful. She gets the first score on the board.
And conversion is no good. Now keep in mind, both of these teams have already played a game this morning outside of the stadium. Roger Williams won in the final 30 seconds versus University of Kansas, winning 7-5. Try scorer from, as we just saw, Stephanie McLeod. And UT Austin won 24-5 in the quarterfinal win versus IUPUI. Again, winner goes on to the Division I club finals to play University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire. And here we have a break from number 4, UT Austin. That is Julia Beyonce Norwood. She is a cracker of a player. We saw her yesterday in play. Unfortunately, ball spills out of the ruck, but is gone out of bounds. And we will have a lineout to come.
How exciting to see the electricity of players like Beyonce Norwood. I can see how she got that nickname now. I'm not entirely sure of its origins, but she's earning it right.
And Norwood will take this ball, throw it in. She says she's got this nickname because she's always mistaken for Beyonce. As that ball goes cleanly out of the lineout. Cadleck looking to spin it out to the player chasing that first try. That is Allison Navejas. Gets the offload off to Bella Rankin. Some challenge at the breakdown, but not to be determined. And it looks like Mac Cadleck thought she had the try, wasn't sure of where the try zone was, Abby.
Mac Cadleck, just unfortunate. Just reaching over that 5-meter line, unfortunately 5 meters short of the try line. I think I've done that myself, a little inexperience showing. However, we love the enthusiasm. Turnover to Roger Williams, and they have to play deep out of their own half, 95 meters to go.
You'll expect Cadleck will want that one back. She was the woman of the match in the quarterfinal as deemed by her team earlier this morning. Deep hook, and Norwood gets slammed, but thinks she goes too high with a tackle there. Penalty to Roger Williams.
You see Norwood jogging off. She will receive a yellow card for that infringement. Check it out here, just that direct contact to the head. Player welfare, ever so important. You have to keep those hits below the shoulders. Any direct contact head or neck is going to give you that 2 minutes in the sin bin.
Yeah, absolute dangerous play, and you can imagine Norwood's probably foaming at the mouth, thinking that that was a clear tackle or clear, easy tackle, and perhaps could have scored. But it takes discipline to make sure that you are tackling legally. As you know, the scrum half is bending over to pick the ball up. We hope that she is okay. That is Tiana Adams taking a breather, talking to the medic. Now, as we wait here, Abby, you know, these teams, they've been playing outside the stadium the last, couple of games. They're so excited to finally get stadium time and be in the spotlight. I mean, just a really great opportunity for them to get more eyes on their club brands.
It's a huge stage, a lot of people watching, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure as we're seeing a couple errors. However, huge opportunity for both these teams, and they'll be representing their colleges with a lot of pride today.
Absolutely, and a deep kick from Roger Williams goes to midfield, collected by UT Austin. Alicia does a good job getting back up, and it looks like Cadleck is gonna go back into the sea of Roger Williams players. Offload doesn't find hands, and that goes out of bounds, and an opportunity just finds itself begging.
Turnover again seen here by UT Austin. Roger Williams will receive the line out. Remember, they have the woman overload, so they have power play here opportunity. Just like in hockey, you have the extra player on the pitch. Let's see if they can use it here. Set piece, great opportunity. They'll only have 2 in the back line, so getting a great attacking platform.
And the Hawks field that line out cleanly. Drop ball, but backwards, says the ref. That's referee Brian Hall in the center. Looking for a wraparound, and there finds the support. Sarah Gray takes on her opposite, Percy Alisea, offloads. And as that looks like it is again, number 15, Stephanie McLeod, goes in for her second try.
2 tries for that young lady, and she is the heart and soul of this Roger Williams side. It was a nice set-piece move, a wraparound play. And she doesn't quite have the wheels, Sarah Gray, but she has her teammate, Stephanie McLeod. We saw her run in earlier, and she gets her second. She's really bringing life into this squad as we see her trying to convert her own try. It goes wide, so score remains 10-0. Roger Williams being pleased with this start.
McLeod, a senior at Roger Williams, majoring in business management, originally from Beverly, Massachusetts. And another opportunity for these teams, Abby, as you know, these are typically smaller clubs, don't get a lot of attention kind of on the rugby scene. You know, as there appear 7 scouts here and they get more recognition, it's a great way for some of these individual standout players to get more recognition and hopefully find themselves breaking into some of these development pathways that they could have opportunity to compete at.
Definitely opportunity to put your hand up and say, yes, I want to play rugby at the next level. Those individuals doing their job out there on the pitch. A lot of scouts, you know, we have World Cups coming up in the next decade. Huge platform to grow rugby, getting eyes on the sport, and just continuing to elevate these young ladies' level of play, continue to develop their skill sets, staying in the sport, ever so important.
Absolutely, and you know, following the big news of the U.S. hosting the 15s World Cup in 2033 for the women, you know, that, you know, as you have these rising developmental players come up through the ranks, through high school, through college, is the perfect opportunity as we see the Hawks take a line out. Norwood back on the pitch, full strength, tries to go in for the poach, but loses her feet as the Hawks look to spin this out. That's McLeod again with the ball. Met with immense pressure here. Ball is out, but no pressure from UT Austin as the horn signals the end of the first half. We look for the Hawks to continue their play, not held, as she takes it into contact. As Wright spins the ball out. Not quite to hands, but backwards, says the ref. Cloud trying to make something out here. Breaks gain line. Losing a bit of shape here, but going through seemingly untouched and fighting for extra meters. Great defense by UT Austin, continuing the play. And Abby, you hate to see that play. It's the second Hawks player to think that she has reached the try line. And not quite, as that's turnover ball to Austin.
Just that bit of confusion there. Again, the 5-meter line. However, UT Austin did so well. That sweeper came across to make that tackle. And I believe a smart move here by Texas. Even though they're down 10-0, they had 95 meters to go. You can see the replay here. McLeod again with the breakaway. Unfortunately gets stopped short. And Roger Williams with the lead, 10-0 as we go into half. Catch us after.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
This D1 semifinal, the women Roger Williams University taking on UT Austin. The Hawks up 10-0 as we see two-try scorer Stephanie McLeod just getting ready to get the signal from the ref to kick us off. And we are underway. UT Austin picks up this ball as we see Norwood looking for that offload to her support. We see good Texas support here. Met staunchly with the Roger Williams defense. Applying a lot of pressure in that breakdown. And referee says penalty to Roger Williams, Abby.
Referee awarding Roger Williams there. Really well done to mark the channels, get those support players down. Strong defensive. I like seeing that offload, that continuity from UT Austin. They need a little more of that if they want to get back into this match.
Fortunately, just a little bit over eager in the ruck as UT Austin looks to try and pin the Hawks back. Contact too high here. Hawks shape seems to have lost its form. And really we're playing in the center channel here. As the Hawks keep the ball alive, an offload goes to McLeod. Can McLeod win this one-on-one here? As number 14, Percy Alisea does well to save her team. As UT Austin looks to recover and get back. Hawks knocking on the door, bringing their shape, but ball hits the deck. And Texas on the attack here. Looking to still play. She's not sure if the referee's gonna call that, and play is still on. Will she pick up the ball? And the Hawks have recovered here. Maybe a little bit of fatigue here, Abby, as the conditions are hot and humid. Second game of the day for both of these teams, and finally the referee blows his whistle.
Definitely exhaustion setting in. Look at the body language, hands on knees, bent over, getting up off the floor a little slow. Second day, second game. We just see their ball a little low. Hard for Roger Williams to gather. As fatigue starts to set in, we see the skills start to slow down. Those balls not being as crisp, definitely a factor.
And if you're coaching one of these teams, Abby, and you see the skill set starts to drop a little because of that fatigue, what is your message to the team there?
You can tighten up, get a little closer to your teammates, shorten the passes, but also give yourself more depth. So go deeper away from the defense. That way, if there is an error, you have a little more grace.
Great advice from Olympian Abby Gustitis as Texas looks to try and put first points on the board, still maintaining possession, but very messy. Norwood steps off her right foot, and Norwood will dot it down under the sticks to put those first points on the board.
Finally a try for UT Austin, and of course it was that young lady, Julia Beyonce Norwood. Have a look here, absolute exhaustion across the board. But Norwood receives the ball, only one player in front of her who is flat-footed, and then she dives in. She is fatigued, she takes her moment of rest, tries to convert, and I think it just missed. So score remains 10 points to 5. Anybody's game right here.
Anybody's game, 3 minutes left in the second half. That is plenty of time. 10-5 And Norwood did an interview with the Rugby Breakdown earlier this morning. She said the first games of the day are always hard because you gotta wake up and shake off kind of the nerves again. But in this second match, the tough part is fighting that fatigue and just trying to do everything you can and fight with grit to get to that final. And Norwood, unfortunately, kickoff goes begging. And Abby, we know that kickoffs are so important in the sevens game, and that's just an opportunity that's given to Roger Williams.
Restarts just have grown so much as that additional set piece for sevens teams. And then those errors, we talked about the fatigue, that is one of those skills that you still need. You need that kick to go 10, otherwise just gifting that ball to the opposition.
We saw Gray give a great offload to McLeod. And McLeod breaks by Alsea, and that is McLeod again, going for the hat trick as she takes a breather on the ball, trying to kill a little bit more time. Abby, this is a standout player in this club semifinal. Great stuff from this runner here.
She is carrying this squad. It was a nice little initial break, and then McLeod gets the offload. The right-hand fin sends Caldec to the deck. And then we have seen this matchup all game so far, McLeod versus Alsea, and McLeod got the better of the sweeper that time, and she converts her own try, really leading the charge, hopefully putting her squad into the final.
Nails that conversion. Score is 17-5, just a minute left to play. And of course, McLeod will go back to center circle as she will look to restart, and hopefully make no mistake. Put pressure on UT Austin, and she makes no mistake, going deep. Texas in their own 22. Ball in the hands of danger. Norwood looking for support here. Ruck is messy here as Austin has good steepness to their line. Barreling forward and getting the offload. That's great stuff. How unlucky there. Poindexter tries to get the offload. Did a great amount of work in that phase play, but it will be a scrum to the Hawks.
What I love about that, Poindexter, she took the initial carry, offloaded it, but then got off the deck so fast to put herself in a great position to receive the next offload. Unfortunately, ball was a little low, and a knock-on gives the ball to Roger Williams, as you hear that hooter go off in the background.
So Surratt put the ball in the scrum, will spin it out. Goes to Bono. Bono gets tackled, and Poindexter picks that ball up. We were just talking about her. Her ears are hot. She is fighting through these last few seconds. Penalty not rolling away, says the ref. And Norwood keeps going, looking to set up Alsea. Alsea! And this time, again, another showdown on the other side this time. Gets back up and tries to keep that ball alive. Referee will blow the whistle. And it'll be a penalty to Texas. And Norwood able to dot it down, getting the points for her teammate after a great effort by Alsea.
Great effort. So maybe instead of Roger Williams versus UT Austin, we should say McLeod versus Norwood, and McLeod got the better of this match, scoring 3 tries. Norwood with just 2, suffering with that 2-minute sin bin, of course. But huge game, really well done to Roger Williams.
Yes, great stuff by both these teams, and of course we saw great standout performances by those players as the conversion is no good, and that will be the end. Roger Williams victorious 17-10. They will head to the D1 finals to face Wisconsin, Eau Claire. Got to take a short break, and then we will head back to the premier bracket. Stay tuned.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Let's go! You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
And welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championship May Madness Sevens taking place in the Big Easy. We are at the Gold Mine on Airline, a hot and humid Memorial Day weekend. The Gold Mine Airline, of course, host to MLR's Nola Gold, where colleges all across the country have descended on this stadium to play for all the titles. We've seen some fantastic rugby from the weekend thus far, and Abby, the women's will be finishing off today, and we are sure to see some more highlights.
110 teams across 6 divisions, which means we will name 6 champions at the end of this weekend with the women competing today. Stay tuned for the women's premier semifinals and finals.
And here we are in the premier bracket. We are looking at the Challenge Bowl semifinals. We have the Battle of the Southern Universities, Southern Nazarene versus Southern Oregon University. Now, both teams unfortunately taking a loss yesterday, losing Southern Oregon losing 21-10 to Grand Canyon University. Southern Nazarene losing 52-0 against Life. They'll be looking to put up first points on the weekend. This should be a very competitive match, Abby.
For these teams, it's a difficult match to come into. You know you lost, you're out of contention. However, which team can get up for it? Bring the energy from the start. It's all to play for, and one of these teams will get their first victory of the weekend.
And you are looking at Southern Nazarene in the white, kicking off to Southern Oregon in the red and black stripes as they begin cleaning up this kickoff here. And that's Solomon taking a big, strong carry as they look to support each other and ask for the attack, but Nazarene putting on some pressure here. Keeping her feet is Frederick. Frederick finally gets taken down. As Kindler looks to spin it. Solomon with the nice offload there. It's Elizabeth Rose now breaking. Just marching up the field to Southern Oregon. Maeve Moore met with a great hit. There's all sorts of bodies in these 5 meters. And it looks like Isabella Frederick will finally dot it down for Southern Oregon. The Raiders take the first points on the board, Abby, 5-0, with conversion to come.
Great start from the Raiders. You see, they had the woman outside, number 10. However, they opt to go back inside using that direct approach, using their physicality. And Fredericks gets the first points of the game. It's 5 points to 0. I love the continuity they showed, really playing together, great support, and able to maintain that possession as they marched up the field.
Great support, and Fredericks was named MVP. Excellent defense, I will say. She won the Excellent Defense Award. I will say she's also got excellent attack. Of course, Southern Oregon University, the first team to represent the Cascade Conference in a national playoff in several years, really trying to get extra exposure for their name as Gilliland hands off to her teammate. Ball hits the deck. We see Jones. Got a little bit of speed there, Jones. Looking for support, doesn't quite go to hands, but Southern Nazarene able to maintain possession. Unfortunately, though, referee will call a penalty. That's a turnover to Southern Oregon.
Great interjection of pace seen there by A.J. Jones. However, just a little error seen by Southern Nazarene gives that ball back to Southern Oregon as they look to get out of their own half.
And referee calls not rolling away on Southern Nazarene, and Southern Oregon will look to quick tap, slicing and dicing through the defense. As Emma Kindler dots down for another try for her team. She will be pleased with that. That's president of the club, Emma Kindler. Abby, well deserved there.
Emma Kindler, just a heads-up play, that awareness. It's a penalty to them, so we know Southern Nazarene have to retreat. You see her with ball in hand. She takes a look towards her teammates. She must have got the heads up, maybe the nod to go ahead, and she backs herself. She is no match for the defense, and she absolutely cruises in, gives a fist pump to the ground, and some celebration seen by her teammates as they go up 12 points to 0.
We see 2 subs, maybe 3 subs come onto the field as Southern Oregon looks to keep the energy levels high. As Kindler, the try scorer, will look to kick her team off again. Ball goes bouncing with a lot of speed back towards the try zone. And Southern Nazarene will dot it down. That would be a free kick.
Free kick all the way up at the half. Bit of an error seen there by Southern Oregon, just giving that ball back. They have to retreat all the way. A little confusion, I think, seen here on the pitch. They get to walk it all the way back to the halfway, and they can set up a play or quick tap. They can't kick for a line out because then it'll be a turnover, but she knows the rules. She's on it, having a go herself.
As we see Mitchell get her team underway, trying to keep the ball alive in the face of pressure from Southern Oregon. And we see Lewis trying to get that ball back towards her team. A lot of rookies on this team, but a lot of athletic talent as well, as we see Bailey Gilliland dot it down under the sticks for her team. She herself is a rookie. She was named Newcomer of the Year, but second leading scorer this spring. As I'm looking at this roster here, it looks like only 2 players on their team, Abby, have played rugby before this. So great stuff from Southern Nazarene.
Very impressive first season playing rugby. I know I wouldn't want to be playing on this stage after my first year. I don't think I could even pass the ball, but these ladies are doing better than I am. And Gilliland with the footwork, ball in 2 hands, steps off the left and just backs herself, getting the first points on the board for the weekend.
Great to see from this team, and the conversion was no good. So score is 12-5 as we have 1 minute left to play in the first half.
Close matchup like you predicted. Southern Nazarene will kick off, seeing if Southern Oregon can get 1 more back before the half.
And cleanly scooped there by Southern Oregon. As we see Kindler bring massive defenders with her, and then Fredericks in support. High tackle, says the referee. As Kindler looks to organize her team. Got good shape right now. As Kindler gets the ball again. Looking for support, but lost in contact, just not secured enough as Southern Nazarene looks to attack. A bit of confusion here, looking for some support. Unfortunately, penalty, turnover to Southern Oregon as Kindler looks to take the quick tap again. Decides to go herself. As Kindler dots down again, immediately met with celebration from her teammate Haley Connor.
Bit of confusion seen there on the pitch. I think Southern Nazarene had a player down, only 6, trying to get out of their own half. Pinged for holding onto that ball. And then we see Kindler using her experience, using her power, gets over the line, bringing Southern Oregon even into a further lead as they go into half.
And that will be 17-5 as we head into halftime, but don't go away. Just a few moments as we go into the break, and we'll be back with second half action. Southern Oregon University versus Southern Nazarene. Stay tuned.
We play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know.
And welcome back to the second half of this match as Southern Oregon University is up, and we see the first of 3 tries about to be scored. Number 11, Isabella Fredericks. We see Emma Kindler take it in just outside the post, and then Kindler goes again on the penalty, just taking the speed. As we look to kick off the second half, Abby, Southern Oregon seems to be in firm control.
Southern Oregon dominating the first half. However, what's impressed me about Southern Nazarene is their grit and their determination on defense. They're definitely at the disadvantage when it comes to size, but they're still willing to put shots in, put their bodies on the line to stop Southern Oregon. We need to see a bit more of that and them maintaining possession if they want to get back in this match.
And they're looking to take advantage of this possession as they've gotten the penalty, keeping that ball alive, looking to protect that ball. As support comes streaming in, and we start to see a break here. Will Southern Oregon catch her? And Mitchell keeps going. Kindler on the chase, immediate pickup from her teammate as they look to keep this ball alive, and that will be Mitchell again to dot it down. As you said, Abby, still plenty of time left to play in the second half. Mitchell started and finished that effort. What a great phase of play for Southern Nazarene.
Well deserved by Mitchell. You see her started here. She spots that little gap. Initially, it evades Kindler. However, Kindler has the pace to take her down. Mitchell places it back for her teammate who has a little go. And then Mitchell right back to her feet, spots another gap, and she is over the line. No one is stopping her from that far out.
So we get a good shot of Nia Mitchell there. She is studying business administration. She's a junior at Southern Nazarene out of Houston, Texas. Another rookie, but some great potential we see already in these players as she looks to collect herself for the next restart.
She deserves that breath of fresh air. However, what's impressed me is that she hasn't even been playing rugby that long, but she's able to see those gaps. That's something many people don't learn from many years of experience, and she's not just focusing on her athleticism. She's using her vision, so important as she continues to grow into this game.
And I think you and I, Abby, know that's what's so addicting about this sport of sevens. When you've played other sports growing up, getting the ability to apply some of your other skills in this new sport is what gets people coming to the sport, and we see it keep growing as Southern Oregon looks to keep their lead going. Keeping it alive here. Rose finally brought down as Fredericks spots the short side, weak side, decides to step back in, and now wants to go back out. And a high tackle on A.J. Jones there, and she will be sent to the bin for 2 minutes.
Dangerous tackle, just going above the shoulder. She got that seatbelt tackle in, making contact with the neck. It's an automatic sin bin, and because she was the last defender before the try line, referee deems a penalty try. They will be awarded the 7 for Southern Oregon.
And even though you saw Watson in your screen there, it doesn't look like Watson was close enough to the play to be able to be a material block for the try scorer, Fredericks. So Fredericks will score another one. Fredericks out of Live Oak, California. She is a sophomore at Southern Oregon. Has some high school experience, played for the Barbarian Rugby Club. And you could see it as she spotted that short side there to take that run. As they look to kick off, restart does not go. 10, as the ref will bring it back to the center.
Bit of a challenging circumstance here for Southern Nazarene. They are a player down. However, they are 2 scores down and time is ticking. They only have 3 minutes left if they want to climb back into this match.
And not to mention, they are without Jones of all people. Jones, who was the MVP this spring, you know, without some of the experience that they do have on the field right now. But someone else who has experience, Gilliland with the ball. Not back 10, says the ref, as Southern Nazarene will get the benefit of going forward 10 more meters and will get another opportunity to tap and go.
Seeing some big gaps here in the middle of the field. Can they capitalize on it? Great half break there. Solomon does well to bring her down, though.
Sees the gap, but Southern Oregon doing well to counter ruck. As Haley Connor picked up that ball, but facing a little bit of pressure here as they look to emerge out of their 22. Gets the offload off, but too little too late. That pass goes forward, and Southern Nazarene has an exciting opportunity with this scrum here to come.
Scrum here, however, they will only have 2 players in the back line unless A.J. Jones is back as she trots into the screen. So full complement. Great attacking platform. The midfield scrum, because you have options on both sides. I know you as a scrum half love these middle scrums. You can go either side. What are you looking for when you're the scrum half at the mid scrum?
Yeah, well, I think when you're first looking at the scrum, you're trying to see, is your scrum dominating, right? Are you in control? Because if so, then the scrum gives you a really nice platform for you to perhaps go the weak side where the scrum half is not. And so Tarango will put this ball in. Unfortunately, though, Southern Oregon dominating that scrum and gets that pressure as they regain possession here. Fortunately, Tarango couldn't do much with that opportunity. That was a great opportunity for Southern Nazarene, but Southern Oregon will look to strike again. As we see the offload stay alive. Rose not tied up now. She's brought to ground finally. Looks like Solomon Luce will boot that one down. No sweeper in play. Putting lots of pressure on Southern Nazarene. Great hit by Fredericks. And Solomon Lewis will go and pick that up and will emphatically dot that down. A little bit too close for comfort, but gets the points. Solomon Lewis kicks that ball to start us off and gets the points on the board for herself.
You can see what it means to these women playing in this semifinal. Solomon goes to boot, backing either their speed or their defense if Southern Nazarene do regain it. However, Solomon Lewis doing so well. The player coach, she dots it down, she jumps up, and it is Southern Oregon dominating this match.
Fredericks tries to convert, conversion no good. Score is 29-10. And that was the final horn. Let's see if they will take another play. Looks to be it there. And Solomon Lewis finishes it out for her team. As you said, Abby, player coach out of Big Island, Hawaii. Looks like we will get one more restart. Southern Oregon perhaps celebrating a bit too prematurely, but hoping to regain the ball on this restart so they can finish this game out.
I think they have the win. They know that. However, Southern Nazarene will get one more opportunity, but unfortunately, a little too eager at the back of the ruck. Knock on ends that match.
Final score here, 29-10, as Southern Oregon celebrates. They have won the Challenge Bowl semifinals, and they will go on to the Challenge Bowl finals later today. Make sure you stay tuned on the Rugby Network as we have tons more rugby ahead. Stay tuned.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome back to the Big Easy for day 2 of the College Rugby Championships here. May Madness 2002 from the Gold Mine on Airline in New Orleans as we take a look down Bourbon Street, one of the famous landmarks in the great state of Louisiana. Dan Powell with you alongside James Patterson as we take a look at some of the action that we've seen. And there's been plenty of action through this opening day and a half of the CRCs for 2022.
Some of the best action and talent at the collegiate level has been on display here. We've seen all the hard hits, charging action, and this interesting format. It's an amazing format, single elimination. Everyone's had to put the best foot forward, and hasn't there been some great tries scored?
Great tries, great try celebrations as the celebration continues here as the Broncos take on the Tigers next. It should be an absolute belter of a match.
You love saying that, don't you? Big rugby league fan. The Broncos and the Tigers. Little Wendell Sailor.
Yeah, Wendell Sailor, John Hopewate. Feels like it should be Friday night footy at Leichhardt Oval here, but here we are at the Gold Mine. Super Saturday continues. Boise in the white to receive Clemson, the purple and orange. Dana Schneider, head coach for Clemson. Alan Billingsley will be in charge for Boise State. Roker to get us underway here. And CRC action continues. Deep kickoff. Broncos field just outside their 22, and early touch here for Boise State. As Jones is dragged down just shy. Penalty goes to Clemson off the feet.
Now it'll be the Tigers with this penalty. Roker comes to the left to pick up Swanson.
So coming in from the side there against Nelson. Just the temptation at the ball, just sitting at the back of the ruck. Too much for Nelson. And knock on against Clemson, so we'll pack a scrum.
For this Boise State side, let's look at impact players for them. Samantha Rowetter. She was very good yesterday. Steadying presence of Bridget Monahan as well. Day two, we've already seen teams. It's been kind of a sign of the game so far. A little slow in the first half, but these teams have built into some second half battles.
Advantage here for the Broncos. That's a strong run from Rowetter, like you mentioned, James. Just sang her praises. As Jones tosses that one back out wide now to Hewitt. Hewitt with a little bit of space. Hewitt showing some speed. Hewitt will take it 60 metres unopposed. She'll bring it around underneath the post. That's Leland Hewitt. What a try from the number 7, and the Broncos, they're on the board first.
Wasn't that special? I'm not sure I can match that enthusiasm, but strong carry at the beginning. We talked about it. Rowetter just dragging players with a 1, 2, 3. And at this stage, there was too many defenders in. And that is a class finish on the outside. Hewitt, clinical.
Conversion successful, 7 points to 0. The Broncos over the Tigers. 2 minutes gone here in the first half. There it is, Leland Hewitt. Absolute speedster down that left touchline. No wonder the boots come undone. She was moving that fast. The laces, they couldn't handle the speed. Broncos get us restarted with this deep kick down to the 22. Tigers will return. First with Maori. Trying to replicate what her opposite number Hewitt did down there. Result not the same though, as now Clemson just inside their own half will shift this ball. Wide little juggle before being regathered by Cunningham. A real danger woman for this team. She can get herself free. Now Swanson picks up on the outside to Fandrick. Fandrick beats one. Fandrick can't get away from the attention. If the chemo just holding on to the jersey. As the whistle blows, will come back.
Penalty offside.
An offside penalty against the Broncos.
Bit of stuff there, Cunningham. Good strong carry up the middle. They'll look to get her involved again.
Here's Roker. She's the playmaker, the linchpin for this team. So shifts it wide, over the head. Fandrick goes into the waiting arms of Swanson. Swanson looking to get free. To find Fandrick again, cannot do so. Fandrick at the back, under pressure, does well. Picks up Roca. Roca picks up some space. Roca full of running. 2 Broncos to take her down inside the 22. Fandrick has numbers to the left. Elects to dummy. Go herself. Fandrick, the jersey, it's too strong. It's not strong enough. Fandrick stronger. 5 points. We're going to have a tight ball game here. Tigers and Broncos living up to expectation in this one.
It was all on, and it was great effort. The ability to be able to recycle, carrying strongly. We look at the end here, and this is just the end of a great facet of play. Steps off the left foot, accelerates through the tackle. Nobody can stop her. Great try from Kendrick.
Well, the famous night commercial, Tiger, the swoosh, the golf ball sits at the hole, it drops. Rhino Rugby, you've got to get on that one. You can't rip those jerseys. No one can rip those jerseys. Of course, Rhino Rugby, great sponsors of the CRC. Thank you, Rhino Rugby. Fandrick, she was looking for the offload, and all of a sudden the pressure, the weight behind her, she was dragging, pumping the pistons, disappears, and she puts it down for her team. 7 points to 5. I missed the conversion, JP. I was so excited. Broncos and Tigers living up to my hype. Boise State. Rowetter. Still with Boise. Good hands there. There's Jones with a little juggle now. The offload from Jones to Monahan. Monahan, round she goes before being taken down. Back to Gross. Has a little war paint on Gross. Nelson. A direct line up towards the halfway line. Another penalty goes to the Broncos here. Tight one, James.
Yeah, good option here. Just reset. Again, possession is your ally in the games of sevens. And so they've got a great chance, closing in on a minute, to really apply pressure.
Some changes coming on here. Out the front, Zach makes her way onto the field. Fresh legs to close out this half. Reinach goes short. Left to Chemo. Goes wide. Picks up Rowetter. Rowetter. Haven't seen her contain one-on-one yet today, James.
Strong tackle.
There's Jones. Looks to spin out of a tackle. High energy Jones. Oh, here's trouble. Hewitt can't get around this side. They pay close attention to the speedster. But now Gross. Gross with a bit of space. Gross brings it around, and she will dot it down. Oh, flirting with the dead ball line was Gross there. Cool as a cucumber, dots it down and retakes the lead for Boise. Oh, no, they extend the lead. Apologies. 12 points to 5, kick to come.
Right at the stroke of halftime, and she has been heavily involved every time she gets the ball. Just a powerful presence as we see the final stages here. Looked like Hewitt was going to have a go, but at this stage, just pin your ears, go for the corner, backing pace and speed again. Jersey's tucked in there, that's the key. Tuck that jersey in nice and tight and score right close.
Points to 5 at the break. We've got a tight one here. Broncos and Tigers continues after halftime break when we return. CRC's 2022 right here on the Rugby Network.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God. And you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
We are back in New Orleans as we take a look at some of the highlights from this first half between the Broncos and the Tigers.
Started out with Hewitt, a great run, individual effort down the left-hand side, and coming straight back into it was Clemson. This is on the passage of some strong carries in the strength of the carry from Vandrick to get under. And on this stroke of halftime, storming right back into the game was Boise State. Sarah Gross, cool as you like.
That leaves us at 12 points to 5, a 7-point lead here for the Broncos over the Tigers. It'll be Boise kick off here to get the second half going off the boot of Evdokimo. Comes down for Clemson. That's a great start for the Tigers. There's a strong run from Whitmire. They'll have the penalty too here, it looks like. You see some changes coming in for Clemson already. Whitmire, her first touch was a good one. Taken wide here, quick hands. Vandrick. What a try she scored. Towed through now by the Tigers. The bounce is a good one for Clemson. And now the speed on the outside for the Tigers. Look at that around the outside. Mary! She will take it all the way off the boot. And then dots it down. 12 points to 10. Kick to come. The Tigers, they're alive. The claws are out, and they are firing.
This is a deft of a touch as you'll find from anyone. The presence of mind to hack it forward, getting it at this stage, just accelerating away from the defender. And that's what class players do. They create something from nothing. It was a lost ball. Just towed it through. She didn't kick it out of bounds. Caught it and went straight over.
Conversion stays down. 2-point ball game. 12 points to 10. 2 tries apiece. Just that conversion separates these two sides. There's our try scorer. Grace Mowry. What a try it was. Like I said, little stroke of individual brilliance wrapped up in some belief. It's amazing what you can do. Broker gets things restarted for the Tigers. They kick deep. Broncos field just outside their 22. It was Gross. What a try it was from Sarah Gross to finish the first half. One spilt forward now. Here's an opportunity. The Tigers knocking on the door with this scrum outside the 22.
This is a complete role reversal of the first half where it was Boise State that dominated possession. Coming up from halftime, obviously some big words from Dana Snyder in the halftime huddle. And Clemson has come out and they've shown another gear, especially on defense. The defensive line speed has been immense.
Big scrum here for Clemson. They get the win. Striggers comes wide, finds Roker. Roker, oh, turned over. Beautiful stuff there from the Broncos as Jones now will look to exploit this transition. Has the arms free and the offload. Now play on. Knocked back. Clemson with the turnover. Roker with the ball. Picks up Mowry. Mowry beats one, beats a second, beats a third, Mowry. Can she beat a fourth? Yes, she can. Mowry will do it all herself. She'll bag a double and take the lead for the Tigers. What a performance it has been from Mowry here in the second half.
Oh, take a bow, Mowry. That was brilliant individual effort. It looked like there was nothing, just barely a sliver of light, and she exploits it. See on the replay here, it didn't look like anything from broken play. A little bit of a carry there from Roker, but at this stage, just the power to go through it and watch the acceleration, accelerating away from the defenders, the swerve and the finish. Oh, it's world class, Dan.
It's only 7 on the field. I feel like she's beat 9. Incredible stuff from Grace Mowry. Her second try. 15 points to 12. 3 minutes remaining in this game. The Broncos and the Tigers living up to the hype in this one. Now the Broncos, can they respond? They went into the halftime break with the ascendancy with that try from Gross. Since then, it's been all Clemson. The Tigers have come to play. Driggers looking to drive the dagger into the hearts of Boise State. Their fans in Idaho anxiously watching their team here. And this lady right here, Mary, she has been unbelievable. Count them out. 1, 2, now 3 second-half tries for Grace Mary. And she has taken this game by the scruff of the neck and dominated.
There's not many hat tricks in a tournament, let alone in this short of a time. Personal brilliance. Look, nothing's on here. A little step, the bend and the separation, and at this stage, acceleration with a little duckaroo, and then straight over the goal line. I mean, she's just unstoppable.
She may be the Black Widow. No one wants to touch her. They're terrified. Conversion from Roker successful. This second half for the Tigers has been nothing short of impressive. 22 points to 12.
Just the conditioning as well. You see her, she's always in and around the play.
Driggers down the middle with this restart. The Broncos down by 10. Gross looking to spark a comeback here. They come to the middle of the field. Franciac wide. Here's Hewitt. We haven't seen her since her first touch with a try. Look at this from Hewitt. Diamonds for Hewitt as she will get her second. The door of hope for a comeback is opening.
It is open. It's wide open. 22 points to 17 with the kick to come. There's time left, and that's what they needed to do. They just haven't had any possession whatsoever. Clemson have dominated possession in the second half. I want to hurry up here a little bit.
Big conversion, down by 5. They convert this. A try will lock them up for a win. Flag stay down. 5-point ball game. A converted try gets the win here for the Broncos. The Tigers will do everything they can to hold on.
If you're Boise State right now, you've got to get the ball to Leland Hewitt.
The Tigers will know that though, James. They'll be paying close attention to Hewitt. They know she's got the speed to finish. They've seen it twice. They've been burnt twice. If we take one last look at it.
It's just the acceleration, those first 3 steps, and she just strides away. Lovely gait, excellent running style, ball in the right hand. Could we see a hat trick for her? The double hat trick and the hat trick to win.
That's a big loss here for the Broncos as Gross makes her way to the sideline. It was her strong run down that right sideline that attracted the Tigers' defence over to that breakdown, gave Hewitt the space to score that try. Look at the steely reserve on these Broncos players. They know what lies ahead of them. It's a tall ask. If anyone can do it, it's Boise State. They need this restart.
Signaling over to Leland. They're going to kick it her way. Why wouldn't they?
Go to the hot hand, Hewitt. The hot hand, Hewitt. They go right down the middle. Oh, look at that. Not since Kari Webb have I seen batsmen on a ball like that. The golf reference. Boise, ball in hand. This is what they need. Possession. Where's Hewitt? She's to the left. Jones comes that way. Hewitt one-on-one with Mary. This is the battle we've been wanting to see. Hewitt and Mary. Mary and Hewitt back to Jones. Unselfishly finds her teammate. The Broncos, they're charging late here. Ball comes down to the hands of Rowetter. She's been an absolute giant for this side all day. Jones now, jinking run. There's space to the right. Jones, can she get the answer? She can. Ball sits up, can't handle. Donovan had open spaces in front. That was the chance. The whistle blows. What a cliffhanger. Tigers over the Broncos, 22 points to 7. And boy, oh boy, wasn't that a brilliant performance from both those sides, James?
Nail-biting finish. Great effort from both sides, but it will be Clemson who advance. Well-deserved victors, 22 points to 17.
We'll step away when we return the quarterfinals in the Men's Cup. Dartmouth taking on Indiana right after this. This is the CRCs on the Rugby Network.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Let's go! You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
The pressure cooker is on here at the CRC's May Madness Sevens in New Orleans as we move to the quarterfinals of the Men's Cup. Indiana taking on Dartmouth, former champions Dartmouth taking on Mark Cuban's very own Indiana University.
We talked about this in the pre-selection show. This was one of the matches, if they advanced through, we thought was going to be the key game leading up to the latter stages of the tournament. And this Indiana side, coached by David Fee, very well drilled, and it's Dartmouth, coached by Kyle Sumption. Sorry, Pat.
Going for a rare double here. Kyle Sumption on the coaching staff at Army on the men's side that just won the 15s national championship. Of course, Iona, what a performance, knocking Army out earlier today. So Sumption was looking for that double. And we underway. Dartmouth, well, no surprise, in the green with the big giant D on their front. That's not the start they were looking for. Indiana, what a start for Human there. Off the kickoff, a little mistake, and Gabe Human stretches out into the corner. 5 points to 0. Indiana, the Hoosiers on the board.
Came from a great kick. Will Chevalier, he's one of their better players, highly skilled player, just drops fortuitously to Yeoman, and Yeoman just gets ankle tapped here, able to get back on his feet and score in the corner. He adds a third try to his tournament tally. He was 2 in the game yesterday, standout player.
Conversion is up and across the face, unsuccessful. Score remains 5 points to 0. Indiana in the lead here. Less than a minute played at the Gold Mine on Airline, home of Nola Gold in Major League Rugby. And the king, Carlos Spencer. There's a lot of royal connotations here.
We just need to see a chip off the knee at some stage. Is that legal anymore? I don't think it is.
I don't know. I've got to brush up on the knee chips.
He was a magician. A magician too at restarts, usually. Chevalier, sorry.
French? I like it. Sounds like something you'd have at a fine dinner party. Are you going to break out the Chevalier? Oh, absolutely. The Pattersons are coming over. I'm going to break it out. It's Dartmouth looking to return serve here. Great little flick out the back. It was Green. Strong run from the big man. Penalty goes against Big Green, though. And now Indiana will look to attack. Look at the running here of Marsh on the outside. Marsh one to beat. The sideline coming at him, and he gets bundled into touch. Cover defense from Dartmouth, strong.
How about the turn of pace by Marsh? He got the ball there. Surely not he was going to have a crack on the outside. He almost snuck around. Again, just playing the game in the right area of the field. You can apply pressure with a good defensive line, force a turnover. Dartmouth could be in all sorts of trouble.
Great take at the top there from Froelich. Comes down midfield. Oh, thought that gap was open there. He was looking to loop, but the inside pass was definitely an option. As Dartmouth work this outside their own 22. Indiana for the steal. Oh, I thought he had rights to the ball there. I thought it was a tough call against Indiana. That was the try scorer in Yeoman. Looked like a clear release from up here. Penalty goes to Dartmouth and they will clear.
They're really wanting that opportunity for the ball carrier to make a progressive movement on the ground, and just didn't have enough time there. And a chance for Dartmouth to really get out of a great position on the field for them. They've been camped in their own half.
Michael Weir, he is the puppet master for this Dartmouth side. Big shoes. You look at some of the historic players that have come out of this amazing program. You look at Major League Rugby, Nate Brakeley, one of the huge names, USA Eagle, captain for Rugby New York. Madison Hughes, captain the Sevens. Got it done here for Dartmouth when they won the championship.
I'm sure there'll be a few Major League Rugby scouts in the stands this weekend, watching the next level of talent come through. We've seen the potential addition of more sides to Major League Rugby. There's never been a more important time to have strong talent coming through the grassroots level.
We even talked earlier, James, now PR7s as well. Like, there's multiple opportunities for professional rugby for these players. Is this man right here, Gabe Newman, he might be raising the eyebrows of a few of those scouts.
A strong carrier and good presence of mind here.
Absolute litany of errors there. Double knock on. The first one against the Hoosiers.
It's just that ability there, one or two phases, and whether they're just a little bit of complacency into the contact area. We've seen a couple lost opportunities because they're one phase away from breaking, and it's very hard, 5-6 phases in sevens rugby, to get organised. That's where you get those kind of 2-on-1 opportunities you need to put teams away.
We're off the back. Crossfield looks for a little kick through. Needs the bounce as Green's on the chase. Green, well, did he play the man and not the ball? David Fee thinks so. 2 hands and a clipboard in the air from Fee.
And a card to boot.
Look at that, Clifton down there just pushing the Indiana players back. You'll get your chance, he says. You'll get your chance out there. Get behind that rope. Got to give Pat a shout out. What a great effort from him putting this weekend together. Down there just making sure things running smoothly.
Isn't it good to see the best sevens tournament back on TV, national television, giving all these players an opportunity to showcase themselves to all the friends and family.
Here's Marsh again. He's been dangerous. Oh, unforced from Marsh there. Now they come wide. Dartmouth with an opportunity. Froelich beats a few tackles, Froelich, before he finds Meyer. They want to come to the right. They do just that now. Robinson scheming. Lukasko. He's tackled short. They'll go again. They've got to score here, surely, and they do. They get it down. Dartmouth tie things up here late in the first half.
And a man down. That is exactly what you want to do. You're put in a position of difficulty, and they make it through a position of strength, and they did that through frolic. It was a very strong carry up the middle, and this is just the end of it here. Good heads-up play, and the man that started it all, Frolic, just diving over. You're not going to stop him from there.
Weir with a big conversion. Line drive, stays away. All tied up, 5 points apiece here. May have just enough time for a restart before the halftime break as the siren goes in the background. If you're Weir here, you're going short, you're going deep, knowing that this game will go to the break next stoppage.
Bang it deep.
Oh, no chance. Short for himself. Weir. Oh, and this is the danger. This is the danger of trying to do it all for yourself. Indiana will go all the way under the posts. Yeoman gets himself a double, and you roll the dice. You play the game. You risk snake eyes. That's what they got just there. And now Indiana, they have momentum going into the sheds.
Exactly what you didn't want to do leading into halftime. And you give a player like Gabe Yeoman any opportunity. He's up to 4 tries for the tournament. You can understand why. The sneaky stab ahead. It could have gone to hand, but instead, you give it to one of the most dangerous men on the field. Plenty of work to do here. Too much pace. Indiana. He cops a late shot there as well.
That'll take us through to the halftime break. 10 points to 5, Indiana over Dartmouth when we return from the break. The second half is coming up, all on the line for both these sides in the Cup quarterfinals.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Located in Beverly, Massachusetts, offers undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs designed to help you attain your goals. Visit endicott.edu to learn more.
Welcome back. Second half kickoff just moments away here as Dartmouth and Indiana are locking horns in this Cup quarterfinal. Gabe Yeoman, he is the story of the first 7. 2 tries for the number 2 for Indiana.
And really, what looked like some issues in the first half for Dartmouth is they just couldn't string together enough phases. They actually scored their only try when they were a man down on the field. But it's been Indiana that's taking the most of every opportunity they get.
He just joking, Mike, not kicking short again, that's for sure. That's what he says to referee. Tyler Ciccarelli looks like a young Adam Sandler, doesn't he? Indiana first use of the ball. Penalty will help them clear from their own half. Dartmouth offside here will have to retreat 10. There's a dancing Chevalier goes up towards the halfway line. Yeoman get pins and needles every time he touches the ball, waiting for something to happen. Now Indiana looking to exploit the mismatch out on this far sideline. Kowski driven back. Ball's there, off the feet. And now Dartmouth will look to attack. Weir, they have the advantage for offside. Weir moves the ball downfield. Locasio brings it back down. Now Robinson. Robinson drawing pass. Oh, he's on there. Pass just goes behind. Dion. Weir, short side. Weir spots the mismatch. Well, the kick may not have gone his way to end the first half, but that certainly does. He's not happy with the little extracurricular after the put down. All tied up at 10 points apiece.
We are a U20 All-American, showing exactly why here. You can see he's always evaluating and scanning the field. He looks up here, a little shake to the left. Notices the miscommunication on the defense. You don't need to give a guy with that much class any room whatsoever.
Oh yeah, looking at that, I wouldn't want to be pushed on that either. Murtagh with a little extra effort at the end. All good though, he says he's putting the ball down. Big kick coming up here for Weir to convert his own try and give his side the lead by 2. Strike looks good, it just stays away. No, the flags go up. Well, I could have sworn that missed, but the flags are up. 12 points to 10. Dartmouth.
What a nudge. It looked like just...
Think that went in or not?
I mean, from my angle here...
Take a look.
Is it too easy in the Big Easy? Oh, over the top.
That's good. It's good.
It is good.
It's good. My old eyes, I need to check my prescription. It looks good. Good call from the AR. Consider this my official apology.
Meanwhile, kickoff went straight out. Yellow card still on the board.
Throw from Dartmouth is good. Weir passes to come wide. Green, 1-2, right through for Green. And Jasper Green for the big Green. Dots it down, extends the lead, 17 points to 10. A kick from Weir from in front of the post will give them a nice cushion here.
And how good is it watching Jasper Green run with the ball? He's a big frame, good strong step, and watch the acceleration. The man from London, England, no wonder he's in the Junior Olympic Team USA rugby side. He's got plenty of experience, All-American, pretty much every accolade you could. As a senior, he's wanting to sign off. And he's definitely adding to their opportunity of doing so. Putting in position 17, 19 points to 10 now.
There he is, Jasper Green. Good pipeline from the UK over to Dartmouth, and vice versa. It's great to watch some of these kids and their rugby, but really you're looking at what they're learning and what they're studying at both these institutions. Just bright futures for everyone.
Lead the next generation, looking down here. Politics, education, economics. What else do you need?
Maybe the 3 of them can get together and educate the current politicians on economics. So stop paying $5 a gallon for gas. That one over the sideline. Again, it's been a much more controlled second half here from Dartmouth. Kind of what you'd expect. The year that they won the big dance, they won the CRC, they were all about control and sustained pressure. They knew they didn't have the big weapons of some of the other universities. They knew they had to control possession, territory, play very smart sevens rugby, and they've got back to that here in the second half.
A very composed performance so far in the second half, but they've had the advantage of the extra man here, and that was a costly yellow card. If you look at what's happened to the swing of this game, if anything's going to happen, though, it's going to involve this man, Newman.
Now it comes down. They go wide. Marsh. Marsh has looked dangerous as well with the ball in hand. Elects to keep that one. There's Fleck at the back. Picks up Brown. Brown back down the short side. Passes go to hand. The sideline. Extremely well there to keep it in play. Fleck again with the ball. They're playing in a phone box over there on that far touchline. Marsh needs support. Gets it. Still on their feet are Indiana, this time with LaFell. Timeout. Oh, Green. Yellow card. That's no way to treat a visiting guest from London. Yellow card for Dartmouth, and the crowd not happy.
And now they get their extra man coming back on the field, so they will have a numerical advantage. It's not over yet.
And the try is quick from Indiana as well. They need to convert. They've got about 30 seconds on the clock. Have to get this conversion off, give themselves some time on the restart. He's still not sure what he did, Green. I'm not sure what he did either.
Not sure what the delay is here. Unless the scoreboard there may be off.
Not sure. 19-17, two-point game. Restart critical here for Indiana. Do you pull a Michael Beer and go look yourself, thinking he'll never do it? No, he goes high. Goes high, well fielded by Dartmouth. Clock past 14 now. Weir. They come wide. Waiting for the referee's signal. Once it expires on the referee's clock, they'll be able to kick this ball out and claim the victory. Maybe they'll even go for one last try themselves. Need to be careful. There's the siren. Dartmouth frantically need to get this over the sideline. Weir will do just that. They hold on 19-17 to the delight of the crowd here in New Orleans. It was a second half comeback for Dartmouth. They really put the final nail in the coffin with that Weir try, and they will move on in this competition. We will take a short break. When we return, the Men's Cup quarterfinal continues right here at the CRCs on the Rugby Network.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Welcome back to the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the Collegiate Rugby Championships brought to you by National Collegiate Rugby men's quarterfinals. Cal Maritime versus Iona coming up. Beautiful host town here, New Orleans. Nola playing host of the Shrine on Airline to this wonderful event. Thanks so much to everybody involved for this wonderful weekend already. You see Cal Maritime, the keel holders in blue, and the Gales of Iona in white coming out. John Broker joined by World Cup veteran U.S. Eagle James Patterson for this matchup, bringing you the expertise. James, two teams on a good tear right now.
Yeah, they are. If you had to look at yesterday's performance, you'd think Iona had the advantage. They were very good yesterday. And a reminder, when they book their place, the winner going through will have to take on Dartmouth. And Dartmouth put in a comprehensive victory against Indiana moments ago.
Iona bested West Point to get here. That is no easy feat on its own. Cal Maritime beat Mount St. Mary's the same. You see Iona in white, coached by Andrew Britt. Great program built over the last few years by the most honest man in rugby, Bruce McLean, and Paul Burke as well. Great man, and Steve Hyatt, long time with his Cal Maritime program. Proud of his keel haulers. They are kicking off. We are ready to go. Keel haulers running from left to right on your screen. Kick it right to the danger man, Viliami Hapoi, into the hands of Husher. Husher, little step. This Iona team after the Army win looking confident. Down the left-hand touchline, they go. Gerald Lanning gets it back to Husher. Husher gets it to the ground. Moves it across field. Viliami Hapoi spots the space. Viliami Hapoi isolated, but gets that ball up to Buckley. Buckley, very smart player. Scrum half in the 15s game. I've said it many times, a Xavier High School product. Brother plays for Rugby New York in Major League Rugby. Break from the keel haulers early. Jonah Wolf across the 22. Amazing try. Keel haulers, 5 points.
We made a joke yesterday that he was the one-man Wolfpack, and he continues to be that today. He was huge yesterday for them, scoring some amazing tries. And we'll take a look here at Wolf again, jamming off the left foot and the acceleration. He is really that player. He's that leader on the field that leads through his actions, and he gets his team an early try and a lead.
Wolf, a senior from Sacramento. El Camino High School, played his high school rugby with McClatchy Rugby. Five 0, Cal Maritime in the lead. Cal Maritime hangs one up right at the 10-meter line. Iona up to get it, well taken. Well-drilled team here. Buckley gets some width on the ball to Hapoi. Hapoi to Husher in the midfield. Out to the wing they go. There's a little open room there, and a no invitation needed for Connor Byrne. Connor Byrne has an inside runner and does the unselfish thing, gets it in to Gerald Lanning, and Lanning puts one down. Iona knots it up. 5-5, under 2 minutes gone here in the men's quarterfinals of the Collegiate Rugby Championships.
You cannot give Iona any space on the attacking side. Cal Maritime looked like there was a little miscommunication on the inside. You've got to be coming up and taking away time and space from an attacking team like this. They didn't do it in that instance. It ended up in this situation. So it's just a little stutter step, and at that stage, you've got to keep your feet moving. Defense was frozen, and unselfishly in the end, able to go in under the post. But again, right in front of the goalpost, and a missed conversion.
This conversion is 5-5. We are here at the Shrine on Airline. High kick from Iona. Well fielded. Referee says it didn't go 10. However, DiGiorgio was up for that one. It straddled the line there. It was close. But referee Alex Alfaro for this one, joined by William Nesson and Aaron McCroskey. Here's that one-man Wolfpack. Moves it wide that time. A pass doesn't quite go. Another player in Chavinta. Multiple tries today. Touching down again for the keel haulers. Number 7, Andrew Chavinta from Arcata High School.
Again, just answering straight back. And it came from a good, strong carry in the middle. A little messy here, but just being able to freeze that defender on the inside And Kavinta is able to get in on the outside. But just takes someone in the middle of the field. It's good to see Wolf. He's shaking it up in the middle. He's freezing defenders. He sits down 2 or 3 defenders. And even with a bad pass, they still had a 2-on-1 on the outside.
One-man Wolfpack, but certainly pass to the rest of the Wolfpack. No problem there. As you look at the try score, that one no good as well. Cal Maritime 10, Iona 5. Kick to come here. Under 4 minutes gone. Trading tries these teams. As we seem to roll into halftime here. Pardon me, I thought time was flying, James Patterson, but because of the heat and humidity, they're just going to add some water breaks in here. Thought my watch had broken.
Water breaks?
Water breaks.
In sevens.
Hydration breaks in sevens.
You don't want to give a guy like the one-man Wolfpack any chance to get recharged as you watch him. This will be a important kickoff.
They're taking water breaks. That means we're in the 90 degrees. Taken, didn't go 10, but still taken by Iona. They want to play show of the ball. They're going to hang on. This one is Buckley. Buckley's going to go into contact. Player trying to dig over that ball, and he not allowed to release. Didn't hold his own weight.
He did everything right getting over the top of the ball there, but as soon as your arms go to ground like that and aren't on the player, the referee's going to give a penalty every time.
Hapoy, hot stepping. It gets inside that zone of this Keelhaulers team. Husher puts it across. Little switch coming in. Husher's alive if he needs him, but he doesn't. Gerald Lanning is going to go under the sticks. And we're tied at 10.
That is about as copybook of sevens rugby as you will ever see. On the outside there, we've seen it a number of times. What usually happens is you run your teammate out of space. Instead, he calls his number underneath. This is a great run. He knew he wanted to do this all along, back on the inside. Easy try to Lanning, but you know, we've seen how many times this weekend have we seen that inside runner just run them out of space. This time he recognizes a space underneath, and there's numbers galore back on the inside.
Brought it back in, absolutely right, and that's what makes a difference why you have teams in these quarterfinals. Hapoy hits that one. We should be at 12-10. Iona over Cal Maritime, the Keelhaulers. Cal Maritime, Iona, winner of this plays Dartmouth, as you said, coming up the next two quarterfinals. Kutztown versus Penn State, Lindenwood versus Wheeling. Stay tuned for those. We have rugby quarterfinals coming up. Go back to women's premiere after that. Women's championship Sunday here on CBS Sports later on today. Shooter comes out of the line for Cal Maritime. Lanning steps back in. Lanning has a runner on the inside, and Connor Byrne did that slip forward. Referee says no. Let's play, boys, and they will. Moved across field from Husher. Antonelli gets it to Giorgio, back to Husher, but that one slips off the hands. Just a touch going forward. And if they're taking water breaks, James, this means it's over 90 degrees here at the Shrine on Airline. So those water breaks, much needed, part of the requirements.
See, good interplay here, back on the inside, and they had more support runners coming in. 90 degrees. Can you tell me, what's that in Celsius so I can get a real concept?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd really need to get some, I'd have to Google that. That's very American of me, James.
It's very warm nevertheless. Too hot.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to be out there.
Warm is what it is.
There we go. 32 degrees Celsius.
That's 100, so.
Look at that. You'd find me as close as possible to an air conditioning unit.
The Keelhaulers over midfield. Couple of defenders holding them up. That's to Giorgio and Husher. Keelhaulers, the one-man Wolfpack comes off the back. Jonah Wolf offloads that one. Well done. Into the hands of Jacob Jenkins. The buzzer has gone for the end of the half here. We have an advantage for offsides against Iona. Opportunity for a lead change here of the Keelhaulers. They have taken that advantage. Goal line stance needed here. Digging his way in, but they're going to come back for that advantage. Sometimes they go a bit quick in the sevens, not this time. Last play here for the Keelhaulers. Ball out. Got runners. He has been no stranger to tries on that player right there. Just a step around from Wolf. Wolf gets it out into the hands of Yurkov. And into the try zone they go. Another lead change late in the half at the very end. That is Josh Bates. And the keel haulers take the lead.
Very impressive rugby. Just the interplay here working, and there's Wolf again jamming off the right foot, drawing in 3 defenders around him, and from there an easy 2-on-1 on the outside. Cal Maritime impressing.
Steve Hyatt, great program there. Kick to come. That one is no good. We're at 15-12, 3 points in it, end of the first half, in hot, humid, Big Easy. We're gonna be back with an exciting second half in a second.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting.
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
We're back in the Shrine on Airline. Lead changes galore in this first half. Currently the keel haulers of Cal Maritime lead Iona. The Gales from New Rochelle, New York, 15-12. Viliami Apoy to kick off. James Patterson, one of these teams needs to just really stamp their authority on the game in the second half.
Perhaps a little bit flat after how high of a victory it was over Army for Iona. But Cal Maritime so far making fewer mistakes and controlling possession well. They look like the more calm side in this match.
Certainly do. Steve Hyatt, former U.S. Eagle, has played in a lot of pressure games himself. He's working with this team. Little slip around to Bates. Bates is a try scorer. He gets the ball. Ball's like a bar of soap right there in this heat and humidity. Come around the weak side. Gonna think about it. Head back the other way. Direct route taken by Byrne. Buckley moves that one out to DeGiorgio. This is a danger runner right here. Ball into the midfield. He's got 3 players around him, but support arrives in a timely manner. Connor Byrne moves it out to Viliami Apoy. Apoy, the high school All-American, gets one to DeGiorgio. DeGiorgio didn't have the head of steam he would have liked for that one. Ball out from Lanning to Buckley. Buckley to Byrne. Byrne to the ground. Keel haulers coming over, but we have a penalty against the keel haulers of Cal Maritime here inside the 22. Buckley, Xavier High School product, takes this quickly. Lanning is going to find the try zone, and it is Gerald Lanning into the center under the sticks. Another lead change. The excitement continues to build.
Lanning is a class player. It is great. Big pump to the chest there. Every time he gets the ball, immediately, just that little acceleration. There it is off the right foot. They had a 2-on-1 on the outside.
Not surprisingly, another Xavier High School product. Players and coaches out of that program, just tremendous. Tremendous. Mike Tolkien, Mike Petrie, Bruce McLean, I've mentioned his name before.
Kind of looks a little bit like Mike Petrie from this profile as well.
He's got a bit there, I suppose. And many, many others. Lead change again, 19-15. Viliami Apoy having a chat with a referee. Referee saying, I got this, my friend. We're okay. 2 minutes gone in this second half here at the Shrine on Airline on the Rugby Network. Bringing you all this fantastic action today. Inside the 22, they go deep. Bobbled by Savinta, but taken up eventually. Savinta gets a tackle around the head. was going to ground, so it's going to be a penalty. No card there. It was also inside their 22. Big storming run to Giorgio. Up for the challenge. Ball to the ground to Giorgio, trying to dig it away. Finta has to clean that one up inside their own 40. The keel haulers stringing together the phases. The little step there from Wolf. Probably just wasted energy at that point. Still tackled. Ball spilled forward to Iona. Can they take this over? They are not going to do it in time. Scrum here for the Gales. Changes coming in.
They just have to get through one more progression of play there. Trying to force it initially is doing nothing but helping the defense, because the defense is working that way anyway. Just taking it in, you can see Wolf telling his teammate there, just take it in. Give us something to reset and then reevaluate the defense. You never want to attack off set piece at the beginning.
And here is our hydration break for the second half. The team's going to get a chance to get a quick sip here. This hot, humid, beautiful New Orleans weather.
Good opportunity for these seniors as well. You think about just graduated, you get the opportunity to come play in a championship like this and win some hardware and leave your legacy at your school.
Absolutely, and both of these programs doing so well in the overall. Would love to move on here. Played Dartmouth in the semifinals. Doesn't seem to bother the one-man Wolfpack. Not a bead of sweat on them. Buckley, calm player, always on the field. Ball comes back. Moved away to Hapoy. Hapoy is going to attack the line with some runners. Hapoy has to slide around the back, but it's all good. Forward pass, however, Gerald Lanning, the recipient of that one 4 minutes ago. And now it's the keel hauler's turn. Just creeping in with these little mistakes.
Just a little miscommunication there with the Lavoti. Lavoti comes in short. I think he was wanting him to take the overs line in that situation, forcing him to get rid of the ball quickly to avoid obstruction in the forward pass. So good attacking opportunity. Can Cal Maritime enforce another lead change?
Ball out from Cal Maritime. Cal Maritime on a break here. Can this man make it? He's got a long way to go. Buckley's trying to cut off his space. It's Jacob Jenkins. Jacob Jenkins will give us another lead change, and it's a one-point game with kick to come. Cal Maritime leading Iona, 3 minutes to go in this contest.
Jacob Jenkins, unbelievable effort on the outside. That's why he's an NCR All-American this year in 2022. The man from Vallejo, California, with a huge try in this game.
Big kick here for Wolf. Wolf puts that one up. We'll keep an eye on that. Assistant referee says no good. 1 point in it.
At this point, I thought he had no shot getting round Lanning. Lanning has been one of the fastest guys on the field. Beats the sweeper, beats everyone around the corner. It's that long, deceptive stride he's got.
He does have that I'm moving faster than it looks thing about him, hasn't he? Kicking to Hapoy, the danger man. See if this is ill-advised or not. Possibly. Hapoy, hard to bring down. Ball up into the hands of Nolan McCaffrey. Buckley shows. Buckley's going to hang on to it. Buckley's at the 22. He's got players coming on to him, but Buckley into the try zone. Another lead change, James Patterson.
And more importantly, scoring right underneath the goalpost. And that is crucial because that will almost but guarantee that they get the conversion. But you spoke about it at the beginning. If there was anyone on the entire pitch you were going to not kick the ball to, it's Hapoy.
Hapoy is a danger man. He is not tall in stature, but he's got that power. He's hard to bring down. Called many games with Hapoy, and he kicks that one through. So the lead is there for them.
And we see at the end, Hapoy had a good involvement there. Good, nice acceleration through the hole. Too much pace there for Buckley, but it was Hapoy. He had touched the ball 2 or 3 times in the movement. Again, kicking to him in the middle of the field. Big mistake.
Buckley from Rockaway Beach. Not only a great Ramones song, but also a rugby hotbed outside of New York City. Tackle coming in from Buckley, going right back to work after scoring that try. Plenty of time here. Converted try would win it for the Keel Haulers. The Wolfpack gets it. Tackle comes in, up and over. Are they going to card? They are not. They're going to keep playing. Cal Maritime penalty. Shooters coming up. They're trying to cut off that outside channel. You've heard the whistle for the end of the game. It's either a converted try or it is Dartmouth playing Iona. A big race comes, and that's Jenkins.
He's taken out late.
We are going to see what this call is. There's either a penalty way back, or we could have a full penalty try here. Well, he wasn't inside the 22. We've got a yellow-carded player from Iona. We're going to come back to a penalty for being tackled off the ball. Desperation there, but how much excitement is there right now?
In the beginning, I was like, don't kick the ball away, but then I realized it was Jenkins, and Jenkins got more speed than anyone on the field, and how about that nice little touch there at the end? I think he would have got there.
He could have. Now, this is interesting. They need to score somewhere where they can get this ball, get the conversion, because we're over time here. Giorgio. Ball up here, ball out. If they want him to score, they got to push him towards the corner, and that one's spilled. And that is the end of our match in Iona. The Gales from the city of Huguenots, the Queen City on the Sound, are going to play Dartmouth in the semifinals of the Collegiate Rugby Championships here at the Shrine on Airline. We're going to come back with more quarterfinals. You can bet this excitement is going to stay. It is going to be Penn State versus Kutztown. Stay with us, folks. What a day of rugby.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Experience the most electric sport in America with Premier Rugby Sevens, America's first professional women's and men's Rugby Sevens League. Visit pr7s.com for tickets and information.
Welcome back to the Shrine on Airline. What a barn burner we just had. Iona overcoming Cal Maritime to play Dartmouth in one semifinal of Men's Premier. Now we have Kutztown in the maroon and Penn State. You see their 15s captain Campbell Halloran right there. Coming out for the Nittany Lions. They will play the winner of Wheeling versus Lindenwood. Whoever wins this game, John Broker with Olympic captain Abby Gastaitis for this match. We've seen one great one. We've got a couple more to go here.
Absolute cracker of a match ahead here. Both teams finding their form yesterday with dominant performances. It's going to be physical, it's going to be fast, and I can't wait to see how this match unfolds.
That big smile sums it up. Kutztown, the Golden Bears, ready to play. These two teams would know each other well, both Pennsylvania-based, play against each other quite a bit, so I'm sure no love lost. Hanging high kick. Penn State in white, running from left to right on your screen. Ball batted back by Kutztown, immediately on the run. Kutztown working the ball across field. Kaue, keep an eye on the number 9. Immediate break from Brock Stinson. Stinson looking for an inside Saunders. Stinson does enough with a shake of the ball to put some people away, and Kutztown through Stinson is into the try zone.
Brock Stinson to open up this match. We said it was going to be fast, and they surely have delivered. Look at that long pass, the left to right, a little right foot step from Stinson. Ball into hands, dummies, and beats Musselman to score the opener.
Stinson from Colorado, now in Pennsylvania, playing his rugby at Kutztown University. Conversion is good, 7-0. The Nittany Lions down, under a minute played here in this quarterfinal.
Penn State need to hold on to this restart as they receive it. Kutztown did so well to get that ball back. They're going to hang another high-hanging restart. Penn State need to go up, gather it, hold on to this ball if they want to jump right back in.
Player up quick. Kutztown great on these restarts. That one bounces back over. This may be a gift of all gifts as Logan Bachman carries Jesse Capriati into the try zone. And Bachman, the junior from Kutztown Rugby Club High School team, scores another try, 12-0, the Golden Bears.
Great restart here. Penn State, you see the pod there. However, they just don't get up in time. Bachman in a great position, running through, lovely bounce of the ball, and 2 tries in less than 2 minutes. Kutztown really starting strong.
Good work by Kutztown. Kick to come here from Thorne O'Connell. Thorne O'Connell, the senior from South Africa. It's that one. You can see the excitement in that team. 14-0, 2 minutes gone.
Beautiful conversion, lovely strike by Kutztown. And these conversions really can come into play as these teams battle it out. 2 points can be all the difference.
Player up, finally a hold of the ball here for Penn State. Have not had much time on offense. Aggressive work of the breakdown from the Golden Bears. Golden Bears able to rip that one away. Referee thought about blowing the whistle, but said, let's stop. Huge handoff from O'Connell. The Golden Bears, golden so far.
3 tries to open this up. Kutztown is looking unstoppable. Again, another restart. This time Penn State able to gather. However, they need to move that ball away. They need to send it from the deck. Kutztown too strong, too aggressive, getting that turnover. A big fend seen by O'Connell as he scores their 3rd.
Tremendous 3 tries under 3 minutes for the Golden Bears. Already a huge hill for the Nittany Lions here. Justin Hundley coach team.
Golden Bears flying high in this matchup. These restarts making such a difference for their side. Let's see another one.
Knocked back by Penn State, but bounces back towards Kutztown. I thought everything was going their way, but a bit of a knock on there. So we'll have a scrum for the Nittany Lions here outside their own 22.
Potentially just off the fingertips of the Golden Bear. First true attacking opportunity for Penn State, and a midfield scrum is such a great option. You can split your backs. You have open sides on both spaces. We see the fly half for Penn State directly behind.
Penn State 3 minutes to go in the half. Making a little ground, getting some work together. That's Capriati. Capriati steps out of the tackle. Capriati across the 22. Capriati takes the speed down, gets himself under the sticks. Just what the Nittany Lions needed.
Not the start they were after. However, Justin Hundley will be pleased with that effort. It's a strong worked set piece move. You see the center take it into contact, lure the defensive winger, and then just gets his hands free, able to dish it off to the speedster Capriati. We saw him score a couple of blitzing tries yesterday. He does that just now to get Penn State back into it. Having a second look here, great work from the center, and then Capriati just backing himself on the edge, tiptoes that line, knows he has his opposite beat, scoring Penn State's first to bring them back into it.
Good work, and it is a sevens game. Scores can come fast and furious, so Penn State needs to keep the pressure on here on defense. The Golden Bears, other ideas, of course, after that hot start. Here come the Golden Bears. Golden Bears cross midfield, a huge collision. Player not keeping his feet, however, just piling in over that referee. Alex Hedquist notices Penn State gets a penalty.
This could be the shift of momentum the Nittany Lions need. They've already scored once. Commentator's curse as they send that one loose.
Just spilled forward to the Golden Bears. Golden Bears on the move across the field. They've got numbers. They're going to go to the width. The width is closing down. Stella puts in the big hit. Stella gets knocked over, however. Stella was incredible yesterday. That time can't get it done. And Mate Kvirikashvili is going to touch that one down. Kvirikashvili, great try, big power.
Have a look again. It is a 3v2. He opts for the miss pass, but then just using his power, his physicality, he bumps the Penn State defender. Kvirikashvili scoring for Kutztown, and it is 4 tries already in this first half for their side.
Winding down, and it is at 4 tries, you said, Abby. Kvirikashvili, the sophomore from Kutaisi, Georgia. Played for RC Aya Kutaisi prior to coming to Kutztown University. Georgia, great rugby nation. On the kickoff, Penn State is hanging back in these kickoffs. There's Stella. They're at buzzer. Pass doesn't go to hand. Player pushed out of the way. Opportunity moving on. That's that man, Kvirikashvili. And the Georgian touches down. Are the referees happy with it? We shall find out shortly.
The aggressiveness of Kvirikashvili to get up in that line, and he is awarded for his efforts. He sees that the Penn State player does catch the ball, so he knows he can't tackle him. However, a little gentle nudge to the back never hurt anyone, and he has the pace to chase that ball down. All he needs is downward pressure, and he is awarded the try.
Great try from Kvirikashvili. Kick to come. You saw the Golden Bears fans very happy there. That one went. It's halftime. We are at 35-5. The Golden Bears in a commanding lead over the Nittany Lions. We're going to come back with second half action in just a moment.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa, look, they can never keep me down, I'm going, and if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time, they think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Changing the way America views rugby, Next Level Rugby brings you the best in college, high school, and professional rugby. Always innovative, Next Level Rugby is taking rugby to the next level.
We're back for the second half. The Penn State and Indy Lions trailing 35-5 to the Golden Bears of Kutztown. Referee Alex Hedquist to get us underway. You see the Golden Bears there in maroon. Penn State in white getting us started. John Brooker with Abby Gustitis bringing you second half action. In this one, Penn State needed some words from Justin Hundley at halftime. They have a lot of work to do if they want to face the winner of Wheeling Lindenwood coming up next in the semifinals. Good work here from Penn State on defense. However, better work from Logan Bachman. Logan Bachman of the Golden Bears across the 22. Logan Bachman headed towards the try line. He gets to the 5-meter, able to offload it. That ball looks like it was spilled forward. Maybe a scrum here for Penn State on their own 5-meter line. A long way to go, Abby.
The most impressive start in a first half seen here by Kutztown, and then Bachman with driving legs, the power, the pace, but Capriati ends up getting him down. The second offload, he sends that ball loose, and the defensive effort is admirable and really well done, especially being down 30 points to still make that effort. Kudos to Penn State.
Penn State in their own try zone, knowing they have to throw the kitchen sink, and that is not going to help the cause right there. Big hits coming in, but it may not stop it as the Golden Bears, Kauwe handles that one, finally move it out. It looks like they are in the try zone again, extending their lead. Try for Kutztown.
Penn State able to hold them out for a minute and a half this time, potentially the longest time it's taken Kutztown to score. Let's take a second look. All the Penn State defenders right there within those 5 meters. A little slip, but he's able to keep going. He has the strength to get over the line and score the first of the second half.
Try scored by Aiden Smith, Trumbull, Connecticut native, played for the Fairfield Rugby Club for Gennaro Gelsi, now playing at Kutztown. Ball goes across the face of the post.
Kutztown sharing the love with the try scoring. 5 different try scorers in this match. Still plenty of time to go.
Saw the intensity on the bench there. This team is pumped. Let's not sweat. These players are getting under the mister as soon as they can. It is hot here, hovering around 90. It's over 90. We take hydration breaks in each half. Kauwe gets that one up, and one of the reserves is just adding to the party. Cameron Thurtell touches down a try, and Kutztown. I believe this is the biggest score we've seen all weekend.
Biggest score by far, and still plenty of time to go. Just the inaccuracies from Penn State on the restarts. They were able to hold on to it for just a second, but then a big hit comes in, ball is bobbled, and Kutztown fall on it. And Thurtell, with the pace, he's able to find the gap, cruise into the try zone.
That try scored by Cameron Thurtell, the oldest freshman.
Bit of an angle on the kick here. 40 points in it. That doesn't go. It'll stay 45-5, 3.5 to go. Kutztown obviously looking forward to that semifinal. Again, that's going to be a tough one. Our next game, Lindenwood versus Wheeling, 2 super exciting teams. The winner of that will play Kutztown, barring some miracle.
I think we can confidently say Kutztown will be through. Golden Bears have been shining, and they continue to do so.
Just playing adventurous, very, very methodical, good rugby. This Golden Bears team digging it out from the back, moving it across field. There's a try scorer. Thurtell gets it into the previous try scorer. Smith gets it back into Kauwe. Kauwe, probably the key player on this team. Kauwe over the try line. Kauwe puts another 5 points down, 50-5, and the excitement does not wane for this Golden Bears team.
This Kutztown squad looks to be one of the most well-rounded. I know you just mentioned this young man. However, they have threats across the board. 1 to 12 are really looking strong, and the continuity shown by Kutztown has been really impressive. I think they're a strong contender going through.
Absolutely. This is a day 2 statement. That one is good. 52-5.
Taking one more look. It's a big fend from the right, and then he dupes the sweeper, the right foot step. He keeps going. Capriati tries to stop him. However, Kawe too strong, gets over.
Kawe, an All-American.
Another restart regained by Kutztown, the best in the business that we've seen this weekend. If you can't catch a restart, you're never going to have the ball, never going to score. Kutztown dominating this area.
A minute and a half left in this competition. Penn State would like to end off on a positive note. Of course, as we said, Pennsylvania teams play each other quite a bit. Kutztown would love to continue to roll up the score.
Penn State scrum here, you see stacked right behind the scrum. They have options to go back both sides, but little miss pass has to be gathered.
Running into a crowd of Golden Bears. That ball gets bounced up, but a couple of knock-ons. The referee will bring it back. Patel, no need to question the call, my friend. 52-5, I think you're good.
The competitors deep within them, they want it still. 52 points is not enough.
Kauwe clear onto the line. Kauwe over the line. Kauwe not held. Another try. 57-5. Under 20 seconds to play here in this premier men's quarterfinal.
Taking another look. The scrum half. He spots a little gap. Big fend as the defender comes across. Aiden King trying to hold him up, but Kawe is in, taking this to a monumental lead.
That conversion hits. 57-5. 59-5, pardon me. Looking good here are Kutztown making a statement. I'm sure the Wheeling and Lindenwood coaches are looking on. That's our final whistle. We're going to bring that one up in a second. Kutztown. Ball does not go 10. It'll be a free kick. A final opportunity here. Put some points on the board. You see Charlie Overton there on the field for the Nittany Lions. Dalton Musselman, ball in hand. Musselman gets it to Overton. Puts his sizable 6'7" frame into proceedings. Coming across, that's Stella. He was great yesterday and great in the pool games. He's just gonna weave his way in. Kutztown, no need to expend the energy now. Consolation try, Penn State brings to 10. Kick to come, and it'll be Kutztown playing the winner of our next game, Wheeling versus Lindenwood. Other side of that bracket is gonna be Dartmouth versus Iona. Great semifinals to come tomorrow.
Bit too little too late for Penn State. It was a great weaving run by Stella. However, we needed that interjection a bit earlier. That leads Kutztown 59 points. Huge performance to Penn State's 12. We'll see you next for Wheeling versus Lindenwood.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
The U.S. Rugby Foundation's mission is to grow the game of rugby in America by providing grants to support youth development, health and safety, coaching, refereeing, and pathways to future excellence. To show your support, visit usrugbyfoundation.org and don't forget to donate.
We're back for the final men's premier quarterfinal. Game hasn't even started, and I am on the edge of my seat. I have been waiting for this one. These are some fun teams. You see Wheeling University Cardinals in their white jerseys with red, and in white and black Adidas jerseys are the Lindenwood Lions. Great game coming up. John Broker joined by Olympic captain Abby Gustitis for this one. Abby, these teams love to run. This will be an exciting matchup.
Thrilling matchup, so much pace on both sides. You can see what it means to these players to be playing in this huge stadium on this massive stage, fighting it out. They have to win here in order to progress towards that championship match.
Winner of this will play Kutztown in the semifinals. Alex Beckett taking hold of this, joined by Liz Malazita, one assistant referee, and Alana, the pride of Buffalo Gregory, the other assistant referee. Ball over the 22, fielded by Lindenwood. Lindenwood running from right to left on your screen. From left to right are the Cardinals. Lindenwood moving the ball across field, some steps in the middle, trying to play patiently here, get the ball to the wing. Here comes one of their danger runners, hand someone off. Al Jabouri from a tremendous rugby family here in America. The big collisions comes in, turned over by Wheeling. Joseph I has it. Move that ball across the field. They're gonna just work their way back. That's Gianni. Cross to the danger man, Chip Fumbu. He shows, he steps. I'm sure Josh Macy and the Lindenwood coaches discussed him ad nauseum before this game. He powers his way forward. Another scrum here. Lindenwood trying to dig over. Ball not coming. We're going to come for a scrum to Lindenwood. Interesting start.
Have to be careful there when a maul is formed. So we saw the two Lindenwood players try to hold up the Wheeling Cardinal. And because he was never able to get to ground before his teammate joined, that's going to be a turnover to Lindenwood. A different strategy you don't see as much in sevens, but effective nonetheless.
First scrum of the game to the Lions. Beckett. Free kick to the Lions. Scrum infraction, ball into the hands of Evan Williams. The Welshman moves the ball to the wing, back into Nick Hardrick, the second. Josh Macy's favorites, hard-working player in Hardrick. That number 4 in the distributor position here. Ball across again to Williams. Into the middle of the field they go. They've got runners, but ball finds the ground. Up to Neil Moylet. Moylet gets it around to the wing, and it is number 10 getting past Joseph I. Duncan Krika scores the try. And on the board are the Lindenwood Lions.
opening try of this quarterfinal. A little bit of back and forth rugby, but we see Al Jabori's pass just going in front a bit. I love the work by Moylet. He got the winger to just have a peek in. And then Lindenwood with the opening score, bringing it up 5-0. You can see the emotion. They are amped up, ready to battle this out.
Wheeling forcing them to score in the corner, making this kick harder for Williams. Kick no good, 5-0. Lindenwood defending champions over Wheeling. 3 minutes gone in this first half. Nice high hanging kick, contest coming. Well done by the Cardinals. We'll see what this infraction is. Player, I believe, was in front of the kicker. Back to midfield, Cardinals ball.
Unforced error seen there by Lindenwood. They have too much experience to make errors like that. You must stay behind the kicker. And this could come back as we see Wheeling start to attack.
Turned over, it's back in the hands of the Lions. Lions on the run across the 50-meter line. Big tackles coming in. Chip Fumbu trying to dig that ball away. Referee Beckett right on the spot to see it. It does come back for the Lions. Williams weaving his run, trying to draw on some defenders, does a good job. A little bit out of shape is that defense for Wheeling, and that is going to open it up for Al Jabori. Duran Al Jabori, the senior from Tulsa, Oklahoma, scores the try.
The youth Olympian getting into the try zone. We see Lindenwood using that short side so well, and he just falls off the tacklers. And then the Cardinal just not able to have the pace to catch up to him. Al Jabori is in for the second one of the Lions.
Another force kick from the corner. That one is no good as well. 10-0. 5 minutes gone, 2 minutes to go in this first half. Lindenwood Lions, 2 tries on the board. A couple of little errors there from the Wheeling University Cardinals. Off to the left, good contest for the ball. Chip Fumbu comes down with it. Chip Fumbu all the way out of the left-hand touchline. Moves that across field, little switch back in. Not really fooling anybody. That set piece move, they're gonna have to reset, are the Cardinals. Good step across midfield. Barrels that one forward, just a little pick and go. Players have to come in and clean it up, but is able to stand up and take that one away as there was no one around the contact area. Lindenwood now scrambling a bit in defense. Advantage to the Cardinals. They move that one out into the midfield, and the long pass comes out, trying to isolate a runner, and Hadar has not touched the ball yet, and the Moroccan 7-star just pushed onto the touchline. He was almost away, Abby.
Almost, but that doesn't count in rugby sevens, and that is inexperience showing. Getting taken into touch is an instant turnover. Really well done there by Duncan Krieghe. Pushing him just a pinky toe, touches that white line, and that is a turnover. It's going to be a line out to Lindenwood.
You can see the danger of this Wheeling team, and that comes down to him right there. Big number 8, Karamazando. Come back for a penalty here against Wheeling, and off goes Evan Williams. He is quick, and this transition turnover ball, very strong for them. Ball just hanging out by the touchline there, and nobody wants to deal with it. Digging over the ball, coming in are the Lions. Player comes over there, that was fine. Lions get it, bit of a messy play. Whistle goes to the end of the first half. We are in referee's time. Coming over is Joseph I rips that one away, and Joseph that's Michael Mulea coming in. Here is Chief Chip Fumbu. Cross field. the hand of Karamazando. Karamazando moves it back. Needs some support players with him. Has to reset. Big counter coming in, but penalty. That's what he decided to do. Chifundu take that one towards halfway himself. Chips it down in the corner for Hadar to run onto. Is it going to sit up? It does. Hadar, couple of men to beat Hadar. He's got the step ball knocked out of his hands. Knocked forward. Unlucky for Wheeling as the half comes to a close. It was sitting right there for them.
The Wheeling fans and team have to be disappointed. Absolute devastation. A brilliant tackle. You see him try to get his right arm free to offload the ball, but it's knocked out in contact, and that leaves Wheeling with 0 points on the board.
10-0 Lindenwood. We're going to come back. It's going to be an electric second half. We'll be back in a moment.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
We're back at May Madness Sevens here at the Shrine on Airline. Thank you for joining us again. Second half action. Lindenwood 10-0 over the Wheeling University Cardinals. Everything to play for here. A spot in the semifinals on the line against Kutztown as Evan Williams gets us underway for Josh Macy's Lindenwood Lions. Lindenwood, great on these restarts, knocks it back. John Broker with Abby Gustitis again for this halftime. Nice moves out there to Hardrick. Cross, spill there from Evans. Ball in the midfield. Liebenberg moves it out, and there's Al-Jabouri. Al-Jabouri just hands a player off. Al-Jabouri not a fan of getting tackled. Al-Jabouri works towards the line, and at first 5 points of the half go to Lindenwood through Al-Jabouri.
This guy can do it all. Al-Jabouri, he's had his older brother Malon to look up to, who's been in the USA 7s and 15s jersey. I'm excited to see this young man's future. He actually has the ball in the left arm and uses his right to come across and fend off the player. He has the pace and the final leg drive to get over Mohammed Hatter. Can't stop him, and that brings Lindenwood 3 tries ahead.
Work to do here for Wheeling if they want to get back into this. Can be a kickoff restart here from the Lindenwood Lions. They've been pretty effective on these. Kickoff coming here from Lindenwood. 17-0. Contest the restart. Did it go forward off the Wheeling player? Beckett says it has. We'll have a scrum here for Lindenwood just inside the 40-meter line of the Wheeling University Cardinals. Mike Geibel looking on. Geibel building a great program full of international flavor at Wheeling University. Just continue to grow. Chifundu, just a freshman. All these players young, certainly coming along. Morocco, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Morocco, Spain, Montana. We got a good group of countries here.
They need to come together if they want to have a shot to carry on through this match. Coming down already 17 points to 0. Lindenwood still with the attacking ball in the left-hand scrum.
Ball coming across the field here for Lindenwood. Lindenwood making a break to the outside. Ball back into Hardrick. Offloads that ball. Kyle Liebenberg has it. They're going to get it to the wing, and Stefan Alberts is going to find his way to the try zone. And all cylinders starting to fire for this Lindenwood Lions team. 22-0.
Alberts throws up the heart, but it was the work from Hardrick that got in, getting his hands free. And then again, Liebenberg takes out 2 defenders with his ball skills, and then Alberts just has to dot it down 10 meters out. He gets an additional score for Lindenwood, who are looking pretty breezy to make it through into the semifinals.
Pushes that one across. Lead 22-0 under 4 minutes. 3.5 to play here at the Shrine on Airline. After this game, we are going to move into the Women's Premier Champion Plate semifinals. Semifinals for the Shield, semifinals for the Cup. The Division I championship game. After that, we're going to move to CBS Sports. All the Women's Premier Championships today. That action here for National Collegiate Rugby, the Collegiate Rugby Championships May Madness across the 22. A little bump off from the Wheeling Cardinals player, but nobody there to help that man out. His friends all avoided him. It's going to be turned over penalty for Lindenwood, and a little show to the outside there, and that's going to put Evan Williams through. Evan Williams shows a little flair on the end of that one, and the Bridgend Wales native from Cowbridge Rugby Club puts down 5 points.
I thought we might see some life there from Wheeling. However, turnover in the down. Williams, he's been the orchestrator behind the scenes for this squad. He's always involved. He's in the middle of the pitch, and this time he gets his name on the scoreboard with a little flip, nails it, 10 out of 10, sticks the landing.
Wry smile from the Welshman. Now in St. Charles, Missouri at Lindenwood University. That one doesn't get a 10 out of 10. We're going to come back.
Doesn't even go 10, in fact. So Wheeling Cardinals with an opportunity. They'd love to get one on the scoreboard here. They have to maintain ball. They have to have support at the rucks. Work this Lindenwood side, who haven't truly been tested in this match.
Jolly in the game, another Moroccan international. They move that one out, get it to the wing. They're going to cut back in. The Wheeling Cardinals, better from the Cardinals, getting some hands away. That one looked high, but referee has the advantage, certainly. Ball back in to Stanley Gianni. Inside the 22 they go. Karen Mazzondo moves it out. They get it to the wing. Knocked on by Joseph I. Just hard luck at the end of a pretty good passage of play from this Cardinals team.
A bit of desperation coming into play here. You see Wheeling opt for that long pass, that skip pass, but it's not really necessary in that situation. You already have Lindenwood going backwards, going sideways. Just trust your teammates, get the ball in the hands, make the defensive line hesitate, and shorten those passes, giving that ball right back to Lindenwood, who will have the final say in this match.
High coming out, as is Williams. Williams not breaking a sweat in this 90-degree heat. Surprise for a Welshman. Josh Macy. Zach Thorham will be pleased with this outing from the Lions. Inside their 22. Not done yet. 10 seconds on the game clock. Shivan Dukande puts that one in. Slips going to be a forward pass and a scrum here for the Wheeling University Cardinals. Wheeling University Cardinals, great run to these quarterfinals. That's one difficult team in the Lindenwood Lions.
Lindenwood, ever so strong. Their sevens program just continually growing across the years. Wheeling finally have a scrum here in Lindenwood's territory. Let's see if they can end this match on a positive note with a try.
Ayub Jolly from Casablanca puts that one in, moves it out into the middle of the field to Alec Thomas. Alec Thomas, did he get through that line? He's just going to give that one away, and first points coming at the end of the game to the Wheeling Cardinals. They'll take away something. That's Noam Taurine, the Paris, France native. Touch it down for the Cardinals.
Evan Williams, you see him celebrating. He knows they've done it. A little bit of a gift to Wheeling as they get some points on the board, but it's just for pride, as it was complete Lindenwood domination throughout this match.
Shot of Josh Macy right there. All smiles at the moment. A very fine gentleman, Josh Macy, just coached his team into the semifinals. They will be taking on Kutztown tomorrow. The other semifinals going to be Dartmouth versus Iona. Great premier semifinals. Now let's switch back to some women's games. Stick with us here on the Rugby Network. We'll be right back.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
3, 2, 1, let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championships. May's Sevens madness continues from the Big Easy at the Gold Mine on Airline in New Orleans. And we will resume the second round. We're going to be joined by the Champions Plate semi-final. So these were the losers in the East in the earlier matches, and it pegs Virginia Tech against UC Davis. I'm James Patterson, joined by Olympic captain Abby Gustatus. Abby, both teams, hard path here, but a chance to move forward and come away with some silverware.
Big opportunity for both these squads, not getting the result they wanted yesterday. However, can they step up? Can they bring the energy? It's going to be whoever can win each moment at a time, focusing on this match, not worrying about that loss yesterday.
As we see, the teams will come out here, and UC Davis, a very tough opponent yesterday. They dropped to life 41 points to 0, and Virginia Tech, a very close game against Grand Canyon, losing 12-5. Of these two programs, who do you think has the better odds in this matchup?
This is a tough call. Virginia Tech were able to string some faces together really nicely. Samantha Dickey, who you see on screen there, was instrumental for UC Davis. If she can pull her squad, they might have just the tiny edge ahead. Otherwise, Virginia Tech may be a more well-rounded squad.
UC Davis, the blue strip. Virginia Tech, the white strip. We are set. There's been plenty of rugby played so far. This tournament continues to impress. It's great to see this format back on national television again, as it was a deep kick and Virginia Tech to receive. It is Miller. Miller with a strong carry, moving upfield. Good counter ruck from UC Davis. Great counter ruck from UC Davis. Like the ball was played on the ground there, but referee says play on. We're going to move. We're going to test the wide channels early. Good organised defence just coming up on the outside with a strong carry. It's Fiona Galvin. Just working the ball nicely, building phases this weekend. How important is it to build phases?
So important in sevens. You can't expect to break away during first phase. However, on third phase, as Virginia Tech just did, they are scoring their first, but it was that patient buildup that you mentioned that got them the space.
That was Catherine Santos. We talked about it. They stretched him to the right-hand side of the field, and it was that initial ball carry, as we see the replay here.
Santos getting that ball. You can see she just has the sweeper to beat, who goes in high, reaching, and Santos won't be stopped there. We saw her score a couple of tries yesterday. She's been really strong for Virginia Tech as they take the initial points here.
The kick is unsuccessful, 5 points to 0, and it's on the outside again. So often you see that player's first movement is towards the sideline. This time, checking the defense is sliding and then gives her the opportunity to go around the corner.
So good to square up, really hesitate that defensive line, keep that space. So the space was created for her by her teammates, that hard carry up. She just had to preserve it, and just holding that line, she did so well, able to use that space that was created for her from that hard carry on the other side.
The winner of this match will go through to play the winner of Notre Dame College, the University of Northern Iowa. We talked about the strength of rugby in the Midwest. How good is it to see a lot of teams from the Midwest? Iowa, in the men's division, has 3 sides represented, obviously in the women's division as well, University of Northern Iowa.
It's incredible. There's rugby all over this country, and that's what's amazing about this tournament, is we're getting eyes on these programs that many people haven't seen play before.
Nice deep kick, forcing UC Davis to attack from deep in their own territory and forcing the error. No, I like that strategy. Often we think about the short contested kick, but if you talk about being able to apply pressure, that deep kick is a very good option.
Deep kicks, always great, especially if you don't have that ability to kick a high contestable restart, or maybe not someone who's going to go get it back for you. Forcing a team 80 meters to go in order to get a try is really a great tactic.
Just flirting with the blind side there. Not sure if that was a cool play or not. Regardless, they have the ball out in front. Nice passing and good interplay. Now let's see what can happen. We go around the corner again, showing good pace and just scragged down on the outside. That was Sydney Gaskin. Interplay and a good, strong, straightening carry up the middle by Megan Brown. Brown working a little laterally across field. Still maintaining possession though. Is Robato, shapes. Just moving side to side. Andrew now to the outside. Do we have a second attempt? Puts the fend out there, and again, great defense on the outside by UC Davis. There was Maylee Wallace. We're going into 5 phases here. Very difficult to defend in sevens, and a 2-on-1 on the outside. The pass just behind Catherine Santos. Santos regathers. Good strong tackle coming in from UC Davis. Weathering the storm of this Virginia Tech attack. Side to side once more. Third time lucky. Here comes the fend and loses the ball.
Deemed illegally by the referee. So Virginia Tech will maintain ball as they look to go quick, but was she back 10? Referee says play on, no infringement. Virginia Tech continuing to battle towards that UC Davis try zone.
Roberto carried. Ball comes out, goes off the legs, but the referee's going to say, he's going to give the penalty for not back 10.
Virginia Tech still holding ball. 2 piggybacked penalties there by UC Davis, allowing Virginia Tech to just march down the field. Could come back to bite them if Virginia Tech are able to get 5 more on the board.
Hendren cuts back on the inside as Brown. Brown runs into some steady defense, and the ball is stripped by Wallace, and Wallace is off. It is a foot race. Charging in is Sydney Gaskin. We know Sydney's got pace. Wallace fending off. Gaskin, Wallace trying to find support. Oh, that's great cover defense by Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech able to hold on to that ball throughout most of this half, and then as soon as they turned it over, they're able to get the ball back. Really brilliant. I thought we saw a glimmer of hope there from Wallace, who is so strong on defense, marking Gaskin so well. However, then Gaskin, initial attempt is no good, but the second time she gets her, Wallace just needs to hold on to that ball, trust that her support will get there.
Virginia Tech from deep on the loop around is Brown. Brown steps inside. Brown trying to get away from the tackle. Good cover defense by McMillian Perkins. Ball out in front, good skills. Oh, and a big collision. One of the biggest collisions of the day. Teammate to teammate. And that's off the feet. Referee deems it fine. So UC Davis with the turnover. Can they do something with it? Had very little possession so far.
Unfortunately, she just went alone and her support did not go with her. So it's again that turnover at the ruck, lacking numbers. They're getting those half breaks. However, their teammates need to come support them, either for the offload or to secure that ruck.
I love the hard charging line there. It was just missed time, but Virginia Tech, again, they look the well-drilled side. The ball's out in front. You don't see a lot of players checking their runs. That's so important when you're trying to get on the front foot. Moving out wide. And they wrap around again. They've used that to advantage with Brown. They know she's a strong carry on the outside. Taken high. Seatbelt tackle. We're going to go quickly. Roberto. Roberto accelerating. Breaking tackles. Roberto back to the blind side. She's still going. Roberto puts out the fend. Scragged down by the goal line. She's still going. This is great attack from Virginia Tech. They're moving it away from the point of attack. They've got numbers out wide. Just looking up is Genevieve Miller. The ball's still available. Good strong carry. Charging up the middle of the field. Santos back down the blind side. Trouble here. Roberto. Straightening run from Hendren. Hendren will score.
Kara Hendren is in, celebrates with her teammates. However, it is that lady right there, Roberto, who gets the initial break. She breaks 1 tackle, she breaks 2 tackles, she tries the third, a little slip, not held, so she's able to go again. But it is Hendren who reaps the reward of all that work.
It's been all Virginia Tech so far. One-way traffic. The conversion is unsuccessful. It's 10 points to 0. As we go into the halftime break, we'll be back with more action. Second half.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like...
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Welcome back to May Madness. Second half action will return. Virginia Tech leading UC Davis.
What about that first half performance by Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech nearly had all the possession. They were able to put 2 tries on the board through Hendren and Santos, and they're going to look to do just the same as they restart this second half.
Electing to kick deep again. It's created quite a few issues. Good strong run from the back. Samantha Dickey. Wasn't Dickey, sorry, that was Wang. Here's Dickey on the wraparound. Nice ball movement from UC Davis. A little bit of a high pass, well taken by Strupp. Strupp comes back, tries to get out the fin, looking for support. This is better work from UC Davis. Into play, the ball comes back. Gilliard. And the referee says turnover was good. That's good work at the breakdown by Genevieve Miller. So trouble here. They'll look to shift it out wide. So much speed on the outside. And here we go. It's number 9 on the outside. That's Emily Richardson. Richardson striding away. Richardson will score against the runner play from a turnover. Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech in for their third. It was that turnover from Jam Miller that started it all, and then Emily Richardson. Nora Webb tries to reach her, but she is too quick, too powerful. Look at that stride, that determination. Late tackle comes across from Iona Gilliard. However, too little too late, and it is Virginia Tech first on the board in this second half.
A dominant performance. What I'd like to see is that when they get the turnover, quite often you see that first receiver try and do something, but they're moving it every time from the turnover. 2 quick passes and then assess what's in front of you.
Brilliant rugby, brilliant transition play, and that is when the defense, they're scrambled, disorganized. They're finding those gaps right away and capitalizing.
It is very warm this afternoon. They've had hydration breaks, which means it's over 90 degrees. And UC Davis will have to try and do it again, deep in their own territory. Swarming defense. Trying to get the ball out wide. They're able to get it out to Strupp. Strupp showed good ball-carrying presence earlier on. And again, another costly turnover as Hendren back, charging up the field. See what they can do on the outside. Looking for support. Support's not there. Slowing things down is Brown. Tell getting a little bit tired here and forcing the turnover. Some sloppy skills from Virginia Tech.
Exhaustion starting to show. Those passes are dropping. They're getting a little low. They're not following through or getting eyes on their target necessarily. Fatigue definitely playing a factor, but they still have 4 minutes left to go. 17 points may not be the best or enough of a buffer in order to keep UC Davis out if they can get a score here.
I mean, in these tournaments, you come into second half play. What is it you do meant to get yourself in position just to get up and go again?
It's actually so important for the finishers, the people coming off the bench, to lift the energy, because you've already played that entire first half. You're exhausted. You know that there's only 7 minutes left, but that can feel like a lifetime. So it is your job, if you're coming off the bench, you have to lift the energy. If you're just coming in and keeping it the same, not good enough. Just bring it, lift it, pull your teammates up the entire time.
Just as we talked of that, we're going to see the finishers come on. First substitutions made. It's been so critical. We've seen teams in this tournament. The ones that are advancing are the ones that have the deepest rosters, the ability to come on and, as you said, inject a little bit of liveliness into an exhausted group of players. Anyway, Virginia Tech looking on the loop again. They've used the loop well on the outside. Let's see what can happen. She's so dangerous. What a great cover tackle by UC Davis. It was Leah Crisser on the outside, going for the turnover, playing the ball on the ground, see the referee.
Great tackle as she came across. Richardson maybe put out the fend next time. We saw her just tuck the ball and keep going. However, she needs to create some separation, maybe even propel herself forward if she fends off the defender.
Or even just that first move, as you said earlier, that first move to the inside, just to sit down the defender. You know how powerful she is. She just heads straight to the outside. It was a great job on cover defense by Leah Crisser.
They opt to kick for touch off that penalty, so just moving down the field a bit, but but also killing the clock a little. We're down to about 2 minutes of play. Virginia Tech line out deep in UC Davis territory.
All looks like a little bit slow motion, but yeah. Obstruction there, so the jumper was impeded by the lifter. Anyway, UC Davis, can fresh legs do something? A good strong carry upfield. That's Wu. Back down the blind side is Wang. Running laterally, needs to find some straightening runners. Good cover defense on the outside from Richardson. Bit of a hole in front. Again, strong defense from Virginia Tech. Just an errant pass again. You just feel like every time UC Davis goes in, there's no one stepping up in that playmaker role to organize anything. You see players on the left and right. It's completely opposite to Virginia Tech.
It's a little quiet out there as well. You can hear Virginia Tech communicating, but not getting as much from UC Davis. And they're all a bit narrow, thinking, well, maybe the person next to me will have a go. Someone needs to take that ownership, like you mentioned. And they're taking little half gaps, not waiting for those full gaps to open up.
There's a penalty for offside. So, again, just winding time off the clock here. They'll look to kick towards the sideline. Obviously, a very well drilled team. This one won't go out. It'll flirt with the dead ball line. Things do run downhill. It will stay in goal. And instead of putting it down, we're just going to go and kick it out.
That is an interesting decision
try to.
there. It stays in bounds, so it is Virginia Tech ball. So huge mistake seen there by UC Davis. Really back-to-back, but it ended up favoring Virginia Tech somehow.
High tackle, so again, slowing things down. It's been all Virginia Tech as we look to close out this match. Good presence of mind. They're going to want to finish strong. Nice strong carry. Taylor Rebney looks over shoulder, finds Santos. Looking the ball. Loose Moore. Good hands. Now on the outside, great hands, and an even better finish. Callie Houston will put the ball down. Almost. She does. She gets the ball down.
Not as confident, or maybe more confident than I was initially, but Callie Houston ends up with the 5-pointer. It was Hendren, our earlier try scorer, dishes out. She really risks it by going towards the middle of the post. I think she eventually gets it down, but it is almost held up. However, the game was won. Virginia Tech, complete domination throughout this match.
Oh, great hands, great skill set. As we go 20 points to 0, Virginia Tech advanced to the plate semifinal.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championship. May Madness continues, Memorial Day weekend. What a great occasion as we look at the second Champion Plate semi-final. Notre Dame College taking of University of Northern Iowa. I'm joined by Brianna Kim. Bree, first day, plenty of action, day 2.
Even more action, JP, and we see Maggie Burns, a standout from University of Northern Iowa. She was someone we talked about extensively in our selection Saturday. She is a player to watch today.
Both teams had a difficult day yesterday. Notre Dame College went down 33 points to 0, and the University of Northern Iowa 38 points to 0. They had a tough path here. The winner will move forward to face Virginia Tech. And we talked about the single elimination format, the opportunity to play for silverware at every level.
Yep, these two are playing for a spot in the Champion Plate Championship. The winner will play Virginia Tech, who just played before this game. These two teams, like you said, didn't really get a lot of attacking opportunities in the last game. Notre Dame College is well coached. They've got a lot of sevens experience. Northern Iowa maybe a little bit less so, but plenty of athletic talent, so it should be a good game between these two teams.
We are all set. Conditions are very warm with the 90-degree weather, so it has been tough for all these players. But nothing beats exhaustion like adrenaline as we get ready with a high kick. Carrying out Notre Dame College. Good carry in the middle. The ball's available. Working the ball out in front. Good straightening run on the outside with lots of pace on the outside. Sweeper to beat. Good job cutting off the sideline by Dickerson. And even better work over the top of the ball by Burish. And she's been able to turn the ball over. Nope. It is with Notre Dame College. Leatherman, she was good. Strong carrier yesterday. Unable to hold the ball. The ball is turned over. UNI's ball. And then it is turned. Oh, sorry, wrong way. There we go. Turn the right way this time. Quick tap. Leatherman moving the ball. Mateo, there's plenty of numbers out wide. They just needed to free it earlier.
And just disappointing for them. You can tell that Notre Dame College is well coached. They know when to identify those breakdowns to attack, as evident in that poach there. Unfortunately, just not enough identification there. They had 3 more players on the outside, huge numbers overload, and didn't take advantage of that.
We've talked about it a number of times, but when there's a turnover, it's those first 2 passes quickly away and then assess. You don't try and do too much on the inside. Messy scrum, the ball pops out the back. UNI will have to clean up. Stanison Edwards flips the ball out. That's good work on the outside. Burish straightening, strong carry, runs into a good tackle from Dickerson. Nice job probing down the blind side, and again down the blind side. Good strong carry. Does she have enough to get there? That's Maggie Burns. Great cover defense by Notre Dame College.
Oh, what looked to be such exciting attack as University of Northern Iowa identified the weak side twice, and then Maggie Burns trying to finish it to the end. Just really good defense from Notre Dame College. There were 2 defensemen there, defensive women I should say, and able to tackle out of bounds. That's great stuff.
Reset with the line out. There's a big gap there in that line out, so pretty much uncontested. Notre Dame College. Oh, charging run up the middle. That's a strong carry from Persiak. Freeing the ball through the hands to Dickerson. Dickerson trying to get round the corner. Good scraggling tackle on the outside from Stanison Edwards. Leatherman. Still going, Leatherman. Charging run up the middle. They need to reset here. They've got plenty of numbers. Look at the amount of UNI players in tight. Hands will do it on the outside. Instead, stepping in, trying to go through a few additional phases. Leatherman. Here's Persiak. Persiak with a lovely ball to McCormick. McCormick, one-on-one, uses the fend. Still on her feet. What a great covering tackle. Leatherman looks to reset, finds support back on their side and a crunching tackle. McCormick. Hands will do it. One more on the outside. Oh, she could have used her. She didn't need to. Opera Boeing.
And making it maybe a little bit harder for herself, but backs herself all the way for the try. Much better ball movement from Notre Dame College. There were so many names that you just called out, James, and just really identifying the space, trying to stretch this UNI defense that was once so swarming. You had 3-4 girls on one of the ball carriers, and just able to stretch them out enough to identify that gap and convert.
Kick is unsuccessful, so they will take the early lead. Notre Dame College 5-0. And I mean, over the weekend, how many times can you count where a team has gone 6 or 7 phases and not scored? I mean, it's almost every time you go that amount of phases, you're going to score.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think that, you know, after day one, perhaps these teams didn't really have much opportunity to do that, and now they're able to play more of their attacking flow, something that they weren't able to see much on day one. You know, I talked a lot about the coaching staff. Notre Dame College has several coaches on their staff. Jack Neese, of course, the head coach, and Danielle Wako-Sayua. And Danielle is someone who has had plenty of experience at the age grade level with USA Rugby, has played for multiple select side academies, Northeast Academy. So having someone to look up to like her, to be able to share that knowledge and wisdom is so crucial for a team Notre Dame College.
And coming back strong was there, UNI. So that was the kickoff went out of bounds, or sorry, went short, and so they were able to tap again. Yeah, you're right. It's so good to see a number of players going back and supporting university level players that had a lot of experience. As the game grows in the States, those players coming back, being role models, and obviously helping in the recruiting process as well. So Notre Dame College has the ball again. Can they string together some more nice phases like they've done already? Mateo. Counter ruck is good, says the referee. That was good job at the breakdown by UNI. Inman. Not releasing the tackle player, so they're going to go quickly. Here's Burns. Burns gets the offload. Good job. Going in is Haley Butterwedge.
Excellent try by UNI, a great response. JP, someone I want to point out in this team who actually started that all was Tatiana Reed, number 5. Noticed her earlier in the game. She was so aggressive in the breakdown. She's the one that started that counter ruck and then able to get the go forward for her team. Here we see her teammate Maggie Burns getting the ball carry and setting her teammate up, Butterwedge, for the try. Look, we've talked enough about Burns. We've got her leading the field, but Reed is the one who's been the brains behind their ball distribution and then setting the example on defense. Without her aggression, that team doesn't have that opportunity there.
Couldn't agree more. And it's that situation. They know, Notre Dame College knows Maggie Burns is going to be a threat. So you saw there, every time she gets the ball, there's 2 or 3 defenders just staring in. And it's the presence of mind of a well-rounded player like that as a distributor as well as a carrier. 5 points all. This will be the final play before the halftime hooter. Good strong carry by Persiak. Persiak was great yesterday. Cormick just carry straight up the middle. The ball was stripped away by Reed. Looking to find it on the outside, and that was tapped down, so that will be trouble. Yes, in the game of sevens, anytime you tap down the ball, you're going to spend a couple minutes on the sideline. And so they will have to defend. One player down. Reed looking for a wraparound. The wraparound is there by Butterwedge, and she runs out of bounds. So that will do it for the first half. 5 points apiece. Notre Dame College, University of Northern Iowa.
Let's go. USA. it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
To May Madness, second half action coming back. Notre Dame College, University of Northern Iowa. Bree, plenty of action in the first half.
Plenty of action. Here we see Notre Dame College strikes first with the try from Aubrey Boeing. But not to say that UNI doesn't come striking back. Of course, Maggie Burns setting up her teammate. That's Haley Butterwedge to finish it off. There's been plenty of action back and forth, James, and I'm really liking how these teams seem to be really embracing their own identities, really finding their own kind of personal styles of flow here. There's 7 minutes left to play. Again, a trip to the Champions Shield championship on the line. These teams have nothing left to lose.
If you're Notre Dame College, what messages do you give at halftime from Jack Neese?
I think you keep playing the same flow on attack. The problem is right now they're just not executing on that last pass. They need to be able to commit that last defender to let their teammate run free, so they need to tweak that last bit of execution.
UNI gets the ball. It's Inman heading towards the sideline. Ball is close. Not sure what we're waiting for. Yeah, a little knock on there. So Notre Dame College will have good field position to string together their first attack in the second half.
And I'd like to see them play it really simple off of this scrum. I'm not sure that we've had a line out earlier in the first half, but this is one of the earlier scrums that we're seeing. I'd like to see nice, clean ball. Of course, now they've got an opportunity to quick tap and go here and use that back line that's already set up to distribute that ball.
They went back 10, so a quick tack by Leatherman. Leatherman, she's difficult to stop. No one will stop her. She will score in the corner. Olivia Leatherman.
And Leatherman adds so much experience to this team. She's on the All-Midwest Thunderbirds team. She was invited to the USA Rugby Camp in the winter, and she was named the team MVP. And it's really simple here, James. All it is, being back 10, and Leatherman just spots that they are already on the back foot, and she's able to use her physicality to burn through that tackle and dot it down.
Deceptively quick as well. You see her, she's got a huge work rate around the field. She'll be involved in multiple facets of play. She's got a big engine.
Someone else that has been playing very well for Notre Dame College is Raina Persiak, another Thunderbird in the Midwest. She scored 3 tries on the day. James, you were just mentioning about her performance yesterday. She's been a little bit quiet this game, but there's still plenty to play for in this half.
UNI have to attack. Burns delivers a nice pass. And now we're off to the races. Great work by Burns. No one will catch. Peyton shoot. And she will go in right underneath the goalposts.
And all the celebrations there. Burns running in right there. And all she does is a simple pin and pass, knowing that there's an overload. She has 2 more teammates on the outside, and shoot there in support, just able to finish. Really simple stuff there, but that's the key here in this game. You play the simple fundamentals and you execute them well, and you will be rewarded.
The kick is successful, so they take the lead, 12 points to 10. And the importance of scoring underneath the goalposts. There's been a number of games this weekend. Less than 2 points, being able to convert is massive.
100%, and especially, you know, we haven't seen a lot of conversions go through. You know, it seems like it's so hard in sevens. You feel like you don't want to spend too much time on the kicking, but it's such a crucial skill, especially at this level. Everything matters, especially here on the restart. And UNI will be kicking themselves, but Notre Dame College in a great position to attack now. They have possession. I want to see them go ahead and continue that flow that they had in the first half.
Inman with a strong carry, taken by Burns. Ball is still there. Burns, menace over the top of the ball. Incorrect entry, says the referee. So we're going to tap and go. Majeski. Oh, another strong carry on the outside. Coming charging it is Leatherman. Leatherman tucking the ball. Still driving her legs. Still going towards the line. Can anyone stop her? Plenty of trouble here. Look at the amount of UNI players in close. They need to move the ball. Move the ball, they do, out in front. And just outstretched.
And James, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Leatherman just doing a fantastic job of driving her feet, protecting the ball, and getting that good go forward, sucking in so many Northern Iowa defenders. As you see here, she's got one dragging her by the back, and then she's got one in the front. Maggie Burns also there. That's 3 defenders she's pulled in, not to mention a 4th one there. And as they spin it out, it's just simple hands that will do the trick. But unfortunately, their lines of running are diagonal. They're not straightening up their lines of running, which causes a miscommunication, misconnection there.
Referee says play on. That goes against the head. Heading down the blind side is Boeing. She's a little bit isolated, and a great counter ruck there. Excellent work by UNI. Looks like we're going to come back another counter ruck. Contested breakdowns have been it. Moving through, and that might be trouble there. Yep, that's another knockdown. Oh no, referee says
that it is just an unintentional knock, which it would have been the same culprit there, Mateo, who, if she had gotten the yellow card, I guess would have seen a red card since she was the one that got binned in the first half. So lucky there, but good pressure from Notre Dame College. See what Tatiana Reed at fly half can do. Gets a get out of jail free card here, and that's Reed again with the carry.
Strong carry. She's still going, needs to find support. Burns is there in support. They should have numbers out wide. They choose to come back down the blind side. Straightening run here with a missed pass. And here's danger. We know how much speed she has on the outside. But just taken out into touch with Stanison Edwards.
Just a little bit too much height there. Already has someone pulling her out of bounds. Not often you see the jersey tackles, but the jersey tackle to boomerang her out of bounds is just enough to regain possession.
Wait for the line out. It will be Aubrey Boying to feed. And there's going to be some fresh legs. You spoke about this earlier. It's Maisie Keys that comes onto the field. Uncontested again at the line out. Oh, and just drops the ball. So this will give UNI a great attacking opportunity, and with 15 seconds left, looks like there's a penalty for offside.
Not sure exactly what the call is there, but a penalty, and instead UNI decides to go for the scrum there.
Good option with the scrum. Take time off. All they'll have to do is win the scrum and kick the ball out. And they will go through to face Virginia Tech. There'll be plenty of pressure at the scrum from Notre Dame College. And they do. They win the penalty. Referee says that went backwards. That was lucky. Persiak. Good, strong, straightening run by Majeski. Majeski back to the inside. There's Mateo. Support is there. One more pass on the outside. Trouble here. Good covering defense by Shoot. Just trying to flick the ball up at the end. Forces the knock on. Desperation stuff at the end. And it will be the University of Northern Iowa who will advance to take on Virginia Tech in the Champions Plate final.
And that girl, Tatiana Reed, for me, she was the woman of the match, just working so hard, aggressive on defense. She is the one that drove her team to victory in this match.
We'll be back in a few moments with the Survivor Shield semifinals in the women's beer bracket.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God. If you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Welcome back to New Orleans as we shift focus now to the Survivor Shield here in the Women's Premier Division. The University of Iowa, the Hawkeyes, taking on the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Dan Powell with you alongside Bree Kim. Bree Kim, it's tough at this point, isn't it? You've got to the point where that single elimination has come back. It's haunted you, but you've still got rugby to play. What's your motivation here? What are you looking for out of both these teams?
Motivation is just school pride, right? Both of these teams had tough losses yesterday. They're coming back fighting. You can see the game face there, Dan. They are not messing around. University of Iowa, plenty of Big Ten experience, which you know has teams like Stronghouse, Penn State. So they're up, ready for the competition. University of Notre Dame, coached by Ricardo Ramirez, or Chago as he's well known, plenty of USA Rugby experience, well-coached team. I think it's going to be a great battle between the two, but really, as we've seen throughout the day, we just want execution on the simple things, on the fundamentals. That's going to be whoever can execute the best on those basic skills will come out victorious today.
Well, conditions are extremely tough down in New Orleans. As you can imagine, late May, the deep south, the mercury over 90 degrees here, humidity, well, it's right alongside it. The Hawkeyes get us underway with the kickoff on the left of your screen. Notre Dame on the right to receive. And then no sooner as I asked you what their motivation was, you got that shot off Lucinda Williamson just staring at me like, what do you mean?
Going, I hear you, Dan.
Yeah, I'm motivated. What are you talking about?
You don't know what my motivations are?
No. See Notre Dame working it out from their own end.
Great aggression in the ruck. They're able to slow it down and create that pressure. And it's so funny, we just talked about Lucinda Williamson giving that shot, and she was the one that went into the ruck. And even though she didn't blow the defender, or excuse me, the attacking rucker off that ball, she was able to slow it down to let the rest of her teammates in the defensive line come up hard, give an aggressive launch. And Notre Dame not quite up to the challenge in that one, lost the ball, giving Iowa the opportunity here on attack.
Langlois in the scrum half position plays it off. There is Williamson again. Ball goes to ground for the Hawkeyes. Finally secured by Bassett as Langlois comes down the short side. To draw in two Notre Dame defenders.
Yeah, and that's tough there. You know, Langlois had a teammate outside of her, but she was already running diagonal towards the sideline. Would have loved to see a switch line from her teammate to change up the direction. That 2v2 wasn't anything that Notre Dame couldn't handle on defense.
We've seen that a lot this weekend throughout all the games. The angled run across field and the lack of willingness for the runner to switch back inside against the grain, against that defender.
Just seems like there's an opportunity there. Maybe they've got away from trusting that speed on the outside a little bit too much, Tim.
Well, and I think, you know, sometimes, especially with the women's teams where you have a lot of these players, you know, are brand new to the sport, just getting that IQ and understanding what is the right scenario for me to run that line back in instead of staying out wide.
We had a game earlier, the men's this morning, same thing. It's just nobody inside, and he just held that sideline for far too long.
And if you're that ball carrier running that line, you are desperate.
Begging.
You're just saying, someone please run a line off of me. Make a decisive line there. And as you can see,
looking for some more communication for her side as well. It's Harris, actually, apologies. Notre Dame now with this line out on the 40-meter line. Secured by Sydney Heen. Been turned over there. No.
didn't look like there was any separation between bringing the person to the ground and then driving in that ruck. Good go forward here from Notre Dame. See if they can spin it out wide.
Farnan now with the ball, finds support on the outside, and Betchett. Stolen though by Williamson. They have the advantage, they'll play from here. Langlois trying to get the arms free for a support on the outside. Can't find anyone. Will come back for the infraction penalty for the Hawkeyes, but entrenched inside their 22.
Yeah, and that was Williamson, again, aggressive in the counter ruck. But unfortunately for Notre Dame, they had a good opportunity in front of them. They had drawn in Hawkeye defenders, and they just need to spin it out wide, but they're not giving themselves enough depth to be able to attack. And so these passes that should be connecting fairly easily are hitting the deck instead.
Timeout here. Both teams grab a little water. Again, we've mentioned the mercury over 90, the humidity down south. When was the last time you were in New Orleans?
It's been a while. I think it was last year, but it was, you know, early something, February, early March, and I was sweating up a storm.
When's Mardi Gras? I'm just tracking your social activities.
It was the week after Mardi Gras.
Oh.
MLR game even down. But it is, I can't imagine the humidity there. But what's nice for these two teams, a water break during the seventh half is fairly uncommon, but what's nice is then you have, as a coach, you have another opportunity to send messages through your water carriers. And especially with such a tight game, lots of unforced errors by both teams. There's got to be very clear, direct messages that I imagine both coaches just gave.
Ball at the back there. Frisbee comes down the short side. There's Farnan looking to stretch her legs. She's free, she's loose, she can play that again, reaches out. Farnan with the try. Emma Farnan gets the first points of this game, and it's Notre Dame in the lead, 5 points to 0.
And that's great stuff from Emma Farnan there. Gets tackled, but quickly gets up. And we see here, comes out of the scrum. Quick ball here, and Farnan maybe started on the right side of the scrum. Movement towards the weak side, gets tackled there, but quickly releases the ball to get up and then uses her rangy size to dot it down over the line.
To convert her own try, that one across the face of the post. Unsuccessful, 5 points to 0, 5 minutes gone here in the first half. And the pressure that Notre Dame had with that territory advantage reaps them the reward they desire. 5 points.
Farnan's 6 foot. She's got 6 inches over the rest of anyone on her team and on the team as well, using her size well.
There she is, Emma Farnan, try scorer. 6 foot, you'd have to think huge advantage, not only on the restarts, but the line out as well for Notre Dame.
Yeah, would love to see them utilize her in the restarts. Of course, we've only had one so far for Notre Dame.
Throw not straight. We'll pack a scrum here.
And the scrums always seem to be the more confident choice for these teams, especially when you have a lot of newer players. Lineouts are hard to master in such a short amount of time. especially when you're done getting off of a 15 season, then having to adjust.
Beautiful hands from Frisbee back inside there to keep that ball alive for Notre Dame. As they return back into the Hawkeyes half. Quick hands would have been the key there. Davis just not able to handle that over the top pass. And now a scrum for Iowa. Iowa a little bit shell-shocked here. I feel like Notre Dame's come out and controlled possession and territory quite well in this first half, Bree.
Yeah, and you know, Iowa really hasn't done much on attack, and so we're kind of questioning what is their flow, what will we be seeing from this team. But on the other side, their defense has been outstanding to me in their aggression. They have come up, and Notre Dame not adjusting, not building more depth, because right now there's a lot of knock-ons, giving the Hawkeyes possession, hopefully to do something on attack here.
Williamson. Koulibaly, she was a star yesterday for this Hawkeyes. Now take a look at Koulibaly. She stretches out Farnan. Uses all 6 feet of that frame to run her down. Yellow card there, looks like for a high tackle on Farnan though. Notre Dame will be down to 6 here for 2 minutes. More importantly, it's the Hawkeyes with the ball at the right end of the field for once. Koulibaly beats one, beats a second. Koulibaly, has she got the energy to go all the way? Yes, she does. Another try to this young sensation in Koulibaly. And the Hawkeyes, they draw level at halftime here, Bree.
And finally, we see some action on the attack, just as we were wondering where it went. Again, I think maybe they've got some ears from us down there, Dan. But Koulibaly had a great showing yesterday, and just using her pure strength and her speed. She's got quite the resume. She was named Iowa's Stella Player of the Year in 2022. She has multiple accolades. This is someone you want to keep an eye on.
Conversion unsuccessful. We are locked up at the break. 5 points apiece when we return. The second half is coming your way. It's the Hawkeyes and the Fighting Irish here at the CRCs in New Orleans.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions, just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Welcome back to New Orleans. Halftime here in the Survivor Shield. 5 points apiece, Notre Dame and Iowa, Bree.
Now here we see the first try on the board from Emma Farnan of Notre Dame. And then she gets penalized here for a high tackle, sending her to the bin for 2 minutes. And Koulibaly of Iowa able to capitalize. And just look at that stiff arm, shoving the player out of the way. Easy dot down. One try apiece for both of these teams. Winner goes on to the Survivor Shield final. They will play the winner of the next game as we kick off here. Last 7 minutes of the game. Here we go.
Big 7 minutes coming up for both these sides. I feel for fun, and being a tall player myself, everything's a high tackle. It's just hard to get down low. Williamson. Koulibaly, here goes Koulibaly again. So dangerous in open space. Defend from Koulibaly. Her second try is imminent here as she brings it around closer to the pose. Needs to get it down, does well. What a start to the second half for the Hawkeyes.
And I will say, Dan, she made it a little bit nervous at the end there. Here we go. Listen to Williamson set up her teammate Koulibaly. And Notre Dame tackler's just not getting low. It's just an arm reach both times. That's not going to be good enough at this level. And Coulibaly easily shrugs those off as she dots down her second of the match. But I do appreciate her working as hard as she can to the center. As a former kicker myself, it makes those conversions all the easier. And we look at Lucinda Williamson again, who actually has made the transition to player coach as she is getting ready to transition out of her eligibility. She's helped out. Coach Kathleen O'Neill has been an immense influence on this team.
No such thing as a former kicker. Once a kicker, always a kicker. Bree. You're still part of the club, don't worry. Hamstrings change a little bit, but still kick. There's Williamson. Just mentioned Lucinda Williamson. She's been an absolute menace at the breakdown for the Hawkeyes. That turnover is going to lead to points as Harris will have the speed to get to the line. What a blitz it has been in this second half from the Hawkeyes. 2 tries in under 2 minutes, and they extend their lead here.
Yeah, and just really taking advantage of the man advantage that they have. Williamson just right there in the ruck says thank you to that present. And again, a turnover ball. We've talked about it all day. Get it 2 passes away from the place of turnover, and you're going to have a very high success rate turning that into a try. Iowa shows that is always true. Unfortunately, that kick is no good, but building the lead. Tell the Harris there is very excited, cheering on her team to get another one in.
Notre Dame should be back to a full contingent now, but the damage has been done. 12 points. Williamson heavily involved as she barks orders to her charges to get things going here. They cannot take for granted a 12-point lead. Notre Dame with Frisbee dishes that one back. Sits down now, Enneman. Tipped, oh, look who's there. Look who's there. Love to see Williamson get a try. She deserves a try, and she will dot it down despite the attention of fun. And now the question, was it a knock on? They're giving the try 5 points on the board. You could see the Notre Dame fans, of course the Notre Dame fans are calling for the knock on. But Williamson, a just reward for her performance today.
Makes no mistake, and it just seems like Williamson's in all the right places at all the right times. Notre Dame back to full strength, looking frantic. There's still plenty of time in this second half. They were only down 2 tries at the time. They don't, a lot of these teams feel like they need to offload. You don't always have to do that, Dan. You can take it into contact, set a platform. And unfortunately for Emma Farnan, that is the second yellow for her, and she has been red carded in this match. It's very disappointing to see, Dan, when you have so much motivation and excitement to be in this game. It certainly wasn't for ill intentions there. That is tough for Notre Dame, and now they will be playing again with 6-1 for the entire rest of the match, and it is looking even brighter for Iowa now.
There's already a lofty expectation for a comeback here for the Fighting Irish, now made even more difficult, going down to 6 as we take a hydration break here. Conditions sweltering in Louisiana today.
Yeah, now if you're Iowa, you see Williamson already coaching the rest of her teammates in this water break. You've got 3.5 minutes left to play. You've got a sizable lead. You keep doing the same thing you're doing on defense, but on attack, you just want to calm it down. You want to be composed. Take advantages of the opportunities that are given to you, but really, do the opposite of what we just saw Notre Dame do. Take it into contact, set that platform, take your time, kill that clock.
You can already see the coaching characteristics coming out in Williamson as a captain and a leader on the side. Great communicator already. Every time there's a stoppage in play, camera comes on, she's talking, communicating. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, collegiate All-American too. Was named All-Conference Player in 2019. Just the experience and certainly the personality that you want in your leader.
Look at that, first person up too. Leads by example. Through actions, and then last person there. Been a break for Notre Dame. Williamson shuts the gate well. Down the short side. Frisbee needs some support. Williamson does well to come across and cover. On the halfway line now here for Notre Dame. Beam with a little run through. Dummy goes up into the 40. Notre Dame continue to push this ball into Iowa's half, up to the 22. Nice little offload there from Enneman.
Keeping their feet well, Notre Dame on this attack. It seems like they even in contact, they've made 10, 15 meters up.
Oh, good tackle in there. Good read coming in from Iowa. Frisbee at the back. To the left, big fend, Heem right through the middle, under the post. Good reward for effort there for the Fighting Irish as they get their second try of the match. 22 points to 10 now. Iowa still in control.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Sydney Heim, sophomore out of Austin, Texas. It's so hard when you are down a player to work some sort of attack, but she just goes right for the weak spot in the defense, strong in the stiff arm, and dots it down in the middle.
Conversion unsuccessful. Score remains 22 points to 10. Minute and a half left on the clock. The big story, though, is the red card for Notre Dame in this game in the second half. The second yellow for Farnan after she was probably one of the more dominant players in the opening half.
There's still over a minute left to play here. For Notre Dame, you just want to keep embracing your identity. And for Iowa, you know, that's a mistake in the defense that they shouldn't have had. Again, these tackles, as you get fatigued, as you get tired from these conditions, from playing more games, your technique starts to drop, and they need to stay low on these tackles. Again, technique on the restart, no good, giving Iowa another attacking platform.
Langlois taps, stays in support. Koulibaly, oh, here's trouble. Koulibaly this time contained as she finds Langlois in support back on her inside. Refusing to go down here, Hawkeye players. This now comes wide. Tom Tyler keeps her feet. Still not a completed tackle. Koulibaly with the ball one-on-one has proved to be uncontainable all day today, and that trend continues. The offload again. That is beautiful work from the Hawkeyes, refusing to go down. Langlois with the try. Hawkeyes with the exclamation mark on this performance.
Yeah, great offload there by Koulibaly, but it all started from Keisha Moten-Tyler, who was able to wrap up her defenders and still get the offload off to her teammate. And that's good stuff to see, Dan, because, you know, there are a couple players that we've talked so much at length about in this game, but you really want to see the others in this team step it up. That is the momentum that they will want to carry into the Survivor Shield Championship.
That wraps it up here. The Hawkeyes continue. We'll take a short break when we return. The second semi-final in the Survivor Shield here at New Orleans. It's the CRCs for 2022.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
CBD American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Welcome back to the CRC's May Madness 2022 here in the beautiful city of New Orleans. The gold mine on airline home to the Nola Gold Rugby in Major League Rugby plays host to the tournament over 3 days this Memorial Day weekend. Get a shot there downtown. You said you weren't there for Mardi Gras. I don't know if I believe you or not, but what a great little downtown.
Well, that'll be my secret to keep, Dan. But look, perfect location as so many colleges, 110 descend on New Orleans to play Rugby Memorial Day weekend. Can't imagine a better scene than that. And here we see Michigan in the yellow and navy blue on your right, and then Clermont, which is a collection of 5 undergrad institutions in California, donning the white. Winner of this game will move on to the finals of the Survivor Shield Championship. They will play Iowa, who just came off a very hot victory last game versus the University of Notre Dame.
And Bree stopped the presses. The traditionalists will love it. The collars on the jersey for the Wolverines. Look at that.
Look at that bright yellow. There will be no mistake in distinguishing these two jerseys, Dan. I believe they just got some brand new kit as well, so they, I'm sure, are excited to don it.
Will be the Clermont Colleges to kick off on the right of your screen. The Wolverines in the maize and blue. Did I say that right? The maize and blue? That's right.
Oh, the maize and blue, there you go.
Look at me getting all cultural.
It's almost like you went to school here in America.
I do love, my wife often jokes that I know more about America than she does, and she was born and raised here. So, love my history. And it's the Wolverines looking to make some history here of their own. Yellow card early there for slapping the ball down intentionally. That will hurt Clermont.
And very quickly into the match, that leaves Clermont down a player. Doesn't mean they will stop applying that pressure, though. Some pretty high flying pressure shooting up on the flanks there.
Now Michigan looking to run this ball with a player advantage. Still got numbers here to the right. They can get quick ball. They cannot. It's turned over by Clermont into the waiting hands of Collins. Collins slides between two Wolverines, and now Collins with nothing but open pastures and speed to get it done. Down to 6, doesn't matter. Clermont on the board first, 5 points to 0.
And dotted down by the D2 Spring National Championship player of the game last year, comes from Hong Kong. And look, Michigan just not cleaning up the ball on the floor, needs to do a little bit better job of working it back to their team. But Collins instantly recognizes that turnover ball and uses her speed to dot it down. And that's the kind of momentum you want, even when you're down a player. If you can build up that difference as much as you can and then try to hang on to that momentum until you're back at full strength, that is a great place to find yourself in, Dan.
Well, not only the points, but think about the psychological damage it does to Michigan as well. We're getting beat, and they've got a player down. They're going to be back to a full contingent. Big restart coming up here for Clermont as they drive this down. Michigan unable to control possession. Now Nichols. Collins, already one try. Looking to get free yet again. Exeter comes wide, numbers. How do they have numbers? They're down one player. This doesn't make sense.
Clermont just exhibiting better ball handling skills here. As you said, how do you create an overload with 6-on-7? But they're able to do so. That's India Sorensen-Way, who makes her way to the center for a well-deserved try. And with that, they bring back Caroline Bullock. Impressed with how Clermont has been moving the ball here. And it's just simple handling. That's what we talked about at the beginning of the game, Dan. Key on the fundamentals, execute, and doing a good job with the timing, committing a defender before setting your teammate free. And on the other hand, that's what Michigan's not doing very well. They're just not protecting the ball. They're not doing enough work on the ground to place it back to your team. They're not securing the ball as they get tied up. And it's these little things. And as we go into this water break, that has to be what Michigan is talking about.
Well, it has to be. I agree with you. How good was Nichols there? 3 Michigan players all in the vicinity of Nichols. She just holds that ball one little pump to get that outside defender interested and then sets Sorensen-Way free. And again, we're talking about a team who have one less player on the field, yet still creating space and opportunities. It comes down to great coaching and great execution from the players.
And on top of that, nerves too, right? Nerves and fatigue, you know, being back in the stadium, wanting to make it to the final. That's something you have to control here. As that kick does find 10 and then bounces back.
Michigan need to get something going here. We'll start the line out with Hedman with the put in.
We see a good shot of the center ref, Elve Asanye, and AR Liz Malazita. These are 2 refs who represent the Mid-Atlantic region very well.
Where are you from?
The Mid-Atlantic, Dan.
Yeah, I love it.
I've had to play with them, reffing my games many a time.
If I ask them what they think of you as a player, what would they say? Respectful? Vocal?
A scrum half. Gotta play, you gotta be courteous. As we see Michigan finally playing some cleaner rugby there, as Ember Larson takes it the length and dots it down. First points for her team. Big smile on her face.
Ember Larson was an absolute weapon yesterday for the Wolverines. Every time she touched the ball, so dangerous. Look at this, first touch. She knows she has speed. Doesn't even have to transition the ball over to the right hand to use the left for a fend. Knows she has the athleticism to get around her defender. And that's exactly what the Wolverines needed. Just a little bit of individual brilliance there. Bit of confidence from Larson, and now they get that self-esteem starting to come back into the squad. The belief is there.
Yeah, and once you finally get the hands going, the sticky hands, catching and transferring, that's when you can unleash your weapons like Emma Larson. That's when you can let the speed have a go, bring some physicality into it if needed. And let's see if Michigan can hold on here and keep bringing in those basics, because then we'll start to see their own style of rugby finally come into play.
That one not going 10. I thought one of the Clermont players may have touched that on the bounce, which would have made it live. Nonetheless, we're coming back, free kick. And Bullock looking to make up for her yellow card.
Good pressure from Michigan, being aggressive here.
Looking wide here, Clermont. Stretch the field with Beans. Beans, plenty of speed there from Savannah Beans. She goes under the post, another try. I gotta tell you, I have been super impressed with Robin Collins. Her try was brilliant, but the ability she has with to hold the defense ball in hands is just outstanding.
Yeah, and Collins passes it to Antonia Hexter, who then Hexter sees the gap between these 2 defenders, and then knowing there's someone still chasing her on her left-hand side, gives it to Beans, knowing that she has the clearer path to the try.
Conversion successful, 17-5 here. Clermont back to their scoring ways. There is Robin Collins. Just keep an eye when she's in the midfield. Does a great job of timing her pass to her outside runners. Doesn't overcommit herself to the defense. Gives them time, gives them space. Understands her role. Michigan, they would love some points. Need to get this to ground though. It's going to be blowing up. Perhaps they can keep pushing this forward, which they do, as now it goes to ground. It's going to be a live ball. Goes to Clermont. That's good defense there from Clermont.
Yeah, just a little bit too late for Michigan there. As you see players engaging from both sides as Elvie, the referee, does call them all. And that will be it for the first half.
That takes us through to the halftime break. 17-5, Clermont in control here after 7 minutes when we return from the break. The second half coming up. It's the 2002 CRC's Made Madness from New Orleans.
Offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Welcome back to the Gold Mine. Made Madness Sevens continues for 2022. Not 2002, Bree correcting me in the breakdown. Living in the past. What a first half it was. That young lady right there, Collins, outstanding.
Yeah, scored the first try, setting up the second, scored by India Sorensen Way. And then that last try at the end there, Hexter to Savannah Beans, dotted down. 3 tries for Clermont, and they're just playing cleaner rugby. Not too complicated, but just very simple and just executing the fundamentals, which I just can't hammer enough, Dan, in this game. That's what it takes to be successful.
They can maintain this lead. They will move on to face the Iowa Hawkeyes later in the championship game for this Survivors bracket. Who you like in that one? If the score does remain, not to discount Michigan just yet.
Well, I think even if it was, regardless of who actually comes out of this game, it'll be very interesting because both of these teams like to play a more expansive, wide game. Iowa, you just saw, very physical in the breakdowns and in support. So 2 very contrasting flows of game that will make for an entertaining final for sure.
Bullock at the back patiently waits before deciding to go for a run up to the 40-metre line. Santillana offloads. Collins likewise out to Beans. Beans can move. Beans can motor, and she is away again. Her second try on the outside for Clermont. And that is the start they were looking for in the second half. She's made a huge impact on that wing here for Clermont.
And just picking up right where they left off, you see them just making the right decisions, knowing where the space is. It takes 2 simple passes to get it out wide, get it out to their speed in Beans. And Beans does all the rest there. Again, just wanting to play what's in front of you, and just the simple decisions that you have to make, and they're executing on every one of those decisions.
Look who threw the last pass yet again. Robin Collins.
She's been outstanding all game, and just that's the hallmark of a great player, is someone who makes everyone around herself look good, and she's just set up so many of her teammates for these tries. She gets us on her way again on the restart.
Here is the danger woman for Michigan, Ember Larson. Looking to make some magic happen herself. Pass doesn't go to hand as Bullock has possession for a split second before it's stolen back by Michigan.
Michigan doing a good job of keeping their feet, sucking in several different Clermont players, but needing to get the ball out a little bit faster so that Clermont doesn't have time to spread their defense out.
Larson. Look at that Clermont defense though. They've seen the threat in Larson in the first half. They know the speed. They do not want to give her space. And the handling error. Pretty impressed with this Clermont side. their patience and their structure, discipline.
Just look very composed. And here, you know, we haven't seen them too much on defense, but here, you know, we saw in those couple of breakdowns that just happened, players making good decisions on how to stay out of the ruck and spread out so that they aren't facing those overloads on the outside. And anytime you can slow the ball down or make the other team slow it down, that is exactly what you want.
Santillana gets a break here, 10 minutes into this game. Ball comes down here for Collins. Again, just times the pass so well onto the outside. Look who it is, number 3, count him out. Beans for 1, 2, and now the hat trick. 3 tries for Savannah Beans. 27 points to 5. Dominant.
And it all starts right here, able to shake off that tackle and then get that pass off to Beans. You know, perhaps could have made that pass a little bit sooner, but strong in contact. Again, just making very crisp decisions is this Clermont side, as they look very fresh, very composed into this next game.
Yeah, Iowa's going to be watching. You know they've come straight up the field to watch this game, to see who they're playing, and now they're analysing what Clermont are doing to Michigan here. They're like, we need to shut that Collins-Beans combination down quickly.
Absolutely. You look at Beans right now, gets the hat trick, and that's exactly who they're going to hone in on. But what's so exciting about this Clermont team is they've got a number of other players who can stand out and step up. You know, if Iowa's able to shut down the width game, there are plenty of other ways that they can do that. We just saw Santillana come off. We didn't talk about her before, but she did great work just doing the nitty-gritty, the dirty work, physicality for her team. She's going to be crucial for this next game against a very physical, tough Iowa side.
Restart underway here after a quick hydration break. Michigan find themselves under pressure again. This penalty will be a welcome sight for the Wolverines. Edmund taps and will play immediately. Defense just swarms though from Clermont. Another penalty, not getting out. Trapped under there, not too many options. Quick tap. As Michigan look to go through Hedman, not back 10. 3 quick penalties here, put the Wolverines inside Clermont's half.
And I like the way that Michigan sets up on their penalties. We've seen it throughout the game. They just haven't been able to execute, but they've got really nice shape if they can break through and get some good support here.
Barbara Barrow almost gets through there. They come wide. Larson was unmarked on the outside there, just could not execute that last pass. The pressure of the Clermont defense making it very difficult. Hedman into scrum half. Isolated here, Hedman needs to get, not going to get away with that. 2 Clermont players right over the top of the ball. Always going to be a penalty. And they will look to punish the Wolverines immediately off the quick tap. Larson. Penalised quickly. Clermont go quickly with Hexter. Offload into the waiting hands there of Cryan. Down to Collins. Collins working towards her favourite target. Savannah Beans. Beans, one-on-one. Look at this. Larson and Beans. No, it's not Larson out there. That's Ribeiro and Beans. 4 tries on the game. What a performance.
And Beans having to do the hardest work she's done all game on that try. Having to take on her defender one-on-one. Some acceleration, deceleration there. We get a great look at it here. And really kind of testing her defense. Can I take her on? Can I not? Can I take her on? Decides, yeah, I can do it. And takes it in for the try.
All in the hips. As soon as she squared up Ribeiro's, she knew she could go on the outside. You saw the little stutter step, tried to get her to square up. Made that threat off the right foot step back on the inside, relevant in Ribeiro's mind. And as soon as she hesitated, outside she went, back to speed.
And you can see just the raw athletic talent in Bean. She used to play Division III soccer at Clermont McKenna before switching over to rugby and using her vision from her soccer days in this new sport.
Sits up. Eventually fielded there by Clermont. Michigan may have come in on the counter-rock. They have, and they'll earn a penalty as well. Quick tap. Let's see if the Wolverines can finish with one more try. And wide. Looking for Larson. Larson now secures a bouncing ball. Has to beat her own player before she can even take on a Clermont player. Now Larson with a bit of space up the middle. The offload is a good one. Crittenden needs to get rid of the ball, does so. Look at this, Carrera. The Wolverines, they will finish with a 5-pointer under the post. That's Maddie Bauer's apology. That little blue line made me think it was an 8. It's a number 6. Maddie Bowers with the try here for Michigan, 34-10.
And that's a great way to finish off for Michigan, having a really tough game. But look, there you see the line break and just the support and the offloads, of course, all started by Larson, supported by Crittenden. And as Crittenden gets wrapped up, Bowers streaming at her over her right-hand shoulder to get that ball off. Good for Michigan to finish on a high note, but that will be Claremont College's advancing after a very clean, impressive, clinical match. They will face Iowa in the final. And that is it for this game. Stay tuned as we go to the break. We got plenty more action up ahead.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Welcome to the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're at the Gold Mine on Airline as you take a look at this beautiful town. Everybody's enjoying the Collegiate Rugby Championships, brought to you by National Collegiate Rugby here on the Rugby Network. Fans just enjoying the day. We're moving into the Women's Cup semifinals in just a moment, but John Broker with James Patterson, some excitement from the weekend.
There has been great rugby. Started out with a testing day yesterday, but today I feel like the standard of play has risen as the stakes have risen, and no higher stakes than these next two semifinals.
These games are going to be fantastic. First up, we're going to have Life University versus Grand Canyon, the Lopes. Following that is going to be Lindenwood versus Penn State. We'll determine your winner later. All the championship games will be on CBS Sports. You see the Lopes there on your left-hand side in white, and in the very bright colors are Life University. Life University coached by Rosalind Chow. Rosalind Chow heading up to Brown. This will be your last event with Life University. Grand Canyon, Lindsay Mahoney and Chris Bay coaching that team. First semifinal. Great players across Life. Grand Canyon University, the Lopes, a newer varsity program, James, but has put a good show up so far at this Collegiate Rugby Championship.
Yeah, very impressed with them. One thing that they've done really well is they've been really composed. Often against tougher opposition, you try and do too much too early, and they've played very well, but no one's played better in my mind than this Life University program.
Life to get us underway here. Our semifinals are underway. It is great opportunity to watch these teams. Autumn Cicero, a prominent player for this Life team, gets us started. Back across we come. Ball to Nina Mason, the freshman's hands. Nina Mason works the ball into the midfield, and immediately a run has to come in there from Life University. We're going to bring that one back for...
Just exchanging a couple handling errors early. It is very hot and humid, so we don't see it right now, but that ball gets a little bit greasier as the day goes on. Makes handling difficult, but again, just in the little play they've done, you can see Life. They're just so well drilled. The ball's always out in front. They're charging onto the ball.
Big ask here for Grand Canyon. They're up for the challenge, of course. Didn't come here for anything less. Out they go. Bianca Curtis. Michelle Marshall comes in, wins that ball for them, working their way back across field. Little push forward. There's a knock on there. We'll see if Life can come up with the advantage. They do not. We are going to come down for the scrum here. Scrum to Life, sorry.
It's very difficult early against Life. The teams that play well against Life are the ones that are direct a little bit early because they have such good line speed. And so you need to wait for 2 or 3 phases before you go wide. You need the defense on the back foot somehow. So maybe some adjustments will come in from Grand Canyon to be a little bit more direct early on.
There's a big stage, a hole opening up here for Life. Player just owning that space in between them. Sue Adegoke gets a hold of that one, and around the corner they go. That is Autumn Cicero. Autumn Cicero, the senior from Buffalo, New York, gets the first try for Life University in this semifinal.
I mean, I could draw that out, and I don't think I could draw it out as nicely as they executed it. Good interplay. It was the cut off the outside that was the most impressive. Cicero with the finishing prowess to be able to make that an easy try for them.
Conversion to come here for Life. That one just pushes to the side of the post. 5-0, Life in the lead here, just 2 minutes in. Talk about how these teams got here. Start with Grand Canyon in the single elimination, beat Southern Oregon first, and then Virginia Tech to advance here to the semifinals against Life. Life beat Southern Nazarene and UC Davis to bring them to this moment. Underway again. Long kick, well fielded by Life. What a take there from Hamden. Pushes the ball out to Sue Adegoke. And Adegoke is in the try zone. 10 points to the good are the Life Running Eagles.
I mean, that was something else. What about the restart? That thing
was in the air forever. And a good chase. And Adagoki, pretty much a free run to the line. But, you know, in the women's bracket, I don't think anyone is as good off restarts than Life.
Life is right there. I would suspect you're correct. Lindenwood probably close, but we've watched over the weekend, and some teams just not taking this critical restarts as serious as others at this tournament, and it shows. Life clearly practices this, and, you know, big part of their game, able to take that one away. See if it continues to work for them through the semifinal. Nina Mason.
We see a hydration break. Again, over 32.5 degrees Celsius.
Hey, let's take a deep breath. Guys, we get water right now. That's so dope. Hey, let's take a deep breath. A free breath. Guys.
We are back here. Just a little hydration break, James. You were talking about how hot it was there as we listened to that Lopes team chat after these first 3.5 minutes. It gets above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to stop for a hydration break.
And you heard them in the huddle. This is a great opportunity to catch our breath. And again, it's a reset for them. So mini halves. It's about who can win these mini halves within the half. And so far, Life looking dominant.
Nice high kick there. Another restart. Life pushes that one forward. Knock on to an advantage here for the Lopes. Be a scrum for Grand Canyon University. Lindsay Mahoney's team, a nice set piece to work from here. Get some offense going, which they need as we're 4 minutes into this first half. Ball in, pressure on from Life. They leave no stone unturned. Curtis moves that one out of the midfield with a bobble ball from Sileo. Chipped forward by Life, but a knock on at the 5-meter line. Driven back into the try zone, but it'll be Grand Canyon scrum at their own 5-meter. 95 meters away from 5 points. Tough ask for this young Grand Canyon team.
Again, just that solid defensive wall from Life University, consistently applying pressure. Grand Canyon University got plenty of players that can make a difference.
Going to the boot, playing the territory game, and possibly mistake there. Adagoke showing that footwork. Adagoke pushes it out there to Nina Mason, and Nina Mason, the freshman from the Doylestown rugby program, scores another try here at the May Madness 2022. Collegiate Rugby Sevens, and all Life right now.
Literally the only place in the field that you don't want to kick that to is Adagoke. So, you know, a missed exit there. Perhaps should have taken it in one phase before clearing to engage the sweeper to move. Nevertheless, Adagoke, such a presence from the back, draws in, and Nina Mason.
Mason, the calm and composed freshman on this team. Roslyn Chow sees a big future for this player.
She's a great finisher. It's a confidence for a freshman.
High school All-American, freshman year, National Collegiate Rugby All-American, D1 Championship MVP. That's as a freshman, James.
Unbelievable.
Ball, that time from Mason, doesn't quite go 10, but knocked on by Grand Canyon, trying to play that. So Life, opportunity to keep the ball alive. They're at the 40-meter line of the Lopes. Long pass in the middle of the field, rushing defender. Shooter comes out of the line there. Cicero can't quite handle that pass, so they're going to clean this up, reset. Now they're at their own 40-meter line, pushing it across field. Happy to give up that territory to find the right opportunity. Knocked on there. Little miscue from the Life Running Eagles, and Grand Canyon University opportunity to attack inside this Life zone.
What a great spot tackle by Elizabeth Bristow. She came in off the outside and she read that beautifully. There was trouble on the outside, and this is what they need. 15 points to 0. Last play before the half. What can Grand Canyon do?
Pressure on from Life. Ball slips forward. Unlucky for the Grand Canyon team. That's going to be halftime of this Cup semifinal. Life ahead 15-0. We'll step away and come back with second half action. Lopes, some work to do. Stick with us.
Hey, I'm not hearing.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Welcome back to the Shrine on Airline. Let's look at some first half highlights.
And it was a beautifully drawn up play cutting off the outside, and it saw Lo Cicero get them off to a strong early start. And it was the kickoffs that have been their bread and butter. Atagoki going over, and then this one straight into Atagoki, draws in all the defenders and able to get it to the outside to Nina Mason to score. All Life so far in the semi-final.
Footwork from Atagoki. I nearly fell out of my chair. Pretty impressive right there from Atagoki. Get ready to start the second half. Grand Canyon in white to kick off, running from right to left on your screen. Left to right in their very bright yellow-ish green is Life University, the Running Eagles from Marietta, Georgia. Grand Canyon from Arizona. Lo Cicero takes it upon herself early in this game. She's across the 50-meter line. She is pulling away. Autumn Lo Cicero played in Premier Rugby Sevens last year from the Kenmore Rugby Club in Buffalo, New York. Autumn Lo Cicero goes the distance. I would expect to see her get a break later in this game, James.
Lo Cicero slicing up the defense here. You know, just takes that early break, using the ball to her advantage. Notices she's got the pace, straightens well, and from there, too much pace. This Life side, I mean, I can go down the roster here. Every one of them can break open a game.
Wonderful program. That kick is good. Life, the Running Eagles, continue on the run here. After this, we're going to bring you Lindenwood versus Penn State, the other Cup semifinal. Those finals and third and fourth game will be on CBS Sports later today. Grand Canyon to receive their own 22. Ball slips over their head, pushes them a little further back. Not what they need. They're trying to make a break around the outside here. Work across that pressure. Defense is just forcing them to run across the face of their support, so they go for a kick out to their own 40-meter line, and a great tackle by Grand Canyon. Bianca Curtis able to reset. Emerson Allen for the Running Eagles gets it to Nina Mason. Back to Allen. Allen takes it to the ground, the senior from Minnesota. Ball cleared away by Vaiafanua. In the middle of the field they go. Cicero, after that long run, decides to pass that one. Just slips over the head of Sarah Barsom. Comes back to her. Into touch they go. There's an earlier knock. We're going to have a line out here for Grand Canyon.
A little messy on the outside, but one thing you can see in this Life squad is the depth in which they attack from. It's phenomenal. Every time Nina Mason gets the ball, she slings it back 10 or 15 meters. And that's by design, because they're waiting to see the defenders come out of line. They're good at attacking those seams, as we see some substitutions coming on. But if you're GCU right now, they've just got to go back to a couple phases direct. because they've got to take away this line speed. The kick, you know, they can kick, but they don't want to be kicking away possession.
Life makes more changes, rip that ball away. Life on the attack again. Mason gets that one across field. The outside opens up. They're gonna have to reset. Good defense by Grand Canyon. Sure they got runners at depth coming across, but penalty coming back. Didn't see what it was for.
Odd that possession turns over with a penalty.
Life had the ball there. Interesting. Grand Canyon University, the Lopes on the move. Their own 50-meter line. Runners out on the whiff. There takes that in. Lauren Campbell from Michigan. Another penalty against Life. Lauren Campbell, the freshman from Grand Rapids, Hudsonville High School. Grand Canyon, another penalty, this time just over the Life halfway line. Running just a bit sideways again, get the ball to Garcia. Garcia gets hauled into touch by that strong running Eagles defense. Life will have a line out inside their own half.
There's not much you can do. I mean, you look up and the communication is something that you don't often hear it. Like during the game, you can see the defensive organization, but they are so loud that we can pick them up on the broadcast. They're directing each other inside out. I've got this person, you got that person. It's impressive.
Very impressive defense. Just forcing those Lope players to run sideways. What you can do there. Ball up. Cross at their own 22. Plenty of depth from these players. Move it into the middle of the field. Brooklyn via Fanua. Takes that one in, back across. This time the physical play comes in, but a great line of run there. To the ground they go. Good work on the ground by the ball carrier. Get that one free. Now they've got runners coming across via Fanua. Keep her feet. Good work by Grand Canyon on the counter ruck there. Penalty. A little knock-on crept in. I thought that Life player hadn't rolled away. We'll come back for the scrum for the knock-on. Life from inside their own 40-meter line.
It's great work at the breakdown by Elizabeth Bristow. She was able to get in a low potty position and counter ruck. And it looked like she'd actually taken the ball, but it was stolen back in the tackle, forcing the knock on. So the only real facet of play we've seen GCU have so far in the game on attack. Again, thwarted by some good work on defense by Life.
Life inside their 22 on the move. Via Fanua getting plenty of time on the ball. Referee says that's cool. It went back. They're gonna go on a run with this one. A little handoff there from Moala. Mason.
Smart play here. Take the scrum, wind down the clock some more. A dominant performance by Life.
We'll play the winner of Lindenwood versus Penn State. Confused via Fanua and Moala there. Apologies if I have. Both coming here from Barsom. You hear the whistle for the end of the game in the stadium, so this should be the last play. Sure, Coach Chow would like them just to put this in a touch. Done, put this behind them as they look towards the finals. Grand Canyon, however, certainly not done. Penalty against Grand Canyon. And Life thinks about it, puts it on touch. That's the end of our game. Life on to the Cup final on CBS Sports later on today. We're going to go back with Lindenwood versus Penn State just after this.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God. If you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championships. We are in beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana. The Big Easy, the hot steamy Big Easy today. The Gold Mine on Airlines playing host to this Collegiate Rugby Championship. New Orleans for the second year in a row playing host to this beautiful tournament. John Broker with Eagle legend James Patterson, World Cup veteran. Let's talk about women's rugby throughout this weekend.
The competition has increased as we moved on in the tournament. The standard is so much higher. We look year to year at collegiate rugby. It's getting stronger and stronger. There have been some thrilling games, so much so I jumped out of my seat. Give me some wintergreen. I think I strained a hamstring. It's been all action this weekend, and it will continue in this match.
We'll continue in this match. Another National Cup semifinal, or a Premier Cup semifinal. Penn State in Lindenwood. Penn State in their traditional blue and white. Lindenwood in the gold and black. We'll be bringing you a championship rundown later on today on CBS Sports. But before that, we have this game and the National D1 Club Championship coming up. We'll be doing that here on the Rugby Network. But let's get this game going first. Excitement to be had here. Penn State's long-standing program. Lindenwood in life, the finalist last year in this event, won by Lindenwood. Should be an interesting game, an interesting setup for these two teams.
They would have had a chance to see a dominant performance by Life before. That was about as good as you can play in a sevens rugby match. And this one, Penn State kind of climbing back in. They had a lot of success a few years ago. They dropped off and they've come charging back onto the rugby scene.
We have Lindenwood gets us underway, running from right to left on your screen. Going after that restart, but doesn't go 10. Penn State ball in the middle of the field. Darina Rowe heading up. Kate Daly, the coach of this Penn State program. Little switch coming around there. Camille White gets the ball in a wraparound from Marin McSorley, and Penn State out to attack Lindenwood from the outset, but a little knock-on creeps in there. It's going to be a Lindenwood ball in their own zone.
A little miscommunication early there. I think she was wanting those players to drop underneath her to at least hold the defender, and she ended up running behind each one of those attack runners.
Ball in from Lindenwood. See the speed they play with. Tukuafu put that ball in, and so quickly across field. Can't look away for a second. Lindenwood on the break, but good tackle comes in from Bjorkland. Aggressive at the breakdown. Tukuafu back and gets that ball again. Diangi Tau, she's played 15s and 7s for the U.S. You see that power. Unfortunately, the pass just slips over there. Vasquez. I think that was Merle. Took that one, gets it to Bailey. Miscue passes here from head coach Billy Nicholas' team. Trevor Locke, the assistant coach, at their 22. Now they make a break. There's room to run. There's a sweeper to beat. There's support players working their way around. That's Tarao Piakuru. She is so critical. Gets the ball to Bryce, but it slipped forward. And we're going to come back here for a scrum to Penn State. But you see the breakout ability of this Lindenwood team.
And the dangerous attacking presence, Sativa Tarao Piakuru. She is a handful for any defense, and it's just that last interchange that went forward.
A country where they appreciate their rugby, I hear, James.
Very much so. Of course, she was MVP of this tournament as well, so it's just so good to have that steadying presence. And you see that the sides that are doing well, they have players that have been on this stage and have experienced this kind of pressure before.
New Zealand born, but Penn State across their 22, big double tackle. Aggressive at the breakdown are the Lindenwood Lions. But smart enough to get up and reset the defensive wall. Penn State inside their 22. Players running onto it. Long pass, doesn't go to hand. The Sevens are after it. Bryce is gonna come down a little over Bjorklund. Merle, saw her score a number of tries yesterday. Tao moves that one across, looking for a runner. Get it to Demi Allen. Demi Allen into touch in the middle of the field. They have options in either direction. A little step, however, from Eti Hongitao. And try number one comes to Eti Hongitao from the Lindenwood Lions.
She has been an absolute handful on attack, Hongitao. And, I mean, can anyone take her one-on-one? It doesn't look like it at this stage. We're going to see at the end here. Comes in, plays scrum half, little show and go, uses the fen well, the power, the acceleration, and able to score, already making her presence felt on this match.
I'm not sure there's anyone in New Orleans this weekend that can take her one-on-one. That is a tremendous rugby talent right there. Hongitao cannot convert her own try. 5-0, 4 minutes gone. Lindenwood over Penn State, the Nittany Lions versus the Lindenwood Lions. Here in this Cup semifinal on the Rugby Network, getting us going again is a Demi Allen. Penn State inside their own 22, move the ball cross field. Good held pass, but slips out of their hands. Knock on, and a knock on back the other way from Lindenwood. So we'll come back to the original Penn State knock on scrum for the Lindenwood Lions inside the Penn State half. Great attacking position for them. We are going to take a break here for a hydration moment. Over 90 degrees here in the Big Easy. They can do.
They got the garden sprayers out there.
Lindenwood out there with these misters, James. Very interesting. Keeping these players nice and cool any way they can.
That's a smart idea. I'm going to put one in the golf cart next time I play.
That's a good idea. I wonder if they brought them with them when they sent somebody out to Lowe's. Go shopping for some garden sprayers, fill them with ice water.
Don't forget to visit the U.S. Women's Rugby History Museum pop-up on display on the concourse level.
Lindenwood. 4.5 minutes into this first half. Attacking position. Hongitao moves across field. Throws a little bounce pass. Not purposely advised. Tarao Piakuru has to throw that ball back. Some loose passes coming in just a bit from the Lions. Amy Price. Hongitao has worked her way across field. We're going to come back here. Referee and assistant referee. Bit of a chat.
Penalty not releasing on Lindenwood.
Not releasing is the call against the Lions. Penn State opportunity with 1.5 minutes to go here. Cut down this lead. Was running just a bit sideways, trying to open up that outside Lindenwood defense. Strong continually. Communication regather. drifting across field, not leaving anything for these Penn State players. A big tackle comes in from Bryce. Continued pressure here. Penn State player. Thought played it on the ground, but not rolling away, not releasing by the Lindenwood Lions. So Penn State Nittany Lions opportunity here. Back the other way is Camille White, call her Cash. Cash White puts the ball over the head. One of her waiting teammates puts it back across field. Went back first, but slipped forward. It's in the hands of the Lindenwood Lions, and Ongi Tao doesn't need an invitation to head towards that 40-meter line. Runner on the outside. Player holds it in, gets through the first layer of defense, and puts it back. Ball into the hands of Kat Merle, and Merle, the all-business try scorer, touches down her first in this game. Great try, Lindenwood Lions, off a little Penn State mistake.
You can't make mistakes against a quality side like Lindenwood. They will punish you every single time. Again, just moving the ball nicely, knowing when to give possession and cutting off that left foot. Good, strong carry from Kat Merle. We've seen her score countless amount of tries for Lindenwood, but really it comes off Penn State. They're offering nothing on attack at the moment. They're running laterally, and they're just feeding into the hands of this organized defensive line.
Merle, the freshman from the Greensboro Barbarians, just love that all-business attitude. That's halftime. Lindenwood University in the lead. We'll come back with the second half of this Cup semifinal right after this.
Let's go. You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
Welcome back to May Madness 7's the Shrine on Airline. Let's look at some first half highlights.
And nobody had more of an impact in the first hour than Hungentau. We see her here finishing off a great passage of play. She's been heavily involved. And then at the end, it was Klaus finishing off a costly turnover. Kat Merle going in to score, but so far, all Lindenwood to begin with, and Penn State have really struggled to get anything going on attack.
Penn State, tough time on defense with this breakout attack from the Lindenwood Lions. Tough on offense, the pressure forcing them to run just a bit sideways. There were a couple of speculative passes, but Darina Rowe will get us started again here for Penn State University. Penn State puts it down inside the 22. Rowe, the grad student. Development Family Studies kick that off. Lindenwood Lions on the move here. Really a high tackle. A player brings it down. There's Merle. Have a penalty against Penn State. I guess it was incorrect with the ref not seeing that high tackle. We'll come back. Wide they go. Lindenwood Lions on the move. Number 7, Amy Bryce takes that in. Players digging for it. Penalty against Lindenwood. Everything going their way. Tukuafu was actually surprised they got a penalty called against them.
What great cover defense by Penn State in that instance. It looked like she was off to the races down the sideline. See if they can get anything going.
Daly, very intelligent coach for Penn State. I'm sure she had some good advice at halftime, always does. Long pass, rolls into touch. I'm sure that was not part of her advice. We're gonna come back for a line out here for the Lindenwood Lions.
Continues to just put more and more pressure on Penn State because every time they think they're gonna have to do more and more. They just need to go back to the basics. A few carries, be a bit more direct, but now they have a challenge defending this potent attack.
Penn State got here by beating Clermont Colleges and University of Northern Iowa. Lindenwood by beating Boise State and Notre Dame College, put him in the semifinal. Big break through the middle there. Sativa Tarau Piakuru, players chasing her. Nobody will catch her. And Tarau Piakuru, another 5-pointer.
And if we watch that on replay, take a bow. That was actually the supporting player on the outside, straightening on the cut. It froze all of the defenders. That was Amy Bryce, allowed Tarau Piakuru to be able to run unopposed to the line. And it's what players do off of the ball carrier that makes a difference. That's what paints the picture, that's changing the picture for the defense. And that instance, that player coming off the outside just froze the entire line.
That one doesn't go. Yeah, those players running there, I always say, you know, rugby's like a clock. If all the parts are moving, it works. If one part stops moving, it doesn't work. I'm a bit older, I need a new analogy, James, if you can help me with that. Clocks aren't so in fashion anymore. But just, it keeps everything working. That one player running just straightens up that defense, holds them.
I guess it could be like shifting an app on your home screen on your iPhone.
I think you're onto something here.
It's changing the picture every time. If that app's in the same place, you know exactly where to find it.
I like it. I like it. I'm going to go with it. Lindenwood in the lead here. Could potentially face life in the finals later today. On the Penn State 5-meter line, but that ball not straight. We're going to come for a scrum for Penn State. The Nittany Lions, a long way to go. We're going to stop for another quick hydration break here. The Misters will come back out for the Lindenwood Lions. This heat, humidity, this late afternoon in the Big Easy certainly get you.
Be interesting to see how Billy Nicholas uses his substitutions in the game, knowing that they have another game coming up here shortly.
All across or on their own try line is Penn State. Player trying to find that space and does. Natalie Bjorklund making a run. She's got one player to beat and cannot get by Demi Allen. And a turnover nearly ensued to the Penn State player not releasing there. So it's going to be a penalty to Lindenwood.
How about the speed of Demi Allen? She came flying into frame. What a try-saving tackle that was. Unbelievable effort.
Junior from Bentonville, Arkansas. Played with Broken Arrow Rugby in high school. Now a big break from Amy Bryce from Noosa, Australia. Played with the Noosa Dolphins. The freshman, Amy Bryce, touches down a try for Lindenwood, and they continue to roll their way towards the finals. Women's Premier Cup Finals. Looking like it's going to be set for a Life Lindenwood rematch of last year.
How many times have we seen that?
Very many.
Very many times.
Yeah.
And the reason is just the pure class. Both of these sides, Life and Lindenwood, have very well-rounded games. And they can, and either one will just punish you if you make mistakes.
Absolutely, and they just love to play each other. It is the big match for them. Two minutes to go in this semifinal. Penn State deep in their own end once again. starting the D1 club final. We've one more game before that, as Lindenwood continues to roll here. Lindenwood, just a little pick and go off the back. Players are rolling on the field. McKenna Strong, cap 15's Eagle. Can't quite make it there. We're going to bring to UC Davis versus Notre Dame College after this try for Lindenwood. That's going to be the Women Premier Championship plate third place, as Lindenwood continue to book their place in the finals. After that, we'll have Roger Williams versus University of Wisconsin Eau Claire here on the Rugby Network. That is the Women's D1 Club Championship. Then James and I will have the end of our day and turn it over to Dan Power, Abby Gustitis, and Brianna Kim on CBS Sports for all the women's hardware. Lindenwood right now are running rampant.
27 points to 0. And again, it just builds. When you're playing against sides like this, it's pressure. It's pressure. It's pressure on attack, pressure on defense. And it's that communication on both sides of the ball that are intimidating to sides that play them. I think people underestimate how much communication can alter the mindset of an opponent.
Coming from a man who would certainly know, vastly experienced in this game as we come across. That's Demi Allen, still at it, has to take it to ground. McKenna Strong through the middle of the field. McKenna Strong just tripped up, but strong and powerful, as in her name. Can't get that pass away, and a little knock on. And that is the end of that. Lindenwood is going to take on Life. Rematch of the final. Penn State will take on Grand Canyon in the third and fourth place match. We're going to step aside for just a second, and we're going to come back with that women's premier plate third, fourth place game. UC Davis, Notre Dame College. Stick with us. We'll be back.
At Endicott College, we create global-minded citizens through transformative experiences. With a nationally recognized internship program and a 98% career outcomes rate, experience-powered learning is at the heart of all we do. Find a culture of community and champions just 20 miles north of Boston. Come write your own Endicott story.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Let's go! You said playtime was over, but it's not over.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championship, and action will continue as we are headed into the champion plate, the third place finishers, and it features UC Davis, the Aggies, taking on Notre Dame College. I'm James Patterson, joined alongside John Broker. The first opportunity for some silverware.
We have some silverware on offer here, the third place trophy.
Both these teams are like it. You see, they are pleased here at the Shrine on Airline. Happy to be on the big stage. Happy to be on the Rugby Network. Collegiate Rugby at its best here at National Collegiate Rugby, putting on a wonderful weekend.
UC Davis have showed some moments of brilliance through the tournament. They've run into some stiff opposition. Notre Dame College, stacked with talent. Leatherman, Persiak, Majeski. This should be a treat as we go to kick off, and that won't go 10. So first opportunity for Notre Dame College.
Not when you want to start your game there.
Good ball movement again, and you'll want to watch out for Valentine. And on the outside, good strong by Majeski. Good strong run by Michelle Majeski.
Notre Dame College, Jack Neese, good coach, good program going here. Very happy to score that first try against the Aggies of UC Davis. They have some danger runners. You see the ball just come around on the outside. Boeing held it long enough to get the ball to Majeski. Majeski, no problem in for the try. Sid Strupp just couldn't quite catch her.
That's what we saw them do. They've been able to put together some great passages of play throughout the day. And they really like to use their bigger, stronger runners, Leatherman, Persiak. They get over the gain line, and when you got finishers like Boeing, you've got your hands full. Flirting with the 10-meter line, it goes over and comes back. And will kind of drift towards the touchline.
Kind of watch them roll around there. It's going to wind up UC Davis ball. She might have picked that up, Majewski. Majewski, the senior from Lakewood, Ohio.
The Aggies. Possession, it's a little bit messy. The ball comes back to the Aggies. What can they do with it? They're going backwards under a huge amount of pressure. They hoof it the other direction. So it will be the Falcons' ball. Just looking to straighten. That's McCormick. McCormick's isolated though. Good counter ruck from the Aggies. Referee says on the ground, so they will have an opportunity for a quick tap. McCormick. Tap. Goes to the open side, charging run, coming up the middle is Leatherman, but she loses the ball in contact. Now they've got trouble on the outside. Good covering tackle by Persiak.
UC Davis doing a good job defending here, just putting together those phases. Notre Dame College strong on their defense.
Very composed on the defensive side. Committing very many defenders of the Aggies right now. Now they've got an opportunity to see what happens on the outside. The defensive line comes up, spots a half gap. Good carry, that was Dickey. Referee says play on, the ball's hacked through, so under a lot of pressure. Charging out over this is a great job by Dickerson. Dickerson, can she ground the ball? Just loses it forward, right by the goal line.
It's an advantage there for UC Davis. Referee Pierce Mara right on the spot. Saw it there. It was a knock-on eventually by NDC, the Falcons, so it's going to be Aggies' ball.
Just a bit messy so far by the Aggies. They're in a real spot of trouble here. They've got a strong scrum, UC Davis. Pressure. Taking cleanly on the blind side. A smothering tackle coming in from Persiak. Carrying in close. Good interplay. Finds a little half gap. Got the sweeper to beat. Good strong carry by Dickey. Dickey's still going.
Good tackle there by Majewski in the sweeper position.
Still working straight up the middle. Donna Cervantes. Very direct rugby so far. Show and go. Good interplay here. Watch out. Oh, she's a great ball carrier, Samantha Dickey. She's off to the races. Here comes the sweeper. How about the cover defense?
Referee Mara is going to come back, says that the player there from UC Davis was blocking the Notre Dame College player, so penalty here at Notre Dame College.
Taken quickly by Boeing. Looking ball back to the open side. Strong carry. Looking to find support. Persiak comes back.
It's McCormick. McCormick's been heavily involved so far in this match. Lots of pressure at the breakdown. Still moving the ball nicely. Leatherman through the hands, cutting back off the right. Strong carry coming in there from Majewski. Building phases. Persiak, McCormick, just through their outstretched arms. Having to go back and clean up is Mateo. McCormick settling things down in the middle. Still working the ball nicely. Possession is still there for Notre Dame College. Cut back on the inside is Boeing. Boeing, sorry.
Could be Boeing.
Could be
Didn't
Boeing.
get him right. I like Boeing better.
She's flying through this game so far.
A wonderful player there, Boeing. Good patches put together from Notre Dame College. Just comes to a little mistake at the end there, but it looked pretty strong, confident through the phases. You see Davis, a couple of good runs.
Their ability to just be able to maintain possession is impressive, Notre Dame College. They went through, 10 to 12 phases of play there. It's absolutely exhausting on defense. Spits out the back. Aggies, good strong carry. Messi, not a lot on attacking-wise, but there is space on the outside. Let's see what Wu can do. Wu steps, accelerates, looking for the support player. The ball goes backwards. Still freeing. What a great offload that was. That's Nora Webb, and just barely going forward.
I'm not sure. I'd love to see that. It looked like the ball went off of the Notre Dame College player rather than forward. The referee was just on the other side of the situation there. Referee Mara. Let's see what happens here. To me, it's the... No, I was incorrect. I thought that little flip back popped off of the Notre Dame College player. But referee Mara, smart Fairfield Prep grad that he is, good rugby family from Connecticut.
Let's see what they can do, moving the ball sideways. Looking for someone to straighten or have a go. The little loop and wrap around. That's good work. It's Mateo. Mateo, all class. On the wraparound with the pace. Good individual brilliance there.
Mateo, the senior from Murrieta, California. Great job of just finding that space, seeing what needed to be done, powering her way through, puts the jets on. Here, just standing, has a look, sees that outside is open. Little step in, little step out, on her way across the whitewash for 5 points. Great work by Mateo.
Unable to convert. So 12 points to 0 at the halftime break. We'll be right back with second half coverage.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forcing the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God. If you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Welcome back to second half action. We are here at the Champions Plate, third place playoff, where we see UC Davis and Notre Dame College going head to head. And so far in the first half, Notre Dame College continuing to build on these solid performances and they've really looked the better side so far in this one, John.
They have looked the better side so far. UC Davis, bit of work to do. The Aggies. See some fans in the audience there.
Tries a little reverse kick back against the grain. That one will not go 10 meters. So a free kick and an opportunity for UC Davis to get something on the board. They've shown glimpses on attack when they can string together phases. Tap and they'll work. Charging straight up the middle. But running into a solid tackle from Mateo. Noah Webb, she's looked dangerous. Dangerous she is. She tries to free the arms, and that was a great pass. Just outstretched, though, and unable to come in with it.
Just unlucky. It looked like a good break there for the Aggies early in the second half.
Those are the ones you just need to go to hand. It seems like there are a couple instances the offload in the first half, and that one that could pretty easily swing the momentum of a game like this. Pressure on. Notre Dame College able to reset. Instead, they're just going to hoof this one up.
Interesting tactic, hanging up in this New Orleans sun.
Good covering at the back and able to get the ball back. That is Wallace. Metting a solid tackle. Wallace will have to go into play 10. Driven back. It's still messy. Lots of pressure by Notre Dame College. Just kind of shoveling the ball back, and this wall of Notre Dame College pressure has enforced the turnover. There's trouble on the left-hand side. Hands will do it. Clear run to the goal line. And that is Aubrey Boying.
Boying with a nice handoff there. She's having quite a game here at the Shrine on Airline. Boying from Brunswick, Ohio, played with the Brunswick Valkyries. See referee Mara saying the ball went back here. As it comes across, they just move it right out there, and Boying, a clear run to the line. Well-deserved try. Great work from Aubrey Boying, the junior.
Just showing another level of energy, aren't they, on defense? They're up in their face every single time. Talk about conditioning. They are a well-conditioned side.
Referee Mara just holding for a second.
Avi with the kick back against the grain. This time it does go 10. Straight into the receiving arms. She's a dangerous runner, Webb. She's still on her feet, met in a solid tackle. Good work on the ground to get the ball back. Referee says ruck wasn't formed, so it will be a turnover. Mateo swinging the ball wide. Now, what's going to happen on the outside? Strong care on the outside by Valentine. Valentine looking for support. Supporters there on the outside by Wallenhurst. Wallenhurst carrying strongly, taking defenders with her. Back in support again from Valentine. Good into play. Mateo. Mateo trying to draw on the last defender. On the loop around comes Dickerson. Ball is flipped out. Boying's there. And just exhausted players at this stage. Just looking for someone to straighten. Wallenhurst back on the inside. Another involvement from Valentine. Valentine! Valentine reaching, and she will score.
Valentine, just good individual effort there. You can see she is one of their power players. Barrels her way through that line, gets over the try line here in New Orleans. Wonderful moment for Valentine. So there, she's got one player to hand off, one player to run over, and a couple of players to drag over the try line. She is straight through with all the power.
Very, very powerful. Substitutions come on. So far, Notre Dame College dominating this performance.
They certainly have been. Look at the try scorer, Valentine. Good work so far.
The Aggies from inside their 22, see what they can get going against this very aggressive defense. Mateo tries to get over and disrupt. Again, coming up solid on defense is UC Davis. It was Higgins with a solid tackle. Mateo coming up, swarming defense. Trying something on the blind side. Blind side, that's Wallace. Wallace trying to get through the tackle of Boying, unable to do so. And on the counter-ruck, the ball is stolen by Notre Dame College. There's trouble here. Mateo just hoofs the ball downfield and kicks it straight out, so the ball will come back.
Notre Dame College looking good here. Just a minute to go, James. I think they're going to take this third-place trophy. And then probably do a little sightseeing after the final games are done in beautiful New Orleans.
Can the Aggies get any consolation out of this one? The lineout's up, well taken at the top by Wallace. Spreading the ball through the hands, but there's that swarming defense again. Nowhere to go. Coming up and meeting straight in the face. That's a high tackle by Higgins.
High challenge there. That's going to warrant a card. Referee Mara going to bring that one back.
No card there, so she gets away with one. Waving the ball through their hands.
10 seconds to go in this final match, but now referee Mara. Hand in the pocket. Unfortunately for Notre Dame College, they're going to go this last 10 seconds. Player off the field.
Valentine. What can the Aggies do? Final play. Kerry Strong tries to get the offload. That's a good offload. Great interplay. And the story of the day for the Aggies. One just off the tip of the fingers.
UC Davis, Notre Dame College.
So we'll have time.
Haven't heard the whistle yet, so a little bit of referee's time here.
Avi Mateo will feed and most likely hoof this one across the chalk. Comes out. Nope, they're going to play on. Why not? When you got the hot hand, knock-on's forced. So the Aggies, what can they do?
They would love a 5-pointer on the board, this Aggies team.
Cutting back and straight up the middle. Good, strong carry again from Wallace. She's been very good all day long. Ostrich. And then outstretched, and they will get across the line. Sid Strupp. Consolation try. And never stopped coming.
Good work by Strupp, the senior from Orange, California. Well-deserved for this Aggies team. They played their hearts out. They deserve a little 5-pointer on the board.
The conversion tip unsuccessful, so Notre Dame College, 2022, third place. That was a good performance by them. They'll be very happy to come away with that.
American Shaman. Find a location near you today.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going no. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you find it, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Welcome back to May Madness. As we see the crowd, we're going to throw it down to Christina, who's going to tell us about the excitement that's building here for finals footy.
Hey guys, we're down here and it's getting exciting over here. Everyone's getting loud and ready for the finals that are coming up. The fans are starting to get crazy, coming up with their own chants on the sideline. We can't wait for it to keep getting more packed and more excitement as the day goes on. Back to y'all.
Thanks, Christina. And finals, here we are, the Women's Club D1 final that will see University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire, taking on Roger Williams University.
Interesting matchup here, James. Eau Claire and Roger Williams. Roger Williams beat Texas in the semifinals. Eau Claire beat Grand Valley. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams want this hardware. You can see the Eau Claire faithful behind them. That's their men's team and some of their fans. What a match we have for you. Hardware on the line. This is going to be great.
And it's the culmination of some solid performances through the tournaments. This Eau Claire side played very well early on. Look for Kazbrzak and also Chamberlain. Very good present on Roger Williams University. They've got plenty of talent right across the board. As we will see them. In the blue. With the high collars is Roger Williams University. So conditions are very warm. Perfect for running rugby, and we are off with a deep kick.
Love the classic collars here.
Immediately strong carry by Red, and she runs straight out of bounds. So Roger Williams University will have the first set piece of this final.
Roger Williams, the Hawks. Eau Claire, the Blue Golds. Fun matchup here.
Goes up, taken at the top by Surridge. Moving, coming in on a hard line and running into 3 defenders. That was good work at the back by McLeod. She wants to get involved early. Good patience here, allowing the attack to reset. Just kind of flings the ball out to the outside. Good swarming defense, a little show and go, and a strong carry up the middle from Gray. Gray, she's still going. Patience to recycle. Nice depth on attack. She's going to have a little one-on-one effort on the outside. No, thank you, says Sirs Red. So he's Red. Great tackle on the outside, but the ball is still there with Roger Williams.
Eau Claire, strong defense, but a lot of players around that contact area. Going to make sure they have to cover the wide field. Roger Williams can certainly play out here.
Yes, they can play. Emma Wright on the outside, building continuity in phases here. Bono goes in. The ball cuts back to the blind side. Scragged in a high tackle around the neck. That will be trouble. Yep, referee is going to go to the card. You cannot do a horse collar tackle. Very dangerous rugby. As we see the replay here. Yep, scragged down by the jersey. And so they will have to play one player down, the Blue Golds. Very difficult to do in any conditions, let alone a final. McLeod.
Good opportunity for the Hawks here. They have to make that extra player count.
Good strong carry by Surridge. Surridge just kind of finding a support in the middle. Wright tries to free the arms, and the ball just drifts forward to an opportunity wasted in prime field position for Roger Williams University. You had the opposing chants in the crowd. Lots of pressure, and that ball's going to go back out of the dead ball line. Taken back, so it's going to be a turnover scrum. So Roger Williams University gets a reset, and this is going to be very difficult to defend. It's hard enough to defend, let alone one player down 5 meters from the line.
They need 5 points out of this. 3 minutes gone, James, and they are right on the line. Extra player, can't squander this opportunity. Should be a clear run to the line for somebody here. Just have to find them.
Ball spits out the back. Surridge kind of tosses the ball back. This is messy stuff from Roger Williams. Under a lot of pressure. Doesn't matter if they're a player down. They're throwing everything into finals footy. Bono tries to come in, and that's just messy. And able to enforce the turnover. The Blue Golds.
Impressive with a player in the bin by the Blue Golds. Fantastic work to turn that over and get out of jail with the one player in the bin.
Here we go, Blue Golds. Chance come in from the sideline. Playing with a lot of enthusiasm and good shape and width here. So let's see what can happen. Carrying out from the back, one-on-one on the outside. Oh, what a great cover tackle that was by Surridge. Surridge comes in, still proving a menace at the breakdown. And Surridge gets the turnover. High work rate from Vanessa Surridge.
Look at that footwork.
Able to free the hands. Ball still available. One to beat on the outside, but again, the swarming defense by Eau Claire. Throwing everything they can into this final. It's better work. Roger Williams, that was McLeod. McLeod, the ball's available, coming in with a strong carry as Dean. No chance to get past this Eau Claire defense. Maybe now, cutting back on the inside with a little bit of stride is Vanessa Surridge. We've called her name 5 or 6 times. Fitting that she's the one to score first.
It had to happen at some point. You're right, Surridge has been so involved. The senior from Hampton, Connecticut, went to Parish Hill High School. She won the Heart and Soul Award for National Collegiate Rugby, and certainly bringing the heart and soul to this Roger Williams Hawks team. This Providence, Rhode Island-based team to be very happy.
And they needed that. They had the player advantage. You can see them very happy out there, but you need to come away with points when you have territory and the advantage, and they do so. So 7 points to 0. Roger Williams University. That one just goes 10 and it pops up. Oh, great kick and chase there. Just kind of starting to get into this game, Roger Williams University. Right. Pumping the legs around the outside. Able to interplay the ball Finding a little bit of space on the outside. Cutting in is McLeod. McLeod still on her feet. Driving. Good offload in the tackle.
You could see in the semifinals that Roger Williams, a little more of the width and speed team. Eau Claire, a power game. Tends to play a little bit tighter on the field.
As they turn the ball over and able to get the ball through their hands. Strong carry from Dawson. Dawson gets the ball back to Jacobs. Jacobs looking for support. Trouble here on the outside. It is a great strong carry. Can she get across the line? Red, no, what cover defense. Unbelievable from Bono. She gets up. Oh, Sophia Bono.
So much work by that great player. Taken down by the Roger Williams cover defender just before the line, and desperation. None of her friends decided to come to the party and support her at that ruck. She was there on her own and just committed that penalty out of a bit of desperation.
Serious Red, she was off to the races. Not a Sophia Bono had anything to do with it. So unfortunately, after all that good work, it won't matter. First half, Roger Williams University, 7 points to 0. We'll be back with more finals footy.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Hello, yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like
The Rugby Network is offering 2 free tickets to the Major League Rugby Final, including airfare and hotel. Just subscribe to the network that is giving you free rugby content 24/7 already.
155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, 'cause I know.
Welcome back. Finals footy, May Madness, just 7 minutes separates Roger Williams University from a women's club D1 championship. I'm James Patterson, joined by John Broker, and in the first half, it looked like Wisconsin Eau Claire was a little bit stronger, but Roger Williams University really came in as the first half went on.
You saw as the first half went on, they started to put together better phases, just a little more continuity among the team. Eau Claire just likes to play a little bit of power, move the ball along, wait till the defense gets drawn in, and find some space where Roger Williams is looking for that width just a bit more. We'll see how that comes into play in the second half.
Here, Eau Claire have to look to get the ball into all of the speed they have on the outside, as we see Kazbrzak. Kicks taken, Roger Williams running out deliberately with purpose, but good counter ruck. Referee says play on. This is what they need. Good opportunity. It's a straightening run by Jacobs. And again, the small errors just creeping into this game.
They were thinking about the outside there before they got the ball in hand. Tough little move there for Lauren Lawston.
So Roger Williams again. Good pressure, the scrum. They will have the ball at the back, working the ball through their hands. A nice little loop around, and again, another handling error.
From both teams here, just a little challenge holding out on that ball on this hot and humid day. Minute gone here, opportunity for Eau Claire inside the Roger Williams zone.
Spits out. And available, attacking towards the line. Again, messy hands. The ball goes forward, but is available. Hamilton was able to clean up at the bottom. We've got a player down in back play. Dawson, and trouble here. Good pace on the outside. Does Kazrazak have enough speed to get there? Reaching for the line.
Is she in? This is the question. There's a bit of a mess around here.
Oh, great defense, but it won't matter on the blind side. Lydia Sin is able to score. I think there's going to be a little conference here. I'm not sure.
I think they said there was okay. Lydia Sin there, the junior from Mounds View, Minnesota. The excitement on her face when she scored that try. Or didn't score that try. Wonderful effort anyway. I don't think it was on her. I think it was a
double
error
movement
just before that. So she did the right thing. Giving the referee a bit of a look.
I think they want some water, and a water break is what we're going to get here. I think what happened was there was actually a double movement there towards the goal line initially when she was trying to place the ball over the goal line.
I would agree with you. That looked like it would happen. A bit of a mess down right inside the 5 meters. Just needed to stretch that out to touch it down. Claire, key player, down with a bit of an injury there. Lauren Lawston's been effective.
A massive boot downfield, putting all sorts of pressure onto the back, and a swarming tackle straight into the hands. Oh, that is excellent defense. Abby McCullough. Sorry, Vanessa Surridge.
Oh, I can't wait to see who made that big hit. Surridge had the presence of mind to scoop that up and go with it. But what a play, following up that kick, putting in the big hit, jarring the ball loose. Roger Williams University, the Hawks, working their way towards a Division I club championship here at the CRC. Still a bit of work to do, 3 minutes, but well done.
Cloud unable to add the extras, and it was her with a beautiful chase downfield. Lots of pressure. It was a massive kick.
A good tactic at this point in the game. You're down in your own zone, put the ball down the other end, make them play with it. It's hot and humid. That player that's dragged all the way back onto it, sitting there thinking, boy, I wish some players would get back here and help me out. The chase was good.
Can Eau Claire do? But again, they're really getting into this game. Roger Williams throwing everything in line speed and defense. You can see a lot of energy. What can they do? Short ball on the outside, carrying strong. Met solidly in defense. The Blue Golds searching for any hole in this Roger Williams defensive line. Oh, absolutely monstered on the outside in a tackle.
I believe a Roger Williams player will be spending 2 minutes in the naughty chair. Maybe not. That was a pretty egregious high tackle. Player left their feet.
Strong carry, trying to commit defenders.
This power runner of Eau Claire that is now down on the ground. Done a good job of not letting her get ahead of steam.
Ball goes back. Red throws it to McCullough. McCullough on the wrap on the outside if she's needed. Available. Had a clear run at the line on the outside, did McCullough. Here we go. Sweeping a beat. Oh, monstrous tackle at the back by McLeod.
McLeod with the big hit there. She wants this win, the senior from Beverly, Mass.
Very messy, but Roger Williams, Stephanie McLeod, try-saving tackle, a dominant tackle. As you can see, the impact of the heat and the amount of rugby they've had to play today. Players are absolutely out on their feet, digging for anything they can in this final. 30 seconds left. It looks like Roger Williams University's done enough.
Roger Williams going to take home some hardware in about 30 seconds. Changes coming in for Eau Claire, but well played by the Hawks. Great weekend for the Blue Golds. Just not enough at the end.
One against the head. See what Eau Claire could do. Strong carry down the blind side. Good job by Adams.
McLeod again.
Big defense at the back. Strong carry by Jacobs. Jacobs looking for support.
McLeod, a tackling machine back there. No one has gotten by her at that sweeper position.
McCullough trying to round the corner, using the fend, finds the offload. That's Hamilton. Hamilton met in a solid tackle. Ball spills back. Referee says play on. Shoving the ball through the hands. Harpster. Back to Kazbazak. She's been so strong with the fend. Will she score? Reaching over and able to get the ball down. Becky Kazbazak.
Good try there by Eau Claire. Maybe a bit too little too late with the senior from Hartford, Wisconsin. Played for the Nightmares, spelled K-N-I-G-H-T, rugby club. In high school, now at Eau Claire.
As we wait for this one kick to finish the match, Roger Williams University. Kick is unsuccessful, and that is it. Full time, your 2022 Women's Club D1 champions, Roger Williams University.
Well deserved by Roger Williams. Great weekend there for the Eau Claire Blue Gold, University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire. But the hardware is going to go to the Hawks. Well done by them. Fantastic Division I program out there. Good work by Roger Williams. He's switching to CBS at 6 p.m. CBS Sports going to bring you all of the premier finals. Exciting times to come.
As we sign off here, Roger Williams University, your champions. I'm James Patterson, joined alongside Joint Broker. Thank you for watching.